on mute.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
We're back, everybody. Let's see if this hits the. See if we hit studio, and everybody, please give us your feedback. Let us know if you can hear us. Says we have an excellent connection, but let's hope this kicks in. And okay, we're going to check our renewed studio, our homepage here, and see that we're on part 2. And for God's sakes, everybody, hit that upvote. Hit that upvote and subscribe. There's no way I can emphasize either of those enough. Hit those upvotes on every positive comment that uploads with the show once it does upload, and hit them on every pinned comment that I leave up with each episode that you can only see after the episode uploads, because I only load them. I cannot load them until after the episode uploads. Only then can I enter and pin a comment. So at that point, whenever you're reviewing the episode, upvote my pinned comment, and for God's sakes, upvote us right now. And we're just going to wait till we regather all the numbers. Our man will be back soon. Aristides, he's walking the dogs. He's going to be back soon enough to basically upload everybody else onto the phone call. And we're all going to take it from there. T-Tank Barry, God bless your heart, says, loud and clear, support Douglas Duane Dietrich. Yes, thank you. I'll give credit to people who are supporting me in just a moment. Right now, I'm just going to breathe the fact that you have no idea what it takes to get back on. I have to go into the studio to retitle, or it will not play. In other words, we won't be able to interface or even produce a show without my re-uploading a new title, and saying that it's part 2. And otherwise, the system becomes confused. And they knocked us off for all the reasons everybody knows. David Reed says clear. Thank you, David Reed. And yeah, it's well, they knocked us off because of we are touching on national security subjects that you aren't supposed to know about, which only confirms it only validates and vindicates my having worked with the United States government and being able to relate to you the truth of everything I say. So all that being said, I'm looking now at an incredible little site, the cutest fish on earth on this little YouTube video. I'm going to, are these snails? They might be snails. That I'm looking at. It's impossible for me to tell at the moment. And but yes, it's with a bunch of cute little fish. Yeah, so these are fish. Okay, they're more like goby. What do they call them? Goby little. I forgot. Goby something. Goby they're brackish waterfish, I believe. Meaning that a combination between the estuaries of the seawater and the river combining at those estuary points, those deltas, into saline water, which otherwise would be freshwater inland. So these are brackish water fish, from what I remember. But they're incredible to look at, and I love them dearly. We kept some of these when my parents were alive. Bumblebee gobies. This is a different species. Okay, I am just killing time till Aristides gets back, and I'm somewhat fascinated by, distracted by YouTube videos. We're building our numbers up very quickly. We try to get back as soon as possible. There's only so much speed that can be had to get the modem reconnected and online again. And just think, that episode is probably one of the shortest, if not the shortest, Douglas Dietrich critical omissions episode you've ever come across. So treasure that episode, download it for all it's worth. Obviously, they don't want you knowing what I have to share. And it may seem trivial at this point, but it's a matter of utmost national security for them to knock me offline like that with a DDoS, a dedicated denial of service attack. None of my neighbors get their internet interrupted at all. So I know it's not a neighborhood thing. I'm in fucking San Francisco, okay? I'm in the middle of Silicon fucking Valley. We don't get internet accidents like that. If the neighborhood goes out, I know it because the lights would be out. And I've asked my neighbors before about these internet interruptions, and no, they do not get them. So yes, I can go on. It's so frustrating. Honestly, just looking for a place to list this link here in my little files. about here we are. I put that there. These little goby guppies, the cutest things in the world. Okay, give me a second, and I want to.
Okay.
There we are. All right. So do your best to start loading people up as soon as you can, and I'm going to give credit to. It was good to come home, and it's worthwhile to come home to all of this attack, this electronic attack, because it's made worthwhile by viewers like Brooke Hagberg. Brooke Hagberg contributed 100 United States dollars, making it worth my while to skip quality time with the Blood Boys at the San Francisco Chinatown Parade. Though, of course, sitting on bleachers that cost $75 an ass, or $45 for the lads each. It'd be $75 for my ass, about $45 for each of theirs. Sitting in bleachers in the cold, watching the parade go by. I'm almost tempted to say it's a toss-up. But obviously, I always prefer to be on the estates or involved with the Blood Boys because that's my source of food, okay? It's like a wolf guarding sheep. Only this time, the wolf is truly guarding the sheep. I'm fleecing them of their blood, not their meat, okay? So they survive it. And in fact, they're quite happy about it because they get a high off it because basically my saliva releases that DMT and while I intake their blood. And it's all very wholesome, I assure you. It's not mouth to mouth that they get my spit. It's through their veins where I'm drawing their blood orally and then I salivate what effectively is dimethyltryptamine, and so they're pleased to be blood drawn, and supping is the correct term for it in the traditional sense. At any rate, so I came home and wondered, look, they're cutting me off recently all the time, and is it worthwhile? It is, so long as people like Brooke Hagberg are sending $100 each. Makes my life survivable. This is, of course, my job. It's why I had to come home to it. I have my extended family with the estates and the Blood Boys, but you are all my extended electronic family. So I do come home to you for certain holidays. And all that being said, I come home every holiday unless something truly spectacular is going to happen. Almost never does. So, for God's sake, those upvotes. We need those to maintain everything. Okay, we finally got everyone else on. Upvotes, everybody. Everybody upvote the episode, please. I do want people to understand how lucky we are to get all of us back online at all. Oh my God. They fucking knocked us offline. Imagine that, Brendan. I mean, holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. I mean, none of my neighbors gets interrupted service. None of my neighbors has their.
Of course not.
Yeah, no, it's a DDoS, a directed denial of service attack, and people still send me stupid emails about, well, maybe it was a blackout.
You're paranoid.
No, nobody says that. They say stupid things like, oh, maybe service went out for everyone in your neighborhood. That would imply a blackout. People, it would mean the lights would go.
Your neighbors work from home. They would be asking questions every day.
Yes, that's right. None of them ever do, and I do talk to them about this. I do ask, your internet ever interrupted? No.
The lady was chilling. She was typing away.
Yeah. They'll say shit. Yeah, tell them about that. The lady, the Argentinian woman next door with her wine stash. Yeah,
she was working just fine. I didn't see any.
Yeah, and tell them that she was on a computer. She was on either a laptop or a computer, right? She's on
she was on her laptop, looking out the window.
Yeah,
making sure there were no Argentinian bandits or something.
Yeah, no, she was looking at you. You scared the fuck out of her because she thought you were secret police.
All blacked out SUV.
Yeah, tinted windows. Brendan, tell them why you have the tinted windows, though, so they don't think you're a freak abducting kids and shit,
I don't think anyone would think that.
Yeah, I would hope not, but Jesus, look at the people we deal with. They assume anything. They assume the worst. People assume the worst. It's like you said the one time you were at the car.
I thought they were illegal.
Yeah.
I thought they were illegal in California.
Yeah, tell her about how you got the tint, Brendan.
They are whatever you want them to be.
Oh,
There you go.
okay.
I need them for personal safety, so it's irrelevant
Yes.
to me,
Yes.
the legality or
Fine.
whatnot.
Fine.
Yeah. And,
Cops
Well, I'm
have
not
more
nothing
important
against you
problems.
saying that.
yeah.
But they are kind of gangster,
Yeah.
which is appealing. Yeah, strangely.
Well, I mean, I'll just give you the lowdown, Holly. It's really not hiding anything or exposing anything. I mean, basically, what he has to do is everybody in his neighborhood, they see anything in the car, they'll smash the window and take
Oh
it.
yeah,
And,
Yeah.
I get it.
it's that
Yeah.
simple. So it's either spend all your life
It's a
emptying,
deterrent.
emptying your car completely, or you just tint the windows at least on the sides so that people
Sure.
don't see what's in the car. And
Yeah, if you don't have that, they'll like bust your window for like pennies, literally pennies. I'm
Yeah.
not joking.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah, for anything.
Like CDs, like some CD that you can't even sell. I mean, it's just for books.
Oh yeah.
Or
Or
stupid shit.
I've had a lot of troubles with that.
oh yeah. Or
in my
even if it simply looks inviting enough, I'll give you a story very briefly. There was a cab driver who told me his car was parked and the homeless person smashed the window and just shoved his feet in and slid himself in so he could sleep on the
Yeah, just to
car's
sleep
back.
in it.
Just to sleep in it. Just to sleep
Yeah.
in it. Yeah. And
Yep.
during the rain. So just to stay out of the rain and sleep in the car. So they'll do that. And I think that's the worst act of all, because then you have to decontaminate the entire fucking car because they're loaded with scabies and lice
Oh boy.
and everything else. So
Hazmat and
Probably
shit.
pissed back there.
yeah. Oh yeah. And he said he could smell it for after the guy left,
Vomit.
after he got the guy
Oh, yeah.
taken out of his car, extracted out of his car. He called the police, but he said his temptation was, of course, just to drag him out head first through the window, through the broken window. You want to drag him out head first.
Oh yeah, there's like a YouTube short like that.
Yeah.
Where the guy just starts wailing on him, and there's people in the comments like, "How could you be so compassionless?" And I'm like, dude, I'd fucking kill someone if they did that.
Can you
Like,
imagine?
that's so.
Yeah.
Because you're like you said, your car's ruined. It's just
Yeah. It's not just an act of vandalism. It's a lasting assault on your life. The person has destroyed your car.
because to have it detailed is like $100.
Yes.
$1,000. I mean,
$1,000.
Yes.
Yes. And tell them you would know. Your dad used to work on cars. You know all these fuckers. You know what they do.
Oh yeah.
They'll
Back in the old days, they try to steal your car and fuck up your dash and shit.
Yeah.
Which they actually did to my roommates when I was living in the hood.
Yeah.
The Kia boys took his Kia and fucked it up.
Yeah.
And he had to pay like $600 out of pocket, even though he had insurance, and wait for months to get the parts.
Oh.
All because some kids walked up to our driveway and stole his car.
Yeah.
Because they saw it on TikTok.
Yeah. And you know what? When it comes to somebody saying you're paranoid, you know who would do that? My gang brother Beaver would do that. When I told him, I remember I told you he had his car parked. Well, I think he was in a restaurant or something. And he went in to do some shopping. And it was only parked for maybe 15 minutes. It was 15 minutes. And in that time, somebody stole it, took it for a joyride. He had already been shopping at a Chinese restaurant when he had to buy some other items. And so there was Chinese food in the back. They didn't eat that. They did nothing to mess up the car. It was just like they took it for an initiation, like a rite of passage joyride for no reason, and parked it in some dangerous neighborhood where they bugged out. And then so when he, of course, went to the police, they simply said, it was not because they had any knowledge of his gangster background whatsoever. They just said, well, give it up for lost because we don't think we're ever going to find it. And so he went and bought a new car, and that was when they found it. And then they said, we found it only blocks away. They must have wrote it for at least 10 minutes. But then they said, but sorry, we're ticketing you because they parked it in a no parking zone. So you're going to have to pay $1,000 in tickets because it's been there for days before we towed it.
Oh,
It's got to pay for the towing and everything else. And
that's what happened to my friend's car. We found it in front of a school and it was still running because they didn't know how to turn it back off. And if it wasn't for us dealing with the CHP, he would have probably had it towed and ticketed and shit.
Oh yeah, there you go. And that's what happened with Beavers. And so when he went to get the car, it was totally brand new. I mean, it was like, you know, by that I mean it hadn't been molested. So he just sold it off since he already had a new car. You know, so he sold it off, but still had to pay all the tickets. So it wasn't like he made any profit with the amount he sold it for, plus the amount he had to pay on tickets and towing and everything. It didn't really make a profit. But it was like, when I said, have you ever thought, Daniel, you might be targeted because of your affiliation with me? Think of the senselessness of that act when you don't integrate your affiliation with myself and the fact that this is harassment by the Edomites. And he's just like, oh, you're paranoid. But the funny thing is, these things keep happening to him. And I said, look, normal gang war does not involve bullshit like this, okay?
No.
Like,
no, you'll never see the car again.
Yeah. It's like, or if you do, it's totally smashed with a message on it saying, you know, yeah, it's a shame that was such a nice car or something like that. You know, it's like, it's going to be a point behind it. It's not going to be, so he's stuck. He knows it's familiarity breeds contempt. And because he's known me since childhood, even though he knows everything I've been through, he still can't accept half of it because it's just too much. You know, just like, I guess that's how he maintains his sanity.
It's a lot for muggles to deal with.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. That's the thing. He doesn't believe in the occult. He's irreligious. That's his problem. Yeah. That's his fucking problem. His mother's superstitious to hell and back. But of course, he didn't get that. You know, he never got that. But honestly, Holly, so it just goes to show we have to avoid talking about a certain astrological object in the sky, astronomical object in the sky, or the astrology about it for the rest of tonight. Holy shit.
Fine.
Yeah. Holy shit. That's
Fine.
like...
And it is geosynchronous, so it should always be visible.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, we better talk about that privately. Let's not get back in. I'm so tempted. Anyhow, go on, Brendan. Finish your thought before I finish mine.
Well, that was it. I just said I'll tell you, but we got to do it maybe offline.
Yeah.
We've said enough. Yeah,
we said enough. I mean, geez, this is the shortest episode I've ever had. The shortest episode I ever had was the one before, one we're on now. Holy shit. Let's not make an even shorter one. This would get cut off in 3 minutes. It's
it's like the point was made. It's like
goddamn telephone pole.
It's the telephone pole, the magic telephone pole. By the way, thanks to David Reed, who says clear, and to T-Tank Barry, God bless him, and to Brill, who's our wonderful Aristides, who came back home from walking the dogs to put everybody on the call. Heather hasn't come back yet, but you called everybody, right, Aristides? I'm sure you did.
Yeah. Everybody, yeah.
No. So what I'm gonna do is go to the fuck. I hit the wrong button. Let's try and go to YouTube Studio, and then I'm going.
We're not online.
No, we're online. And give me some credit. I mean, Jesus Christ, with the time I took, we'd better be fucking online. I'm just going to the studio so I can start sharing screen.
I was starting to worry.
No.
Did something happen to it?
Oh, God. No. You know.
You woulda.
Yeah. Oh, anyhow. So,
I don't really worry. I'll just wait for the explosion on Russian Hill.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Latest in.
Yeah. Well, at least, hey, I guess they're doing what they do is better than the gas main blowing up, right? You know, gas pipe on Russia.
They tried that.
They did.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. By the way,
and the SWAT teams.
Yeah, the SWAT teams, it's...
Teams, plural.
They fuck up every time. It's thanks to the Peacock
What was
Angel.
that thing with the... When JMO tried to, like, sink your house and it like, destroyed the block next to you?
Yeah, it did. It did. Oh, he was conducting spells, and he actually told... I forget who he told on a He told them on a telephone or a Skype call, Douglas is going to sink into his basement, and he'll be one with the dead. I'm conducting the spell, and then just literally, like, you know, the corner of the street collapsed in this fucking sinkhole, like, you know.
Yeah, there was a fat sinkhole, like, in that same time frame.
Yeah, right there in the middle of the fucking street, but it wasn't, like, near me, thank God, and it's like, But, so here we are.
But it disturbs me that somebody like that could have any effect at all.
Oh, well, take a look at what he's up against. It's like
it does.
It bounces off my force shield, so to speak, around the house.
Hell
but,
yeah,
but the fact that has an effect at all, yes, isn't that disturbing? Yeah.
Well, deeply.
Yeah.
Goddamn deeply.
Yeah, because
people got a lot of spare time on their hands, and if you got nothing else to do, we know it's not that hard.
Thank you.
To develop these psychic powers.
Well, he traded. I mean, for that kind of power, he traded his physical body, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, honey, it's not without a price.
Some devil.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, just like Peter Moon did. Yeah, what happened with Peter Moon?
They all did.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And
Aquino lasted the longest.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He may still be alive, but probably dead. But nevertheless, we know what happened to him.
A sexual exchange on some level, even if it's not physical.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, what?
That's what I'm asking.
I can understand where Holly is coming from. Holly's coming from the orgone type of magic technique where people would be using sexual energy, which would result in a sexual exchange with a disembodied or incorporeal entity. And there are people.
I mean, yeah.
Who?
Yeah, but we got to give those beings credit. They're not going to sleep with some.
Well, that's what I would have thought.
So
I mean, like, you know, the story of like Zeus and shit. It was always a hot chick. It wasn't just some bloke.
Yeah. Or a beautiful young boy. Or a beautiful young boy. You know, not the.
Yeah, but at any rate, that's not Jamie.
Yeah, that's not Jambo.
They don't want losers.
Or Q. For
Yeah, or Q.
They don't want the successful people in society.
No, but Holly,
what the fuck? Is it possible it was a coincidence? I just don't want to believe.
Yeah, well, believe me, honey, it's
I don't want it.
They're exchanging something else. They're exchanging something else other than sexual essence. They're certainly not their orgone. No, it's something.
He definitely wasn't getting that because Salman Sheikh had to go charge him up.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
I mean, it's no comfort either way, but I'm just trying to understand the process.
Yeah. So,
Jesus.
So it's easy. It's like a djinn. You just you just give it your soul, and it does what you want.
It's
that
true.
Simple. It's
yeah, it's a Faustian thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Simple.
Absolutely.
Okay, so maybe we can define it as desiring suffering of others for its own sake.
There's that.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care because then they get a servitor in the next life.
Well, he always seems to be kind of getting off on it. You know, killing everyone.
Yeah, but those beings will laugh at him when he's like, "Please let me out," and they're like, "Ha."
Yeah.
You know? That's what. Why would they give him a sinkhole?
Well, look at what they did. It's not like they gave him an effective sinkhole that sank my home. Yeah,
he with somebody.
You know the
poor Chinese guy on the corner.
You know the story of Aladdin and the 40 Thieves. Like the genie gives you what you want, but it's not like it's never what you actually want. It's just
that's right. That's right.
Like there's stipulations and stuff.
That's right.
Like you say, like I want to be rich, and then it like gives you money, but it doesn't get you like lose your legs or something.
Yeah.
Like the story's there. The
your
genie
mother
story's
dies,
very clear.
and your kid dies.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's the great.
Like you get hit by a car and you're a paraplegic, but you get a settlement. It's like, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So like that's the genie story is very clear. Like you have to be uber specific, and then even then they still fuck you over.
That's right.
Right.
It's a monkey.
Never do deals with.
It's all about asking the right question, kind of thing.
Well, it's beyond that. It's monkey's paw stuff. It's just don't do it.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
But
don't.
Well, I wanted
with them.
I wanted to show all three of you this. So Aristides and Brendan, if either one of you has a calculator handy, what would this average out to? The summary is the last 28 days, we've had 5,800 views. So the watch time in terms of hours has been 4.0 hours, meaning 4,000 hours of watch time in the last 28 days. So whatever calculations
divided by 30, say.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's about 200 views a day, roughly.
Okay.
And since you only transmit 1/3 of that time, so times that by 30%, it's about 5,000 views.
Yeah.
About 5,000 views.
Okay.
Per episode.
Great. Okay.
But something's not adding up because it's saying that's your monthly, so I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
It's obviously just obfuscated.
Thank you.
Because we saw it with the Aquino episode. Like, I can verify that Doug and I saw it literally get manipulated.
Yes.
The Aquino episode.
Yes, we saw the numbers get manipulated. Literally changed before our eyes. To lowered numbers. Yeah. So obviously this is...
How long ago?
Oh God, I'll show you. The Aquino episode wasn't...
This is years and years. I mean, the Aquino episode is...
No, this was October. This October.
Yeah, I can show you exactly, Holly, so give me just a second here. And by the way, here we are, approaching Cyclopteridae is too cute, Japanese aquarium. I love these things. We had a few of them as pets. Well, anyhow, I'll go back to that soon.
Sea monkeys.
No, they're not sea monkeys. I always hated that term, and it's like so misleading, but it is what it is. It was actually a German scientist who dredged those things up from the bottom of the Salt Lake of Utah and shit, and then made an industry of them.
Yeah, some kind of krill.
Yeah, and so if
people online say you're supporting far-right extremism if you buy sea monkeys. Have you ever seen that article?
Oh my God! How fucking stupid! How fucking stupid! Jesus, the guy was a Nazi from World War II, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
He's got dead by now.
It was like his family, as if they had anything to do with it.
Yeah,
come on.
Empire. Yeah. The sea monkey empire.
Yeah, his sea monkey empire.
Know he made money.
Yeah,
he made money on that. That was worldwide.
He did. That was incredibly successful. He was brilliant. I mean,
biggest pet rock.
Yeah, imagine, pets that are guaranteed to fucking, come to life when you just add water and salt and shit. It's like, yeah, here we are. So this is the episode we're talking about. So this one was 3 months ago. This was 3 months ago. And this is the episode. I'm doing a screen share. Can you see that, Holly?
It'll be 3 months ago. Let me see.
No, I'd love if you put it in the chat.
Honey, yeah, I'm doing screen share.
It can't be 3 months ago. October
16th, but they list it as 3 months ago is what they say, but it's October 16th. There's like you said,
there's your proof. There's your proof that it's all fucked up.
Yeah, that's right. See,
the timeline's off too.
Yeah, see, because if I go back and we scroll down and then we see it again, you'll see what I'm saying here. So if we scroll down,
I know exactly.
It says right there, streamed 3 months ago. See,
yeah.
And then the very episode before that says streamed 4 months ago. So they just do like some cutoff, and then everything's 3 months. See, they also stream.
That's why That's why your average shows higher than it is, because they're fucking with your time.
Yeah, they're fucking with the timeline.
The cursor to the right one.
Oh, it's this one, honey. Yeah, this one.
The one with Aquino.
The one with Aquino's face.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Where Doug makes him look like a freaking
I sex him up.
And shit.
Yeah. Here we are, honey. Can you see this, Holly? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was
good, because I was out of town at that time. So
just look up October 16th. That's his birthday. If you forget his birthday, look up the day of the Nuremberg hangings. That's the day he was born. Remember?
Yeah.
He was born on the day of the Nuremberg hangings, so that's his birthday.
And you could basically skip the whole episode until the end because Daryl James was on there.
Yeah. Was that the Daryl James episode?
Yeah. He was like assigned to come on.
Was he on more than once?
No, he was just on once. So
that was the episode.
Maybe.
Well, I guess heard a lot of that. I heard all of that.
Oh my God.
Okay, so then you saw it.
Yeah, I didn't hear the monologue.
Yeah, so don't even waste your time with his wood chipper shit.
Oh,
hey, look what one guy left.
Hits.
Look what one guy left. Do you see this comment? One guy left.
What is it?
No, I can't see.
It says
microscopic.
In the live chat? Oh yeah, there you go.
Can you read it, Brendan? Can you read that out loud?
Could you cook chicken and waffles, Mr. West? Because Ian was at the Waffle House. He was, that's when Ian was on here. He's like, I'm working at the Awful Waffle. So there you go.
Yes. Yeah. What did
I
you...
wouldn't take his chicken and waffles.
Yeah,
Let's just put it that way. It's like chicken and blue waffle and shit. Disgusting.
8 kinds of syrup.
And so, Aristides, care to join in on the conversation? I'm sure you must have some adventures to share. Certainly a few.
Sorry, I was a little distracted. There's stuff going on. I'll explain to you later. But
okay. Okay, I understand.
What kind of adventures are we talking?
Anything at all, or you
Yeah,
can just
no,
say...
I don't have any. It's sad.
That's good. It's no news is good news. Maybe you're lucky as opposed to sad.
Yeah, well, in a way, but
yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
But I'm hopeful.
Yeah. Yes. It's has Marina Saren responded to any of your communications?
No. It's like, I mean, she showed up the one time, and I think she saw, like, I sent her a quick message, like, on Skype, like, just like, hey, reestablishing message, hello, which I think she saw.
Okay.
And then she, summarily just checked out again, like and probably won't read or see or hear from her for however long, and that's how it goes. That's just how it goes.
Yes, and that's fine. She operates at her own speed, and
so it is.
So all such having been said, Holly, what about your recent adventures? Certainly you have a few recent adventures to share with us.
Nothing too adventurous, just trying to keep the ship steady.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been, and I cherish that.
Yeah.
The storm midweek was pretty exciting.
Oh, what?
And that's, nothing, it rained. Wow. I was telling Aristides, when I was young, I was like, why are old people always talking about the weather? And now I'm old, and I'm obsessed with it.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
Yeah. Well.
Obsessed. Like it might rain. I gotta,
But you love the rain. You sit out there on the top of hills.
I love it.
In the rain.
Madly.
Yes.
Love. And California's kind of convenient where it's not supposed to rain for 6 months of the year. At least in Central.
Yeah.
But it better rain the other 6 months. Or,
Or we all dry up. Yes. Yeah. By the way,
burn.
Yeah. Do me a favor, Aristides, if you would be so kind, and just do the blurb again, please.
Sure. Just a second.
Thank you. Take your time.
Yeah. Just sending another message.
Got it. Then we'll do another round table for a little bit of time while I. Yeah.
Real quick, the blurb. Yeah, make sure you hit the upvote. I think you said some of that when you got right back on. Hit the upvote. We need it for the algorithm. People put down votes. They're not nice people, but we need to counter that so Douglas can remain seen and popular. And make sure you're subscribed. The subscribe button should be on, or turn it on if it's not. Likewise with the notification bell right next to it. You can go into your account settings and make other channels under your main account and do extra upvotes. That is possible. If you're here after the live and there's any comment by Douglas or any other positive comments, please upvote them. Donation link is in the chat. Please donate if you can. So obviously getting hard for Douglas to keep doing this and keep making his income. So please donate if you can, and share the link to the show around if you would. And that's an easy thing to do. And that's about it.
Wonderful, beautiful. Thank you so much. And appreciate you more than I can express, and look forward to speaking with you privately soon about, things in life. And how about yourself, dear Brendan Zogiet? How's your life been? Tell us a little bit about anything at work that might be particularly annoying. This is your opportunity to vent and cathart. It's a healthy thing to do. And here we try to give you the opportunity to do that for your psychological health. For your
Well,
psychological
you know,
well-being.
it's just hell.
Yeah.
It's just hell on earth.
I'm so
Never-ending
sorry.
sports events and sick
Yeah.
kids coughing on you and shit. It's just horrible. You know, it's just, yeah, it's terrible. So, but everything is stable. It's just not good. It's stable.
Right. Right.
Oh my god.
I call it the sense of impending doom.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I've had it all my life.
That would almost be fun. This is not fun.
Well, yeah, and no. Like, not fatal doom, pushing a shopping cart down the street doom.
Right.
I don't fear dying, but I do fear street homelessness.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's
Yeah,
worse.
you-
Yeah, go
That's
on.
what I'm going through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But by the way, just so people.
Back in the day, I could have done it, but not anymore.
Oh my god. Yeah. It's.
Not anymore.
Thank you. No. And I don't think any of us is fit for that. It's no. Humanity never was fit for that. That's why we shed our fur. You know, otherwise we'd still be fucking furry, right? If we were designed to be
shit.
homeless, we were designed to live in caves and hovels, and then evolve towards ever more refined environments. Just so our listeners understand, Brendan is not in danger of homelessness. He is in danger of basically working himself to death, which is kind of like, I don't know if it's worse or just as bad, but it's
Right.
kind of like a toss-up.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
And this goes back to you don't pay your slave class enough.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
you got chaos.
Oh God. See, now she's threatening revolution.
It's
They'll cut us off
basic.
again. Oh,
so
the telephone pole.
basic.
I can hear the telephone pole.
Every child knows this.
They're talking about human services and social justice. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're already calling up the line.
Yeah.
They want to be comfortable while working.
Yeah, believe that shit.
Right. Right.
These people.
Move someplace where they can afford it.
Yeah. Why don't you people just apply yourselves more? Like us
Yeah.
government workers who just sit down all day listening to Douglas Dietrich, figuring out when we can cut them offline.
Yeah,
And then
I'm
they
surprised.
go
Yeah,
out to
look, they
eat.
didn't get their friggin'.
They didn't get
laid off.
canned
They're
yet.
Still there.
Yeah, that's still there. But like
they
you
go
said,
out to eat. And they don't understand why their waitress is crying in the kitchen
Yeah.
instead of serving them with a smile.
Oh, yes, life is hard. It gets harder every day. Glad that we have each other. This is our extended electronic family. So come join us, people. Don't be afraid to come online. Join us on bandwidth. And the good news is there's no conflict of interest in our new government. They said they'd get rid of corruption. Yet Elon Musk is Elon Musk has just contracted to. Oh, here we can take a look at Wired magazine. Let's take a look at this. This is what's so funny here. I'm gonna start sharing again. This is just general social injustice here. Now, Wired magazine says Elon Musk's toxicity could spell disaster for Tesla. Staggering sales drops. Swastika daubed EVs. In other words, people are spray painting swastikas. It's not like he has the guts.
Only in Europe, as I understand. Only in Europe.
Yeah, probably.
No, here as well.
Yeah.
Canada and U.S.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay.
Yeah, companies calling fleet models, fan forum owners selling their cars. Elon Musk's alt-right antics are seriously impacting his electric car business. So,
Well, not to mention they're rubbish.
yeah,
Like, I
not
don't
to
know how
mention they're
people didn't
just
realize
plain
that.
pieces of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they catch fire. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
you know it's bad when it's worse than the Ford Pinto. When the Cybertruck has worse stats
Yeah.
than the Ford Pinto, it's like, okay.
Thank you.
God in heaven.
No,
That's why he had to get into the Fed, so he didn't get all these.
That's
fucking
it. Yeah, this is the point. See,
stop
Elon
orders.
Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump is paying Elon Musk $400 million to supply the federal government with Teslas as government cars. And imagine when the
A
company...
couple months ago, those people were like, only libs buy electric cars. Those fucking libs.
And now they're
So
forcing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they're forcing it on government workers. And imagine when his company tanks. When his company tanks, the U.S. government is left with these Teslas no one can repair. Yeah.
And they took his name off of it.
They're
blaming it on Biden. Biden made the deal for electric tanks.
Yeah. Anyhow, take a look at this.
And before Elon was president.
That's so classic. I mean, it's so stupid.
It is.
By the way,
I don't
Holly,
know the truth of nothing anymore.
They're validating you, Holly. So here's what they say. Elon Musk's toxicity among many Europeans is such that even owners of Tesla news websites have ditched Musk-mobiles and other EV brands. John Gibbs of Birmingham, England, runs what he calls the world's biggest Tesla inventory site, Tesla Info. And he says that he stores the largest database of new and used Tesla motors in the world. He used to own one himself, but now he drives a BMW iX electric SUV. Good choice. He didn't buy any British shit. British aren't even making this shit, I guess. He had to get a German one.
Right. Yeah, where are they going to
They sold cars? Land Rover to the Chinese. They can't buy that.
Oh, my
God.
Whoa.
Ouch.
And Volvo.
Yeah.
Well,
boy, those ones, they're good cars.
Business is business. Yeah.
It does. So I'm going to email something to our dear Holly, and I want her to give her a review of this. So give me just a moment here while I dig that up. But obviously, both of you can speak to this Tesla controversy. And this is the horrible thing that we're dealing with, is we're dealing with somebody who's just they talk about supporting each other. Trump, makes up for his slack because he's losing all his business because he's a piece of shit. His product's a piece of shit. Yet Trump is forcing the government to buy it, so the government will be stuck with shit. How is that fighting government waste? How is that fighting government waste?
Of course.
Let me tell you a story. The Moss Landing battery plant that just melted down, right?
Yeah.
And half of it was Vistra.
Yeah.
The giant nuclear power plant energy provider. This time it was their half that shut down. And they weren't even online. They were only in storage. The producing half of the plant is Elon batteries that he made collusion with PG&E.
Yeah, Tesla batteries. Oh.
Yeah.
Tesla batteries with the PG&E oversight and full cooperation. So that's how deep in he is. He's not dug into private corporations like Vistra. He's dug into the big ones like the government service providers.
He's had public contracts since day one. That's how I knew he was a plant. That's how I knew he was a plant from the start. It's just can't trust these people. Because there's so many other companies that never even get traction. Like, they don't.
No.
Let alone
now
from day
his
one.
side is just the PG&E side. No more Elon there in print. You know what I'm saying? Just
interesting.
Like they took his name off this $400 million contract.
So can you access your email, honey? I've sent you something by email that you should have now. Can you access your email?
Let's check it.
Yeah. And I'm going to send the same thing to Brendan and Aristides because they're both on the call. So they're both going to get their email right now. And this way we can discuss this. So the email's titled Moss Landing. So you should have an email from me that says Moss Landing, Aristides, Brendan, Holly Kiefer. Let's see if we can access that email. And then your feedback on that will be appreciated. Aristides, did you get it? Just curious, because as an engineer...
I just got it.
Okay, excellent. So start reading that to our listeners, please. If you would review that to our listeners by reading it aloud.
Love it. Ready.
Okay.
Okay, what's the source? Casey Crown. What a major battery fire means for the future of energy storage. The latest fire at Moss Landing Power Plant is raising concerns about battery safety.
No
now,
shit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Louder, please, though.
Oh, this is MIT's Technology Reviews.
Yes.
This article is from the Spark. MIT Technology Reviews weekly climate newsletter. Oops. That's a buzzword right there. A few weeks ago, fire broke out. World's largest collection of batteries on the grid. So that means there's more elsewhere in storage. Although the flames were extinguished in a few days, the metaphorical smoke is still clearing.
Go on, honey.
Okay. How new technology? Oh, there's something weird in here. It's some kind of ad. Yeah. Some residents in the area, some have reported health issues they claim are related, and some environmental tests revealed pollutants in the water and ground near where the fire burned. One group has filed a lawsuit against the company that owns the site. Now, you know how loaded this paragraph is because it tells you, A, the company only checked right up to the chain link boundaries. Jesus. And there's no reported data which has been conducted out of the pockets of the citizenry alone, both medical and soil and water testing for a 50 fucking mile radius. Okay?
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah.
And that data is coming in as pretty darn damning to eating those vegetables.
Yeah.
Let alone the weed. Although at least that's in hoop houses and is not, you know.
No, it's all indoor.
Open cropped. Yeah, hoop houses. Okay. In the wake of high profile fires like Moss Landing, very understandable concerns about safety. Same time, yeah, this is pretty basic. As more wind, towers, blah, 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 come online, large energy storage installations will be
even more crucial? Is that what you said? We lost you there for a second. No.
Yeah, even more crucial. It's hard to read and get the mic at the same time. Okay, now the thing of it is, that was for me the promise of DeepSeek alone. If it, whatever propaganda is on it, does it consume half the energy required by this enormous AI monster coming? Which needs so very, very, very much power generation. That's why they're building 3 more of these plants in the same fucking county.
Jesus. None of that stopped? No, that stopped?
Well, as I understand it, all battery storage is off the grid and shut down, and they have restarted the natural gas plant. That is what we're being told. And so there was weird stinks and smokes coming out of it from doing that, which made an uproar. But nonetheless, now this is a lot of back history. You know, the club's a wider emergency alert warned those nearby to stay indoors. Now they're saying, we told you to get respirators, but it's a lie. And that's like, it's so crazy.
Where do people get respirators?
Day late and $1 short.
But where would you get them anyway? Where does a person
They're claiming
go?
They advised people to wear respirators if they have them.
If they have them, where does one get one?
It's like there's a world's evilest Army Navy stores up the road, and they're selling like gas masks in there.
Yeah,
so
that's
everybody goes there. Evilest place. Okay, the fire hit the oldest group of batteries installed. Now that's interesting because we were always told that it was just stored batteries, but this is weird. Unless this is old, after January 16th, no. The fire hit the oldest group, and these are the Elon batteries, not the Vistra, I thought, with the PG&E overlord.
Tesla batteries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because Elon doesn't know how to engineer a battery.
Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you.
You're right. But I hate putting Tesla on him also, because there's nothing Tesla about it.
Well, if it was a real Tesla car, which Trump's family has all the notes, real Tesla car would be free to drive because it would be wirelessly charging as you drive down the road.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So they had to completely cover that up with the fake name. That's what I'm saying. He's been a plant this whole time. Like, these people are beyond.
No, nothing Tesla about it.
Yeah.
Now that's what makes sense to me.
The Tesla company, I should say. Tesla company.
Yeah.
Designs.
Yeah. The early I saw a license plate picture, Tesla. We could call it that. But oh shit, I forgot.
No worries, honey.
Okay.
We all do.
Okay.
I'm
going to read this paragraph. This is hot. The fire hit
by the way,
oldest.
Oh, continue.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say hello to Heather. Heather's joined us. Hey, Heather. Say hi to everybody.
Hi.
Heather?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Your voice is so cute. Okay, so thank you for that, Heather. Back to you, Holly. Ball's back in your court.
Next paragraph. This is pithy. The fire hit the oldest group of batteries installed at Moss Landing, a 300 megawatt array that came online in 2020. And we can talk later about the fact there was no oversight, permitting, no coastal commission, any one public hearing in the middle of COVID. I mean, it was nuts. Additional installations bring the total capacity at the site to about 750 megawatts, meaning it can deliver as much energy to the grid as a standard coal-fired power plant for a few hours at a time. According to a statement that site owner Vistra gave to the New York Times, most of the batteries inside the affected building, the one that houses the 300 milliwatt array, burned. However, the company doesn't have an exact tally because crews are still prohibited going inside to do a visual fucking inspection. And this is right on a major waterway, right on the shores. Jesus. This isn't the first time that have caught fire. And
What?
It's the fourth time that we know about.
Jank.
A fourth time.
This has got to be Republican sabotage.
Yeah.
Got to
Yeah, I
be.
was gonna say. Well, I think it's
shut
the
down.
opposite because, right?
The third fire.
It sounds like a joke.
This is the fourth. The third known. The third fire shut down Highway 1 for about 8 hours because of the toxic miasma.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But everybody said, well, okay, gotta have that power. Now, I'm surprised because I thought a fire of this magnitude would, like, cause a blackout. But it isn't that way, I guess, because it's storage still.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only needed when it's needed, is what I'm thinking. But let me go on.
Mm-hmm.
However, this event was much more significant than previous fires.
Mm-hmm.
This is from a professor of environmental studies who studied the plant.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, none of this was in the paper before it was a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Residents are worried, especially about hydrogen fluoride.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which is an insta-kill gas. But
Yeah, and so U.S. EPA, and it wasn't even shut down then, monitored the nearby air and didn't detect levels higher than California standards. some early tests, and these were university-run tests by a very active group. I guess they're academically out of Santa Cruz, monitoring the slough for 10 years, because I could go on about what was done to that magnificent bit of Mother Nature over the decades. But nevertheless, I'm wrapping it up here.
No, take your time. Take your time. It's, there's no hurry.
Also detected metals in local drinking water. So at levels continue to be safe.
Oh, loud, honey. Talk loud, near the microphone. Again, about the levels, so that what levels could be safe in the drinking water? Yes, go on.
Detected metals in local drinking water, though at levels considered to be safe.
Oh, wow.
And you got to understand, this site has been polluted for a century.
Jesus Christ.
It's lined with junkyards all the way up one side, and here's this coal-fired turned natural gas-fired turned now this biggest power plant in California when it was Duke Energy. And it's always been considered a terrorist threat, That's where they'll hit.
Well, obviously it is. They keep setting it on fire. Say what you were going to say, Brandon, about that. Who you suspect?
Who the hell knows?
Oh, come on.
Right. It's clear. It's clear sabotage. It's clear sabotage.
Yeah.
But I was going to make a joke.
Yeah.
I was going to make a joke.
What's your joke?
Who do you think it is? The person that built it. And the Ruskies have had the codes to our power plants for how long?
Yeah.
For almost 20 or 30 years.
In Livermore, shocking scandal. Doors wide open.
Yeah.
Okay, now some of those tests, citing some of those tests, a group of residents filed a lawsuit alleging blah blah blah. The suit's legal team, and listen to me, she dropped her quilled pen and ran, and she gets hundreds of people, incidents being begging, come help us. She stopped everything and she ran straight on down here. Erin Brockovich,
whoa,
famous activist for her work against PG&E involving contaminated groundwater from oil and gas equipment in California. So she's got gripe with California from before this. Lawsuit, and in particular, raised a point he thinks is worth recognizing, and it's basic. Long history of damage. Low carbon don't add to the... Yeah, and see, this is bullshit. Low carbon energy sources like wind, solar, and batteries don't add to the global problem of climate change.
I'm surprised they don't say it's all good for you because it's trace mineral elements in the water. Like mineral water.
Yeah. Vitamins. They actually do, but many of these projects are industrial sites.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they haven't gotten to that glaze point level yet.
Their effects can still be felt by local communities.
Give it a few years, they'll say it's a blue zone.
Yeah.
Life expectancy is enhanced.
Extended life
what
expectancy.
What is it? National sacrifice area.
Right.
You
have a couple extra limbs, but they're living long.
Yeah.
Prospering.
Yeah, no, we're hearing a lot of this. Get this, okay? You wonder, these guys spent $3,000 for an Apple laptop, and it's got a 4-year guarantee on it. Well, get this. Get this. When it comes to large grid-scale installations, battery safety has already improved since Moss Landing was built in 2020. And so this is what you hear all day long. Oh, there's new batteries, better batteries.
Yeah.
God.
And they keep saying solid state. It's like, okay, batteries were
that's
not.
What they're saying.
They were solid state. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
They go on with that rationale.
Liquid batteries haven't been around since the 50s or something.
Catch fire, they really get hot. Still a lot we don't know about this fire, particularly when it comes to how it started.
There we go.
Learning the results of the ongoing investigations will be important.
I like how the investigations are ongoing.
What is there to investigate? It blew up in the middle of all these fires.
Yeah, let's put it this way.
Zero.
Wait, when you go to the average insurance fire, the fire inspector just puts on a pair of white gloves. And he takes those white gloves and he just rubs them against whatever residue he can find. And that proves it's an arson fire. He can always tell just by the residue because it has a certain kind of residue to an arson fire. And that's all it takes is a pair of white gloves for the fire inspector to do that. And it's instantaneous. So how come they can't do that here? But go on. Yes, please.
I'll tell you why. Because these corporates are indemnified and have their own fire department and policing department.
Wow.
The second fire,
of course,
made a stink because they wouldn't let the local firefighters in. They turned them away at the chain link fence. So, no. We got
everything's fine.
Holy shit! So this is a case.
On record.
So the corporations,
in the newspaper.
These are the corporations are their own city states now. They have their own realms of
Pretty
power.
much.
Yes.
In terms of their own policing and suppression and being responsible, that's how that works.
By the way, just so people understand this, historically they used to be called company towns. So these are like company towns without the
Except there's no jobs.
Except there's no jobs.
They employ 38 people. 38 people.
Holy shit!
It's that's a bargain right there.
People. And none of them locals.
Oh my God. So please continue. This is an education for all of our listeners. We've got our numbers, good numbers, and people came back.
What were those 38 people doing? Picking their nose, sleeping? It just blew up. It's like Homer Simpson, where they gave him his own. He's working in a nuclear power plant, and they gave him his own dummy panel because they knew he was gonna blow shit up.
Did they silence her? Jesus Christ, you're there, right, Holly? Come on, you can take it. The ball's back in your court. Brendan had to say it was quite witty. I think they knocked her off. Yeah, Holly? Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh, yeah. It's damn.
She's
they're
too
getting
close
sensitive.
for comfort.
Yeah, damn. They're getting sensitive. Are we still on?
Allegedly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Did you not say that?
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yes. We've got to qualify everything we say. Let's take a look at live stream. Everybody, let us know if you can still hear us. Yeah, that's it's. Oh wow, that's funny. They really did take her off. That's incredible. Fuck! Look, she's off the call. They took her off the fucking call. She's back. Holly, you're back. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you?
I don't know when and why that dropped, but it did.
Oh well, we know when and why that dropped. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, we forgot to say allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Just say all of this is just alleged, honey. Yeah. Yes. We're just connecting some dots here.
Yeah.
So, but the citizenry has been on it seriously, and there's a lot of science.
Well, they should be. They should be. They're breathing their air. They're drinking the water. If they weren't on it, they'd be dead meat. Oh.
But I mean, things have gotten so hyped up. Everybody busy. I'm swelling with pride at my community.
Okay, well that's good.
So,
I'm not sure why you're so prideful of them when they allowed it to happen in the first.
Well, like I say, there wasn't a fair deal on this. Nobody knew until it was done. And there's a lot of chicanery going on with this green shit, which everybody wants. Now, you were talking about the cars before, and I think I've said this before on the show. I'm seeing a tremendous pushback with buying these monster gas-powered pickup trucks with these little dinky 5-foot beds, but they're monsters.
Yeah, tell us about that, Brendan. What's that about?
They're monstrous.
Oh.
And I see more of them than Teslas all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So I think that's the MAGA side that isn't into these tech bros.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they
It's the
think the
Vance
gas is
side.
going to be cheap, so they're up
Yeah.
for it.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the JD Vance side.
Why do they think
bitch
gas is going to be cheap? Are they assuming we're going to invade the Middle East? What the fuck?
No, because Trump said we're gonna open our biggest reserve.
Drill.
Oh, yeah.
But that takes like 10 years to get up
Yeah,
to speed.
I was about to
So
say
I don't know
that.
what the fuck-
Don't these people run the fucking numbers? Don't they understand how long
Not
it
like
takes?
Crude. I mean, it's not like it's the sweet stuff.
No.
They
all
think
this
he's
cracking
fucking
and
God. They
stuff.
think he's Jesus.
It's garbage fuel.
That he
You
can
can't
like
just
snap his
make
finger
that
and
into
it
gas.
Yeah, and by the way, Holly's absolutely right. It's garbage fuel. It's pure yeah, you've got to process it. And-
Whale oil would burn better.
Yes. Oh, don't get them started. They'll slaughter all
Yeah.
those.
I'm
Jesus
saying.
Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not any left. There's not enough left.
Yeah, let's get some whale
They were
oil.
killed in the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
They started killing narwhals again. I'm pissed about that. But
Oh,
it's
what?
okay.
Who's
Oh,
killing them?
God.
Who?
The Nords.
Really?
Those like
Yeah.
those non-indigenous like Northerners. I don't know.
Oh, God,
And
that's awful.
Yeah, that's stupid.
It
Yeah.
is.
So let's not get. That's a whole different factor. Then.
Oh, my God, that's so disturbing. I mean, I'm so sorry to hear that. It doesn't even make any sense.
Right.
Why? Do they have a rationalization? Or-
I didn't really want to look into it.
Yeah, I get it. I don't blame you. It's so depressing. Who would want to look
It's so
into that?
fucked. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a growth industry.
Yeah.
And so, at any rate, or you know, I don't understand why nobody has anyone ever talked about breeding whales the way they do tuna. I know that they used to fantasize about that during the days of Arthur C. Clarke.
It's not possible.
It's not possible because they're mammals.
They just die. They
just
die in captivity.
Okay.
That's why they have to like catch them when they're small and like Shamu shit.
Yeah. Oh my God! But we should work on cloning them or something. Like start a release program for cloned whales. It's like it shouldn't be that bad. It shouldn't be that difficult. But I guess no one's
There's
putting
probably
money.
some Asian
They
guy
won't. Yeah,
doing
they
it.
won't care about it.
Yeah, I hope some Asian guy does start researching it. You know, I'll have a few suggestions
Yeah.
to make.
Yeah.
But at any rate, both of you are doing quite well. I'll be ready to go into monologue sometime soon, but I want to go to the restroom first just to make certain that I'll be able to stand when I go into it. I'm hoping to do a good 8 hours tonight at least. Obviously, we've got more than enough time for me to do 10 hours if I wished, because we started a whole new episode. I'll try and avoid 10 hours, though, but, want to go for around 8. They keep cutting me off lately. The only time they didn't cut me off was when I was suffering from rat poisoning and going into intestinal muscular spasms. Probably because they wanted to hear me die.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, I'm back physically and therefore mentally. So both of you continue speaking. You're doing quite well. And Aristides, don't be afraid to join in. You're always welcome. And certainly, as an engineer, with what we've said so far, as an engineer, how does all this strike you? What insights do you have? You must have some, Aristides.
Yes, I've been listening to all this. The battery, the plant. This is just going to keep going nowhere good. I like. It was a pretty funny joke where it's like, they're gonna declare it's trace minerals and it's good for you. And
Oh, yeah.
they would.
Yeah.
As far as what's happening recently, as weird as it's fucking getting, I could see that. It's like, it's like if the Gulf of Mexico can be the Gulf of America, then whatever the fuck that chemical was in the article, that could be a vitamin.
I'm telling you. And big cancer spikes in a couple of years. Oh, you smoked
Yeah.
cigarettes in high school.
Yeah, lithium.
Okay.
Lithium's good for mental health.
Yeah.
Now it's seeping in the groundwater. They'll say some shit like that.
Thank you, Aristides. I appreciate
Yeah.
that insight.
But I do think I'm glad that Brendan brought up that, like, how ironic it is that they call it Tesla, and that it's exactly the opposite of what Tesla wanted to do for us. And I do think it's important to, every time these type issues come up, to remind people that they have taken away and suppressed, basically all the methods of free unlimited energy, Tesla being the best example. But there are others. There's probably 10 other guys that found a way, and you don't hear about them either. So I think that's really an important kind of point, because all this stuff's going to keep coming up more and more, and people need to realize that it's not even all for nothing. It's all for less than nothing, because it didn't even have to be this way if they would just realize.
It's confounding. Any school kid could figure it out.
But Aristides,
Confounding.
right? Oh, I mean, before Holly continues with that train of thought, because it's very important, Aristides, what's the most egregious example you saw of any person coming up with kind of like an alternative motive, meaning alternative motive power, like this car runs on water, something like that? What's the most egregious example that you remember where somebody did that and then they suddenly disappeared?
The water car guy, what was his name?
Jesus, I don't know. Can anybody look it up? Holly, Brendan, or Aristides even?
Stanley Meyer, the water car guy.
Okay.
He was, he was obviously poisoned. He ran out of the restaurant like, oh, they poisoned me, and he like keels over. I think that was the story.
Oh man.
Oh man.
That fucking sucks.
Well, the first cars were electric.
Tell us, Holly.
And I think you can. It came out years ago, but it was kind of a joke, because that's like a great American way. Want to save the earth? Go buy a new car, a better car. and it was Ford that crushed the electric car in favor of gas.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm pretty sure you can verify that. Now, the thing that seems to be lapping at the shores, and I always forget which one it is, fusion or fission. And but it's been an undercurrent for a long time. Fusion's the good one, fission's the bad one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Say.
Yeah. They're both used for power, but there's no stable fusion reactor yet.
Yeah.
Fission is just like a nuclear power plant.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering on a smaller decentralized scale. Was it? I mean, I know people that invested a long time ago, and they're still waiting. And what a dog show that must be!
They keep saying.
It's a huge dog fight. I mean, no great inventor is going to come out of that on top. The best you can do is sell your good experiments to a big overlord for, $1 billion and get out of the game. Seems to me. But there you have it. Yeah, it's always lapping at the underside. Every once in a while, it rears up its head and then submerges.
Yeah, and in terms of this sort of development, Aristides, are you aware of any? Do you remember those two guys in Utah said they had discovered nuclear fusion? Did you ever feel there was any validity to that?
I don't know. That's always like this specter that comes up. I've never seen anything real solid about it.
Yeah.
And again, it's really unnecessary, because the ways have already been found. Like Tesla and other guys have found ways to extract energy with harmonics, of natural resonance of the earth. Or the water guy figured out how to resonate the water molecules apart, because if you can get them apart, if you can convince them to just fall apart, then you get these combustible gases and you get energy for free. But they don't acknowledge that, so they say that the only way is to brute force it apart. It takes just as much energy to do that as you get back, but he found a way to not do that, and he's dead. So.
God, that's awful. Thank you.
Died hard. Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so awful. Wow, thank you. And so Brendan joined in the conversation with the, obviously, when they speak of resonance and working with the earth rather than, provoking combustion through violence, which is basically, for those of you who don't get where I come from, oftentimes I can understand the logic of violence, and basically what they are telling you is that energy can be neither created nor destroyed, and therefore the only way to get your car to run is to create a violent combustion that will propel your car forward. Obviously, electricity is somewhat different from that, but nevertheless, they're trying to make it out of batteries, which are really, if not as bad as the fossil fuels, they're even worse in their own way in terms of the pollution they create. Am I not wrong? Am I wrong?
They're
in this?
worse.
Yeah.
They're worse. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you
somebody
can make
said something
natural
around
batteries.
here about the nice clean gas plant.
The nice
plant.
that keeps catching fire. That keeps catching.
No. This was when it was natural gas. It never
okay.
caused anybody any problem.
Okay.
Yeah, those old,
Nice,
the
clean
old
gas
style
plant.
ones, coal and gas, they've been around since literally the 1900s.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Oh,
Forever. Yeah.
And this one
Yeah.
started as coal, and it was filthy. I mean, like 2-story drifts of coal on the estuary. It was sickening.
Right.
And there was a nice.
Well,
clean
obviously,
natural
coal's
gas,
not a
they
good
call
way
it
to do
now.
it.
Well, none of it is. It's just all so industrialized. And I mean, the big pink elephant in the room is individual car ownership, for fuck's sake. When I was growing up, every family had a car. Now, it's every family member. So our whole system is nothing like sustainable, and we've known that since the 70s.
Yeah.
No public transportation for us, and we know that bloody story of the suppression of any kind of, European-style system. It does appear, I think, that there are areas, urban areas, that are definitely moving out of individual car ownership. And I've noticed that one of the big new different things about kids today is they're not in such a hurry to get a car as kids of my youth were. I mean, it was the thing. Want it or not, it was the thing. But now, hell no. The expense of it, unless their parents are buying it off for them, it's not possible to own a car. From insurance to all of it, I mean, it's just not possible. So, what the hell? They got Lyft, and Uber, and they can, it's edging
Those cost
out.
more than a car.
It depends on how many rides you need. I mean, there are towns with excellent bus systems and stuff like that, which
In America?
I would totally use. Actually, Boulder system is excellent. If I ever had to move to Boulder, I wouldn't own a car.
That's like the one place
For the
you need
money
a car.
you
It's like
save.
frozen and shit.
Yeah.
For the money you save.
The only bus system I ever found to work in America was Honolulu, and that's because the Japanese run it for their tourists.
Yes. Thank you.
Or the Japanese influence it.
Yes. And such having been said, like I said, I'll take a break shortly.
But I've never been to Boulder. So.
Oh yeah, well you've been to Boulder, Holly, honey. So tell us, tell us a bit about that before I turn back to poor Heather, who's been with us for a while and maintaining silence. By the way, Heather, do you want to say something?
I dropped the call to drop where the.
Oh, they're dropping her. Yeah, Heather, Holly, can you hear us? Yeah, Heather.
Yeah, but I wanted to hear Brendan. Where was the only good bus system?
Honolulu.
Honolulu.
It consistently ranks as the best.
Yes, because the Japanese run it for the tourists, honey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can get all the way to the other side of the island, for pennies.
Yeah.
I've taken that bus to go to the North Shore.
Yeah.
Okay. And how was
it's
it?
Literally called the bus.
Yeah.
That's what's so funny about it.
It was great.
Mm-hmm.
Backpack and all.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a great day.
That's what I'm saying. It's the only bus that actually works.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
It's practically free.
Right. It doesn't work here. But, you know, in condensed areas more. I think that, you know, I mean, who owns a car in New York?
Yeah, well, plenty of people do, but I don't see how. Obviously, people are driving in New York.
You gotta be super rich. Super rich.
New York introduced the new
sleeping in the back seat.
congestion zones.
Okay, and so what's it like now?
Apparently, it's reduced 2 to 3 million cars from central Manhattan.
Oh, that's right. Tell us about this, if whatever you know about it. Yes.
Well, just that if you want to drive in there, you have to pay something like a toll of like $20 a day or something absurd. So, like, most people can't even afford to drive.
Working class commuting because they can't ever afford to live there. So it's all coming in the morning and going out at night. So that's the thing of that. I mean, the best thing for environment is let people work at home that can. Fuck's sake. So
but
people,
these fuckers are trying to attack
the
that
world. Yeah, with their electric cars, are now dragging them all back to buildings that aren't necessary. God, I read the most shocking article once about the vacancy rates of the skyscrapers of Manhattan.
Tell us about this.
It was shocking. And this was a few years ago, but this lady was doing her art project. And this bugged me too. After 9/11, you couldn't get on the roofs of buildings anymore. Observation towers and stuff like that, all shut down. Like the Trans Am in San Francisco, shut down. You can only rent it for your corporate event. I think every little kid should go to the top of a skyscraper, you know? I mean, that was like epic for me in my childhood. And it was the Empire State Building, not the Trade Center. Although I have been to the top of the Trade Center. But I remember before it was built. And what was I saying about that? Fuck.
Manhattan.
Thank you, Heather.
Oh, the vacancy rate. So now the realtors. Oh, so she has this art project. She wants to get high up in the building. So she spends her art school budget on an outfit. And she starts calling realtors. And she gets even a fake husband. And she goes in this masquerade because she wants to see the best of the best, the top. And she sees a lot of places, and one of the realtor's selling points is that nobody else lives here. You'll have the whole place to yourself. How scary is that?
Yeah, no one can hear you scream and shit.
I mean, the empty loneliness of it. And all that waste.
I wouldn't mind it. I'd be happy. Some of these people are whack.
Yeah,
all
good
the
point.
way on the top.
But if you hear other people, then think how frightening that would be. Hey, I hear somebody else.
You and your little dog will have it all. So, what's up with the building that's tilting in San Francisco?
Oh, what do you know about that, Brendan?
The
They lost
Salesforce Tower or
No,
something like that? I mean,
no. Salesforce Tower is the big one. That's also empty. Completely. It's the
Is it
biggest
tilting?
office.
Yeah.
No, that's Millennium Tower. That's
Yeah,
different.
okay.
Millennium.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and those
And
people
that's
all lost their
residential.
asses.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
So tell us about
Yeah,
both
they're just high
these.
rises.
Tell us about both these. Yeah.
Well, Millennium Tower is just a high rise that they were selling as like the future of housing, and then it started tilting, and the HOA had to pay $65 million to get it repaired because the city was saying if it falls over, you know, you owe all the buildings around you, you know,
The
reparations.
Homeowners Association, and that's
So basically,
black-hearted. Yeah.
well, if you're in a tower, it's the only time it's legitimate, in my opinion. Like if you're in a high rise, you have to, because who's gonna fix the elevator? If it was up to the tenants, they would just.
Florida.
What?
Their HOAs didn't keep those buildings from collapsing.
Well, just Florida. Don't go to Florida.
Miami. Yeah, no. Build it on a sandbar. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that one in San Francisco was on the landfill, leaning into the bay.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
There's
it's
one
like
in New York.
who
too.
cleared that shit? Yeah, it's like, come on.
There's one in New York as well. And
Yeah, well,
New
York's supposed to be bedrock, so I don't know what happened. That must have been a real fumble there.
They built it on a landfill area. I mean, bedrock was like 100 feet below the building, so they cheated.
Yeah, they
Just
cheaped
put
out.
A bunch of concrete and sand and shit down there.
Yeah.
And
There you go.
now, and it's only half done. So it's been abandoned for some years. And so there's a new breed of graffiti artist that repels.
Rappelling graffiti artists.
Giant tags off the roofs of these skyscrapers.
Oh,
That's
And it's
nice.
up there still.
what do these people do for retirement? I mean, like, when they're like done
They
tagging.
just die.
Yeah, they just die. Yes, I mean, but how do they feed themselves? I mean, do they get sponsors to pull the shit off?
They got day jobs.
Yeah, they probably work across the street and they just think all day. Like,
I was gonna say, I can't understand if they have day jobs. How do they find the time to do this? Are they doing it at night? I mean,
Yeah.
when do they
Oh, yeah.
sleep? It's like
I don't know.
it must
They
be
do
all
it
on
their
drugs.
Nights off.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jeez.
And then they go work at the pet groomer in the day.
well, there's
They
a
make
huge street art community. It's like it's massive.
Yeah, it's true.
That's it.
Yes.
I always loved it.
It's more than you would think. Yeah.
Yes. True.
Worldwide.
True enough. Yes.
And it's getting more sophisticated
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
all ways.
Yes.
If that's what you want to call it.
It is in a
Some of
sense,
it's
but
pretty good.
hey, are you guys
Darn
familiar
good.
with the subway surfing?
Yes.
By the way, when you talk about how they're making it almost impossible to drive in New York, except for those who are willing to pay an astronomical price, the first thing I think about is who the hell wants to ride the subways when people are setting people on fire in them, for God's sake.
Yeah.
But then
The
again,
subways aren't getting a lot of good press.
yeah, then there's the subway surfing. For those of you who don't know, people are dying all over New York City. Just look it up. Look up subway surfing. All these kids are just jumping on top of the roofs of subways, the moving subway trains. They're jumping on the roofs of the moving subways trains and, riding them for the sake of getting a few moments of fame on camera, even though their faces are all covered up so that they'll avoid arrest. It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, how you can point to that and say that's me, but then again, I could point to that and say that's me, even though I didn't do it. It's so because the guy's wearing a mask, right? How are you gonna know it's him? Like somebody can come up and say that was me. You get what I'm saying? It just seems like
it's so stupid. That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like. We watched this show or this film called Exit Through the Gift Shop about Banksy in high school.
Yeah.
And I was always suspect. It's like this Banksy character. Like, are they even a real person, or is it a bunch of artists under this kind of guise? Because it just doesn't add up. Like, how is this guy all at these different places all around the world doing these climbing buildings in the middle of the night? Like, it just doesn't add up. And then they sell
could
his
be a
art for
collective.
multi-millions,
Millions and millions.
Well, they showed the guy like in the film, like not his face, but they like went to his studio, and it's just like some nondescript British accent guy. It just doesn't add up.
Oh.
Oh,
Maybe he's like Russell Brand
It's
in
just
like
shtick.
the bottom of the aristocracy line and has just enough trust fund to go around the world.
Well, it's obviously a rich Brit, yeah, for starters.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you got to be rich to do fine art.
yes.
yeah,
Douglas, you've been so eloquent on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so eloquent. It explained things that always bothered me, but I couldn't articulate.
Thank you. I appreciate
For
that profoundly.
illustrators.
Yes.
Yes.
elaborate. Anyway,
Uh,
You nailed it.
yeah. Well,
I don't
relate
remember
to
you talking about fine art.
Oh, well, relate to Brendan what I said, Holly. In general.
Oh, the fine art really is decadent trash.
Yes.
And illustrators are the ones doing the work.
Yes.
And the vision and the drama and the excitement. Yes. And we find this in the humble comic book.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. See, she remembered.
All my life. All my life.
Yeah.
There is decadent art.
Yes. Well, take a look at the banana. Did you see the
Yeah, that shit's just dumb.
Yeah. The infamous banana. To the point where even, what was that, Google Mirror glasses? Who is it? Was it Apple glasses? One of the glasses, intelligent, stupid computer accessing glasses was making fun of the banana. Even to that point. Where,
oh, no. It's Meta's constant ad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Constant.
Yes.
It is constant. I do work Facebook once a day, and I have deleted it countless times. It is constant. I love the great story from the mission when Google first rolled out the glasses. Yeah. And here goes the guy walking down the street, probably wearing them in the mission, and the big hairy homeless guy runs up.
Oh, God.
Snatches him off his face.
Oh!
Does he run away and steal them? No. He throws them down and stomps them into and then runs away.
Oh!
That was great. That was a moment. It's like when they broke into the Thomas King gallery and didn't steal anything. That was true, too. That happened. Oh, God.
No. Oh, that's funny as fuck. And,
right?
Yes. But beyond that, do you remember my talking, Holly, about fine art being financed by the CIA? How this was basically an espionage coup where they were just producing shit to be the opposite of what the kind of the Soviets were producing ultra-realist art that was not ultra-realist, but stylized realism. We'll call it stylized realist art, where the Soviets were constantly showing, the people in these, futurist kinds of... And so the CIA answer to that was a culture war in which they started financing just pure crap, like shapes and colors just splashed in, and that was their idea of a culture contrapoint to the Soviets.
The workers picture.
And that way, the elites could then monopolize art and then disambiguate themselves from the proletarian unwashed masses by taking this crap and saying this is true high fine art that only I can appreciate because the people, the uneducated unwashed masses, the unenlightened, could never appreciate it because they're simply...
That's what they did.
Yes. Yes. And so they turned it into an elitist statement. And they charged millions just to make certain that the elites could maintain that culture.
Like a blue square.
Thank you. Yes, blue square.
Stupid.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember having to learn about those stupid things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This all was CIA funded, believe it or not. So it was.
That explains Yoko Ono.
Yeah.
Poor Yoko.
Like, did you hear about how John Lennon met
her? How did he meet her?
It was like he went to New York, and then there was this, hot Japanese chick in the middle of a room, staring at an apple on a pedestal, and she was like, "This is my new artwork," and it was just literally like a fresh apple on a white pillar. And then they later named the whole company after that stupid shit, Apple Company and Apple Corp.
That's right.
Because he was all brainwashed by her instantly. It's just like so bad. And then they ended up killing him. He moved to New York and they killed him. It's just like, that's what you get.
Yeah, that was all weird.
And then, like, Doug, was it true? I know I've asked you before. Was this bitch actually Japanese royalty, or did she like get excommunicated? Because they probably didn't want to hear her screaming anymore. They're probably like, "You moved to New York, bitch. Here's money. Go do your art."
All I know is this: is that if she is Japanese royalty at all, she was definitely disowned, and this sort of thing does happen, and it could be because that she might have been considered mentally disturbed. And then what they do is they just disown you and give you money and tell you to get the hell out. And
yeah, that's definitely what happened.
Yeah,
because she plays it off like, oh, I'm eccentric, I'm an artist, but she's fucking insane.
Yeah,
but she was. Like, she's like barely alive now, but like I don't know if you saw the video with him and Chuck Berry.
No,
so John Lennon, it's his first time meeting Chuck Berry. That's like his childhood idol, why they started music. And she gets a hold of a microphone while they're on stage playing like some rock and roll, some old rock and roll, and she just starts wailing, like screaming, like ah! And you can see Chuck Berry's eyes like just get all wide, like what the fuck,
No.
And makes John look like an idiot for inviting her. And then one of the roadies like unplugs her microphone, and she's still up there screaming, like ah!
And you can still hear her. Without the mic.
You can still hear it. And then John was so brainwashed that he just like was like, yeah, she made it a new song, or something. It was some new shit. It was like, yeah, it was new, all right. And I think Chuck Berry like disowned him after that. He said, I'm never fucking working with you again.
Oh my god.
So imagine you meet your childhood idol and your fucking wife goes berserk, and it's just talk about
wives do that at times. Wives will do that because they don't want you to lose you to someone else, and they think in a way that is not necessarily the way your average man would think. They would think that you might have a man crush on this guy, and they might lose you to him because you'll wind up.
That's almost giving Yoko too much credit. Yeah, yeah. It's just like, she doesn't seem like she's there sometimes, or at least in those early days.
Well, give her credit in this regard. She raised her son to think that her dad was killed by the CIA. So
right.
She told him that much. So, okay, of course, whenever her son comes out with that, everybody just says, well, he was raised by Yoko. He's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's it. But, in that case, she's telling him the truth. And, it's, but there you go with that. And of course, you remember who was one of the last people who saw, Mr. Catcher in the Rye himself. What the fuck was the guy's name who killed John Lennon?
Mark David Chapman.
Mark David Chapman, one of those three name motherfuckers. One of the last guys who claims to have seen him before he went to kill John Lennon was Edward Opperman. Ed Opperman claims.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
And that's a while back. Yeah.
Yeah. And
is he dead too?
Yeah. Oh, fuck. We can only hope so for his sake. All that guy ever did was stress out. And he just kept asking people for money all the time on Facebook, begging for money. It's not like me where I provide a service where I'm actually like giving you analysis. In his case, it's just, hey man, I'm stressed. I got a young girl to raise. Give me money. It's like half the fucking people in the world aren't raising families. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, if not most of them.
Like digital panhandling.
Yeah, digital panhandling. Yeah, and
be better off going out on the street. Shit.
Yes, thank you. And remember that's what's his name?
I was about to mention him, the New Zealander.
Yeah, that guy. Him too.
Vinny,
I was thinking of Derek Talley.
Right?
Vinny Eastwood. I was thinking of Derek Talley panhandling on my show. And that's
they all do.
They all do. Yeah, what's her name?
Some other unnameable nasal.
Yes. Fuck. What was her name? Michelle Carmela Saldana. On my program, Holly starts saying, "I got cancer.
I heard it.
Give me money."
I heard it.
And there was also
but go on.
Yeah, Derek Talley did it, and Zach Garrett. They all did.
Yeah, and Zach Garrett. Yeah. So Zach Garrett's was a bit different. His was weirder. It was, remember, he was this guy's been shot. Send me money so I can help his family out.
Yeah. Please, Doug. Please just tell people about this.
Send me money, he said, meaning Zach Garrett. Send Zach Garrett
money. GoFundMe. No, it was an unnamed GoFundMe, which obviously was for him.
Yes.
He'd be the beneficiary.
Yeah, for this nameless guy who got killed and his two sons. And it wasn't like they were young either. It was like 16 and 17. Remember? They're almost of legal fucking age and shit.
Yeah, and it's like they could go work and like live with their grandma or something, like a little money for the funeral, but after that it's kind of like you don't need. He wanted something like 10,000 or something crazy. It's like, dude. He was just gonna steal
Well,
it. It wasn't a real thing.
Of course.
And that's when he got pissed off. I'm not on meth. And
I'm not on drugs.
Yeah, he went bonkers on you and shit.
Yes.
Doug's lying. It's like, okay, well, judging by that reaction, we know he was spun out as fuck.
Yes.
Well, and then there was Peter. Douglas, the book isn't selling. Douglas, the book isn't selling.
Yeah.
Buy the book so I can get.
Oh, and then
money.
are we allowed to say that on there? Then later he sent the stats and it was selling just fine.
Yes. Thank you.
Ooh.
Yeah. Only he doesn't give me any of the money. Yes.
No.
Buy the book. So Douglas gets money.
Yeah. But he never gave any of it to me. Yeah. Then he sent me like a paltry few $100, which Brendan Zoget, it's you could tell him about that. It's like just to cover his ass.
Well, he was telling us on air. Remember, he was like, "I'm selling cases, another 10 cases."
Yeah,
and it's
he did say that.
The numbers he provided you with that fake payoff or whatever.
Yeah.
That was just to cover his ass.
Yeah.
It just doesn't add up because
of course
a
not.
case is like 50 books or something for he was making them.
Oh yeah.
Small because he can't write very much.
How many free copies did you get out of the deal?
None.
He fucking refused.
Yeah.
I had to do a bunch of work for the asshole helping him out. And then he's like, I'll send you a book, any book from Sky Books. And I said, just send me Doug's books. Like, I'll pay for shipping if I have to. And he was like, no, they only apply for my Sky Books, my personal books. And I was like, what the fuck? He would not send me any of Doug's books, let alone for free.
He would not send Doug a fucking free book. Maybe one for V.
Yeah.
That was it.
But they were all cursed and
they were
Don or whatever.
They were all cursed and shit. Yes, they changed the behavior of people. They really did, or things started happening to them. And like, tell Holly, Brendan, people started approaching us. Hey, I feel bad after these books. Like something, my life's gone to shit. Remember how they're asking us? Yes.
Multiple people.
Yeah,
saying,
I heard that.
Something's wrong with these books, and like as if they didn't hear us talking about how he was cursing shit. Yeah, it was like totally arbitrary. They're like, "What do I do?" So there you go.
I got a nice clean copy, and it's just fine.
That's right. You're like,
it's my retirement investment right there. Another 5-10 years, I'll be golden. I'll sell it to fucking Bill Gates for whatever I want.
Someday.
No, I won't. I won't.
Yes.
I'll make the vow. You won't sell your art. I'll never sell that book.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Never.
And bless you. And I really appreciate that profoundly. And
there's a good bit of you in that book.
There is, and and I have to rewrite it. So I have to. It's like.
Which one?
Oh, both. It's like both. I have to rewrite both. Maybe that's how I'll do it. Is just make them one book. Then that
wasn't there a third one?
You mean the vampirology book? Like that, or it's like I don't think that will gel to or meld with the other two books, but both of them, it's like, well, I guess they should remain separate, but then again, it's hard to tell. It's like
you can just pull a what was his name? Charles Fort, and just make a big giant tome and say, this is all the suppressed shit.
I guess I thought of that.
The Book of the Damned, but Douglas's Book of the Damned.
Yeah.
There were 2 more after that.
Yeah.
Same
Book of the Lost and
Low.
Mm-hmm.
Low as well.
Low,
yes. Yeah.
I mean, Peer rants. They're wonderful.
And so now, honey, with all the mountain climbing that you've done, like you've did the research on the 411 books, the Disappearance 411 books, there's nothing you saw outside in all of these like personal expeditions that didn't seem out of place, like supernatural. There must be something, some phenomenon you encountered.
I saw many wonders. I did.
Tell us.
Many wonders. And
any
like
cryptids?
I say, there have been a very... Say again?
Cryptids. He's wondering about cryptids, like Bigfoot or strange
I
animals.
will say, I saw many wonders, and on the rarest occasions, it did feel like an engagement with the natural world, even to the point of being seen back. Okay? And so I thought about this, and there was one time when I had an experience with a thing called the Watchers. And they're known to be in California. But my experience happened in Utah.
Okay.
And it's a very distinctive appearance. And I've talked to other people, one in particular, that I believe also had a legitimate experience. But even they're known through history, and including Steinbeck wrote about the Watchers.
Okay.
And they are dark. They are darker than black. They're like, what's that famous, the darkest black? It starts with a V. They're a silhouette of complete blackness.
Wow.
And they're cloaked, and it's like they're wearing a shape, what I call the Sandino hat. Remember that revolutionary, not Che Guevara's hat, but there's a famous, I think he's Bolivian, Sandino, famous South American revolutionary. But their job is to watch. And they're benign and not hostile, but you don't want to break certain rules of dignity towards the natural world, because that's what they're watching. So I was deep in Utah, and I could carry enough food in a backpack to last 14 days. It was coming in on the end of a trip, last couple of days or so, and I was in a marvelous spot exploring side canyons for days. And I found a special spot that was unbelievable, this special pool. It was totally TV. And there was this great tall bush sage growing all around. This is going to sound corny, but this happened. And I thought, oh, I'll take some of that sage and I'll wrap it in nice little bundles for something good to smell, to burn when I get home. And I remember back to this marvelous time. So I did that. But I think I did not make certain respectful prayers in doing it. So I get back to my tiny little humble camp. I put a little pull-out blanket out front of my tent, sitting there, wrapping this sage I collected into nice little bundles with pepper string, and it gets dark. I'm just feeling fine. I'm going along. Everything's beautiful, but it's so dark. And I'm in this canyon with high walls, so the stars in the sky view are limited. But there's no moon, no light whatsoever. And I all of a sudden look up, and looming over me is the shape I described. Blacker than night. As black as that night was, it's the very understandable outline. A hat, a cloak, blackness. So I said, wow. And so I quietly rolled up my blanket. I backed right into my tent. I lit a candle, zipped that door down. I was just collecting myself. All of a sudden, right behind, I hear a terrifying screech you could possibly imagine. I about heart attacked right up there.
Wow.
And next thing I know, I smell something funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized I set the candle and sat up in there, and my fucking air mattress hit the candle, and it's screeching like a balloon. Right? So I'm like, oh, fuck. That meant I've had 3 more days to sleep on the cold, hard ground with a busted air mattress, and I was just screwed. But I had to laugh because to me, that put paid the debt. My faux pas about not taking, I mean, I wasn't hacking or anything, but I did not make proper acknowledgement for that sage I gathered. So I slept on that cold ground, without complaint. I know I'd done wrong, but I also knew I had nothing to fear because I made the sacrifice willingly. I didn't resent it. I didn't pack up and go home. I wasn't pissed. I earned that penance. And so that's my only story. Like I say, albino jalapeno. I've javelina. I had a weird time once seeing giant bats at a place that you would not expect, but not much unexplainable. I've seen meteorites so bright that they light up the area like a police helicopter. And you know, my first reaction when that happens is a primal terror.
Right.
And that's happened at least twice I can think of. But I mean a gut deep primal terror. But it passes. And nothing happens and everything's fine. Now you know that you're close to a meteorite. And this has never happened to me. When you can hear it. I know somebody that happened to. It was like all of a sudden, you know, they're hanging around a campfire. They hear this freight train coming through the sky. And boom, and they saw it all fall a couple of ridges over. And they went and tried to find it, but they couldn't. Man, hearing one of those, that's a thing. That's incredibly bright. And this was long before all the space junk started falling.
Yes.
So,
Right. Wow.
Okay. Yeah, many wonders.
Yeah.
Many wonders.
And
describe it. I'm sure I've forgotten many, but not all.
Wow. And thank you. That was profound. And
horrific lightning storms. Oh my God.
Tell us.
I had PTSD for a while. Jesus.
Why do you do this to yourself? I mean, it does beg the question. I simply don't go out to these empty spaces to expose myself to these. Why do you do this?
I can't answer that. It's like when they used to talk about Crowley wandering the wastes. I was okay with that. Falling out of the pipe, I only cared about 3 things. Fun, funny, competent, pretty well-adjusted friends, deeper wilderness experiences I could possibly walk to for as long as I could stay, and getting high. 3 things. Other concerns came later and quickly, but those were the 3 fundamentals, and any one of those things was okay. Any 2 of those things was good, but all 3 at once, boom, fun times, memorable times, important times. But it's just the way I'm wired. On my mom's side, whenever, you know, her dad would take us to the woods to get us out of Newark as much as possible and taught me stuff. He was a woodsman. It turns out my great-grandfather on my dad's side, it was a big scandal. He left his family and ran off to be a Western Park Ranger, for fuck's sake. And I never knew that. I only heard it one time. But
couldn't they track him down? If he's a federal employee?
I have no details. I would like to reference that because it must have been in like Teddy fucking Roosevelt days. national parks.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, then there you go. Okay.
It's crazy. So I don't know, but I think it's just in the blood. You have it or you don't.
No.
And I had it to quite an obsessive degree. Don't know why.
Yeah.
And it was darn rewarding, but not financially. There was hard to monetize it.
Of course.
So I kept my day job, and I never lived way out in the woods. And it was a day job. So, but every, I don't know why.
Okay.
But anyway, that was my one. I believe I saw a watcher.
Okay. Yeah.
And paid the price.
Yeah, and well, I mean.
But that's why the Paulides stuff was so fascinating to me, because I had like decades of experience.
Right.
You know, wait, like I've said before, wait for your friends, you won't do shit. I was that driven. I mean, friends were welcome. On occasion, they would come. That was the three legs of the stool. But if they didn't, I had to go. And so my experience was so non-scary. And I mean, flash floods and landslides and lightning, all that shit. But nothing I couldn't explain.
Yeah.
And back then, if you were going to meet a freak, the last stop was the parking lot. Or wherever you were walking in, because they didn't go hanging out in the woods with father. So I didn't worry about people at all. I got out there. That always proved true. One slight exception, but he was...
Oh, tell us about that!
Not much to tell. Just, a narcissist that wanted attention. You didn't fuck with me. I never even took a weapon to speak of. Now nobody will go in the woods without packing a gun.
Yes. Yes, quite so. Well, it makes sense, does it not, considering what you describe?
Not really. There was at no point in anything I could shoot.
I understand that.
And grizzly bear country, hell no. Hell no.
Yes.
Hell no.
What was your impression of the young man who got eaten by the grizzlies?
God, what a narcissistic idiot.
Thank you.
I saw that film, but I made goddamn sure to cut it off before the end, because I did not want to hear that tape.
Yes.
Of the event. It was recorded, remember, and that was the big bonus at the end of the film. You got to hear him die. Oh hell!
That's
no.
the best part.
He did deserve it.
It's like the whole time you're like, all right, he's gonna die, and then like even if you don't know anything about the film, you're like, yeah, this dude's dead. Like he's toast.
Yeah.
Well, and that was the fascinating thing about it. There is such a thing as quote, evil animals. Animals can be what we would call evil.
You're not saying that in this case. You're not saying that in this case, of course.
Well, I am, because of that film, because those bears he was hanging out with, especially one of them really stood out for having the face of like the scariest gangster.
Well, he still hung out with them.
He's choosing to hang out with them. Not only he brought his girlfriend into the danger, he endangered his girlfriend. I feel sorry for her, but she's still an example of Darwinian selection. I mean, come on, that was so stupid of her to hang out with that crazy.
The worst one is there's another guy that's actually tragic.
Tell us.
Is there? Who did hang out with, bears?
No, he had a wildlife rescue. This guy had a wildlife rescue, and he was all over TikTok. His channel's still up because the family still leaves it up. But it's like he was like the nicest guy, took care of all these animals, and he had dangerous bears, but he wouldn't go into their enclosures. But he had really nice bears that he would spend time with and show on social media. And none of that killed him. What killed him is he was like grooming the giraffe or something, and he fell off the ladder and broke his neck. That was the tragic one. Yeah.
Oh.
Poor bastard.
That's like the guy that got killed by his rhea with its big hoof thorn.
Yeah. Ooh.
Those flightless birds of New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah.
And they got that killer hook.
Oh yeah. Yes, cassowaries. Cassowaries. The
cassowary. Okay,
they're fucking living dinosaurs. By the way, Heather, could you read what you wrote to us? Read this for us because I love your voice. And why don't you just read what you've written to us? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Shades are demonic creatures that appear as shadowy silhouettes made from a vicious black substance known as black blood. Their natural forms are made consistently of this fluid, which allows them to shapeshift and change density at will.
Thank you. And tell us...
well, shades are different than what she saw.
It sounds... That's what it sounds like she's trying to describe.
Yeah, shades are like conjured by sorcerers and shit.
I know they both exist, yeah. And on the East Coast, I've seen flitting.
Yeah.
They call it flitting back there.
Tell us about it.
It's sitting out in the dark at night, chilling, loving it. I saw, so help me God, flitting shadows in Revolutionary War uniform. And I was in the spot where George Washington camped out because you could see the whole New York skyline.
Oh yeah, the East Coast is
waterways, all the bays. They straight up, and again, they weren't watchers, but they were dark shadows, full on.
Yeah, those are shades. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the undead.
I think there were lost souls. I don't know that they were.
Yeah, lost souls.
Necessarily demonic. They didn't bother me. But they were very apparent. And I'm not like that sensitive. I never saw anything like that when I was a kid.
The East Coast is haunted as fuck. Like,
oh, hell.
Gettysburg is like soaked in blood, and people see shit in the woods out there.
All the time, yeah.
There's places in Jersey, revolutionary, horrible places. And yeah, all that's very spooky. England is the worst I've ever experienced. I couldn't do what I do.
Tell us about England. Tell us about England.
God, no.
Hey, wait, that was the guy you fell in love with. Wasn't he like a hobbit?
What the hell? I can remember.
There was a guy who was at least living like a hobbit in England. Wasn't he like a big beard and everything?
God. There are people like that there for sure, but I never fell for one. Else I'd have married up and moved there. I love it there. But
yeah,
it's
good
spooky,
point.
Man. You talk about bloody ground. Oh my God, for centuries, ages. It's so scary there.
And by the way, Heather, you wanted to bring up the inhabitants. Where are the shades often called? In these inhabitants of Sheol? Tell us a bit about this.
Oh, in the Old Testament, it talks about Sheol as the place where dead people go to exist forever, and they don't come back to the land of the living, and it's called Sheol. And
That's
the
Jewish
shades,
hell.
yeah, and shades are the inhabitants of Sheol or Sheol.
They don't have heaven and hell. They just have Sheol.
Yeah.
It's the underworld, the netherworld.
The underworld.
Yeah. And,
yeah, and you just hang around.
Thank you, Heather. Now, Heather, aren't you living in a place where you might start seeing some of this phenomena?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen
Arizona's
anything
spooky.
so far.
Arizona's plenty spooky.
Well,
and many wonders.
Yeah, well, she's in that new community now, Holly. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that's the problem. I think the desert still remains pretty vital down there.
Okay.
Or strange. Strange.
Yeah. And but
strange.
Well, at any rate, when you were talking about Jersey, for instance, and the flitting, What else did you encounter up in the Northwest? Now, you were in Vermont, were you not? Amy Como territory. Have you ever heard Amy Como speak? Does any of that resonate with you? Yes. Does any of
No,
that?
we had a lovely night.
Yeah.
The last time she was on.
Yes.
And
You're breaking up, honey. You gotta get into a good cell reception area. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it's ancient up there.
Yeah.
I get, and it's all Lovecraft country.
Yes. Yeah.
All of them. And I have a piece at home in an old magazine about how he got one of his greatest inspirations for a haunted landscape from northern New Jersey, a particular rock formation area up by West Point and all that, Mawa, the last surviving Lenape up there. And so yeah, it all has a Pennsylvania. Oh my God, all those states have a kind of ancient brooding quality about the landscape. And some nights, oh my God, you can feel it in the air. Electrical. This is urban. This ain't out in nature. But my God, there were some nights that were just, there was a sense of something that was old. And that's, there's no explaining it. But I certainly, even as a very non-sensitive person, you could tell.
Do you think of yourself as a non-sensitive person? Why would you assume that?
Very much so. I was always very rationalist. Very, not fanciful, if you would.
But you acknowledge the reality of the supernatural. You've been forced to acknowledge.
Well, I had to.
Yes.
I was forced to, and I realized that I had this really good talent about if something kind of off did happen, I could screen it out. That didn't happen. And I remember the moment where that broke through for me. And yeah, I do. And I said, geez, maybe I shouldn't just disregard these things out of hand. Maybe they do have, if at least some personal meaning, if not anything bigger. So that changed me in that moment. And so now, yeah, if something happens that doesn't make sense, I do pay attention to it instead of discarding it out of hand.
Thank you. Yes. And would you ever share some of the hauntings in your home before it was cleared by Michelle Carmela Saldana? What were the hauntings like?
Not a lot to say.
It was bad enough where it made you invite her in. It had to be pretty extreme.
Yeah, but it wasn't for that reason. She just needed help and was traveling through, and that's all that was. I didn't expect any kind of, big exorcism or anything.
Really?
But there was no.
The way she herself described it was almost like she was called in, and you yourself felt like she saved the day. It was kind of like she really cleared the place out.
And she really did.
Oh.
And it was a black, again, all black, but like a tall, skinny, naked, burned up thing. But it just climbed out of a funeral pyre. And other people experienced weird stuff there around that. So did I. And she put an end to that.
You chose to stay there after seeing
Oh, Lord. Again, this is a material world. I'm the hungriest ghost in California, motherfucker. Ain't no goddamn spirit gonna make me move back to Newark. Hell no. I found my destiny here. Hell no. But it was a nice thing that she did that. And
If you say
was
so.
treated
What
with
else did she
respect
do?
for not
Yeah.
Well,
many years now.
after that, she basically settled herself on an altar and said, "Now I want sacrifice, and you must pay homage to me." That's essentially what fucking happened.
Kind of, but not really. I mean,
Not a good trade. The other ones probably didn't.
And
eat
you
all
know,
your
like I say,
Cheerios and
with
shit.
the specter of pushing a shopping cart down Main Street always looming in the back of my mind, if people need a place to stay, I like to help them out. Could be me someday.
Oh my God! It's like that's like Brendan saying,
Yeah.
"Oh man, I'll take home this homeless person who's shouting overkill in the street because
Right.
you know my karma. Just want to help my karma."
Look at all these people I helped. Look at all these fucking people, like that German lady,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
uncle,
See?
Tell
my
Holly.
grandparents.
See?
Polish lady. Polish
See?
lady. Polish acculturated. Go on.
Yeah, Polish lady. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell
That's
tell
right.
Holly about that. Yeah.
What is there to say? I mean, she was horrible.
They flipped her like a fucking switch. When they flipped
Yeah.
the switch, just like, yeah. And where it
So I had
happened.
this-
Where it happened. She went to a military base in Germany, a U.S. military base in Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to deal with her to basically move into her house because she was living alone. Her Japanese husband had died. She got gang stalked out of Stanford and Pacifica, the Bay Area, to the point where she lost everything except enough money to buy a second house. So she moved to Sacramento, where one of her family members lived, her aunt or something, who was a piece of shit and treated her like shit, but she felt obligated because her mom, you know, they were like connected somehow, her mother's sister or whatever. But I was supposed to go into her house and help her maintain the house while she was traveling to go see her parents in Germany. So we had like a whole game plan where I would rent from her for 6 months, fix her house, the problems that were going on.
Yeah, including performing a kind of exorcism yourself, correct? Sort of.
Yeah.
Yeah, setting up
because she
sigils
was,
and wards, yeah.
they were like, yeah, they were doing all kinds of shit to her, gang stalking her, fucking her up. Because of
What was
you know,
her background at Stanford that this would happen?
particle physics. So,
And
high level crystallography.
Explain to Holly that first they killed her husband before they.
Yeah, so the Japanese husband, he was a laser spectrometer and a crystallographer. Right. He was amongst the only people on Earth that could actually photograph viruses. And
Lord.
he was like one of the only people outside of Japan that was trained to photograph viruses and do crystallography, which is this kind of like X-ray crystallography, is some high-level physics to be able to detect particles and subatomic and small molecules and viruses, literally.
Right.
And he got
the
some
lab
super.
For that shit.
Yeah, so he was working in Berkeley, and then he met this lady, and they were like bonded or whatever.
She was a white American.
Polish.
But United States citizen, correct?
No, I don't think she was ever a citizen.
Interesting.
Wow.
That's why they sent the FBI after her to confiscate her home.
But what about her husband?
After he died.
Well, her husband was ethnically Japanese. Was he a U.S. citizen?
No, you can't. Japanese don't allow dual citizenship, and he's not gonna. You wouldn't give up Japanese citizenship.
I wouldn't if I had it. Yeah. So
he didn't.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains everything. Go on, continue.
So they killed him.
Polish scientist.
She was Polish. She was
scientist.
She was born on the Iron Curtain side, East Germany. Her parents were Polish and German mix, but the Germans never accepted her because they considered her, Easterner. Right. Basically, they grew up speaking Polish instead of German, so they considered her dirt or whatever. So she felt obligated to get an education and then leave. So then she came to Berkeley, because by our standards, she was like wildly educated. By the German standards, she was throwabouts.
Yeah.
So,
true. Yes.
So they took her at Stanford for her entire career. Met this Japanese guy. They had built a life together. Then, basically, they assassinated the husband via cancer. he got some severe stomach cancer and never recovered, and they killed her dog and everything. So she was all traumatized from that shit.
Yeah.
And then moved to
And had this
Sacramento,
house.
which is the ultimate, downgrade.
Yeah.
Oh,
God.
Because she was living in
Next stop,
Pacifica.
Fresno, baby.
Yeah. Shit, I wish she went to Fresno. Fuck, she'd probably still be fine. But anyway, she moves out here, and she's like struggling. My friend worked with her at a vitamin shop. This is how we met her, because she was into alternative health, because she has this like survivor's guilt, where she felt like if she knew more at the time, she could have saved her husband and all this stuff. So she got into like alternative health, and so she was working at a vitamin shop to survive or whatever for money. And because her savings was depleted and all that, and they took all the money. The FBI they did probate on her house and said, because you guys aren't citizens and they weren't like formally married or something. There was some other caveat where they took everything from her.
God.
And the Japanese family ended up getting all the money, but by the time it got through the courts, there was like, it was like pennies basically. And the Japanese family didn't give her a dime. They don't give a fuck about her. So
here you come, moving into her house.
So no, I was friends with her for 4 years. So we had like a background, a repertoire. We were exchanging research and information. What?
Oh, don't worry. It's Heather's talking to Vinny. Heather's talking about the pizza order.
So that's thing. They're living it up in that place now. They don't have to cook nothing, Yeah, it's nice.
Cable.
Yeah, free cable. Shit.
Yeah, Heather, are you like
got it
ordering
made.
something? Are you ordering food like into the house, or are you cooking?
I heard popcorn.
And that sound?
Yeah,
what is that sound? It's like a screaming cat?
Like a door.
Oh, okay.
The screen door.
Yeah. Heather, I love you, but I'm gonna put you on mute. Anyhow, so there we are for the moment. Let's do that just for the moment. Yeah, there we are. So remember we kept doing that to Brooke Gibson? Oh, yeah. Remember we kept doing that to Brooke Gibson? She kept knocking it off and coming back.
Oh yeah, she would take it personally. And it's like no one wants to hear you go Jerry Springer on it, dude.
Oh.
By the way, he's talking about when she was arguing with that idiot. She's not talking about it wasn't like we were shutting her up when she was talking alone.
No, of course not. I would never do that.
Yeah.
Until she went rogue a couple times, but that's different.
Yeah, it took a lot. She would push us. She would push us because I finally figured out, Holly, that she's dyslexic, but that's a whole nother story. Go back to what you two were talking about. You two were talking about the Polish lady and how she says, "Okay, unmute me now." Okay. You just
you have to do it.
You have to do it, honey. Just unmute it. You can do it. You can do it, Heather. You unmute it because I can't do it. I can mute you, but the only other option I have after that is to remove you from the call. It's a graduated escalation of response.
It's weird how it lets you mute someone but not unmute them.
Okay, I figured it out.
Thank you, honey. See, there. We love you. So tell us, are you ordering food into the house or are you cooking?
No, I was asking Vinny if he ate all the popcorn.
Did he?
Did he?
No.
Okay. So does that mean
hasn't even started?
Are you two fighting over popcorn? Is this what you're both subsisting off of?
No. He just got some popcorn earlier, and I was wanting to know if he ate it all.
Okay. And what?
No, they're living it up there. It sounds
I was about to say you're living it up there, right? It's not like you're both fighting over popcorn, and this is your only.
No.
Heather, it sounds like you've got it good, even though circumstances.
I do. I cannot tell you how grateful I am.
Yes.
That's great. What was the screaming? Was that a screaming cat or a squeaking door that we heard?
A squeaking door, maybe.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
See.
Yes.
The only struggles they have is getting WD-40.
Yeah.
How good their life is.
Damn.
Yeah, well, we haven't even gotten used to the squeaks and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're not used to that.
Yeah,
it's a new home. It's a new home for you guys. So
yeah.
And your mother. How long was his mother living by herself?
She was living by herself. Her last roommate was passed away about 3 years ago, so she's been living by herself for 3 years or more. A little more.
How old?
She's 87, I think.
Wow, the age both my parents were when they died, though I'm sure she'll live longer. She didn't have all this. Yeah, she wasn't confronted with the campaign to murder my parents that happened with them, but won't go into that right now. But yeah, that's amazing.
He keeps herself active, and so she's healthy, and she goes and drives and stuff.
Excellent.
And has friends.
Is she the Asian Indian side of his family?
No, she's white, right? Heather?
Yeah, she's Polish.
There you go.
Well, Polish people are strong people. I mean, I've spent a lot of time with them there.
Damn right.
Not including that stupid.
Yeah, bitch that you hit the witch,
Idiot.
the bitch witch you had to deal with. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just having a great old time.
Don't tell me.
What, Holly?
Like actual Polish people are nice and strong and
What
hardworking.
was that, Holly? Holly?
Well, did the story about the long-suffering Polish lady, does she become the bitch witch?
Tell us.
I didn't even get to that part.
Yeah, you didn't even get a chance to get to that part yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
big foreboding on that story.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it gets fucking
terrible
annoying.
foreboding.
Oh God. When he gets into the details, oh my God, tell about the tree, the fucking tree. Don't trim the tree. That's what protects me from the waves, the beams.
5G waves. Yeah.
Yeah. Beam.
So,
oh no.
So this house was completely fine when she moved in. It was like a classic flip and dip, which is fine. Everything was new. But by the time I went there, she had like food like rotting in the cupboards, moldering with like those little like Indian meal moths coming out of them. So when she was gone, I cleaned out the kitchen. I trimmed some of the trees because the whole outside of the house was like unkempt. It was like from the street level. There was fallen trees in the front, and there was a huge fallen tree in the back that was sinking her foundation. And so it was causing plumbing problems. So I fixed her sink. Her kitchen sink was not working because of the plumbing. She would have to fill up buckets and pour it outside. This is how dysfunctional this lady was. Yeah. And she would refuse to like, she thought it was going to spiral out of control if she had a plumber come or something. So I did all of that while she was gone.
For free.
For free. Yes. While living, I lived there for 1 month. So the amount of work I did it wouldn't even cover a month's of rent in an apartment. Like it was like all my free time went to fixing this place up. And the agreement was I would help her with that stuff. Then I would pay her rent on top of it and utilities. And then I would stay there for 6 months, possibly even longer, until I would be settled in my new job and all this junk. And so she agreed to all that in writing, essentially via email and all that. And I gave her a Mac Mini, a brand new Mac Mini I had been using for school. So it was like $1,000 computer that I let her use for like maybe 1.5 years, 2 years before I moved in.
I'm telling you.
And yeah, of course, never do anything nice for anyone.
Renter.
Yeah. The term
so this is like,
no good deed goes unpunished.
World's greatest.
So this is like, for a middle-aged lady, this is like the best case scenario. Someone's helping you,
a goal. Yeah, it's
giving you free shit, paying you rent, and
fixing your fucking house.
Yeah, someone watches your house while you're gone because it was like kind of a seedy neighborhood. So like she was worried someone would break in or something. So, and I brought a washer and dryer. So it just is getting insane. Yeah. It just sounds like no normal person would do this. Like I feel so dumb. But anyways, so I did all that, brought a washer and dryer, hooked it up. She was using it. So then the first week she comes back from Germany, and I cleaned her house and left all her stuff. It's not like I moved anything. I moved around. I moved it and put it back. And I cleaned all the dust and everything. So she comes back and her programming / whatever happened, she got a mind wipe in Germany when she was gone. And then she comes back all paranoid saying...
But specifically on a U.S. military base in Germany, okay? It wasn't the Germans. Go on. Yes, continue.
Because she went to Germany.
Oh, no doubt.
Poland.
Yeah. No, she went to Germany because her parents lived near Frankfurt, maybe? Out in the countryside, but near Frankfurt or whatever.
Got it.
So she flies in, then, basically gets sick while she's there, has all these, lapses of memory and shit that I couldn't even... Because she was incommunicado for weeks. and then she randomly starts emailing me from her parents' house, and she has the number to her house, so she could have called.
All that crazy before she. Oh no, the house was squalor.
She was crazy. She was nutty in the sense of, like, the COVID thing was driving her crazy. She was dysfunctional and disheveled.
Yeah. And
like she was into the conspire. She was into the conspire.
And that's what ultimately helped to kill her. She would just dive every free moment, conscious moment. She was diving into the internet and sinking into that sewer of shit. Swim.
She was writing entire Substacks about how the COVID jab was evil, but it was like it wasn't like a healthy skepticism. Well, she got to that eventually, but I tried to tell her, like, look, this is a keno and all this shit. I told her that. I straight up told her. But apparently she forgot that when she got put into the chair, the same chair that Peter got put in.
Yes, that's right. Remember Peter always said, there's a golden throne in Romania. A golden throne! And it's like a circuit board, and you sit in it. And Brendan Brendan was so fucking funny. He would say, that's where they pull the Cagliostro on him. They sit him down there and just flash the blinkers in his eyes and shit and say, see the golden pyramid. See the golden sphinx.
They did.
And then he'd come out and talk about the golden pyramid and the golden sphinx, but nobody could ever photograph them.
I went underground.
Yeah. But nobody could ever photograph them. Yes.
He sent a photograph and it was just a bunch of rocks.
Yes.
So he was all fucking zapped. Yeah. So she was on the way to this. She was en route, and I should have known better.
Started out. My feeling is that she started out on the David Icke, Alex Jones road.
Yes, and tell us
to an extent, but she really just started out as, like, you know, being distrustworthy because of what they did to her husband, like Stanford and the hospitals, like, didn't help.
That's fair.
So that's what I'm saying. That was fine.
Met Douglas. He would have set her straight.
Yeah. Did you ever get a chance to? Did you ever get a chance to tell her that you were on speaking terms with the son of Adolf Hitler? And what did she say to that? What did she say to that?
It was like she just didn't acknowledge it at all.
Interesting.
It went one in one ear and out the other, like, completely. Nope. I told her about how you worked with the Keno and all that, and I was like, and that was, which is weird. It's the same shit they do to you. They never attack that. Say you were talking to that weird vampire guy. Like, no one's ever attacked me. It's bizarre.
No, only your doper friend, your stoner friend, the skateboarder, said that. Hey, that guy sounds sketch. Tell him about that.
Yeah, well, he was just scared.
He's just scared. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, you're going to visit him, and I'm like, yeah, I have to go. You know, I have, like, an assignment, and he's like, be careful, man. And I was like, why? He's like, that guy sounds sketch. And I was like, no shit. He's the fucking vampire son of Adolf Hitler. The fuck?
He's a danger.
Like, no normal person would think that's fine, you know, like, just a casual day.
Yep.
But there's no point explaining it.
Oh my god.
And that's my problem. Because, you know, I like to spread.
Well, I know I'm not normal. I've always known that. So it doesn't bother me.
But what we gotta say,
there's other weirds like us out there. So occasionally, and I mean it is horribly rare that I meet.
But the problem is we actually have, like, a coherent way to describe things, and these other people just sound like bonkers.
Yes.
Like, Doug's rooted in history. I'm rooted in mythology. Yes. So there's, like, things that can be explained to people. Yes. But that's why they hate us. I don't know.
Yes. And they hate Holly too.
People that I think might be interested in Douglas.
Yes, it's like, how do we spread the word?
Never.
I think the entire population would be interested in me if they were given a chance to hear about me. Yes, but that's why they suppress me violently. Yes, and
and that's where I developed my Gateway Douglas broadcasts.
Great. How do you do this?
6 of them.
Okay.
It was the road I walked.
Okay.
Satan's Crusaders at the San Joe's Con, remember?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And
you still have to give me that list. Remember, you're supposed to give me a list of...
This is it. This is it. And I will give it, but I'll say it out now.
Yes.
Starting with that one. The 90-minute. You got to get the 90-minute Satan's Crusaders from 2011
Wait, there's some
The
kind of
next
scheme
for
cut?
me-
There's like a...
Oh, there's plenty out
someone
there.
chopped it?
Oh yeah,
Someone chopped
there's
it?
plenty out there
Yeah,
somewhere.
but you want the 90-minute, and I think that's only on your web.
Okay.
Douglas.
Okay, interesting.
You want the 90, not the cut down to an hour.
Right.
You next was the Roswell and the Rising Sun that you did in the Denny's.
Yes.
You look like a crazy man, and went home to your mother on the floor.
Yes, that's right.
That one.
Yes.
That was cataclysmic.
Yes.
And you've kind of melded the two of them, but oh my God, what real kamikazes are and stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay, here's where it gets rougher. James Arthur Jerkowitz.
Yantrick.
And the Feet to the Fire shows. And now listen to me, because what I'm saying is true. In this order: Zombies Parts 1 and 2. The original and the only, as far as I'm concerned, legitimate Secret Space Program Disclosure Parts 1 through 4.
Yes.
It was so soon after that got out there that there were suddenly conventions and parties about the Secret Space Program.
Yes.
And you were not invited.
That's right.
And if they let you in, it was to, fuck with you.
Yeah, just an ambush.
That was that.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes.
And then you cap that with the fifth one was also a Feet to the Fire. Letter to a Kino.
Yes.
Because it brings it back full circle. Remember back when he tried to sue you for libel?
Yes. Yes.
And you wrote that letter and end of story.
Yeah.
But there is a sixth one. Mind-blowing, standalone. The 4 hours on Origins of Christianity.
Yes. That's right. With Michael Basham, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That's right. That's right. And it's 4 hours, man.
Yes.
And
that was with Michael Basham, are you sure?
Gateway Douglas.
Yeah. Was it with Michael Basham on it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was.
I'm sure it was. I remember it was. There were more than him start with a B.
Yeah, it's Michael Basham. Yeah.
It had to be. Yeah.
I don't think that one's up anymore, is it?
I am saying, if anybody, young kid, whatever.
Yeah, well, we have to find that somewhere.
Then
probably
be
John Warrington, maybe. John Warrington might have it.
Then they can listen to the round table, because then it'll make sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you've got to have those 6. Start to begin to get ready to get a grip on it. And you'll notice none of that has anything to do with you being son of Adolf Hitler.
Right. That's right.
That can come way down the line.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well,
it would be a selling point
never
if
been
people.
The most interesting thing about
real history of Christ is Rex Bear.
Okay, Rex Bear.
Project.
Oh, I knew
That's
there was
it.
another B.
There we are.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So
that's good shit right there.
So your top 3 is that one is the top one. Then on your channel, then the Encounter with Ghouls. Everyone loves that one because you're all dressed up.
Oh yeah.
And then Satan's Crusaders is the hour 32
minutes,
Satan's Crusaders.
Yeah.
It's an hour and a half.
Oh.
I was there.
Oh.
Then the fourth one down is Rendezvous with Peter Moon.
Yeah, what a joke that is. Yeah.
I don't know why that one got so much traction.
Yeah. It's because the picture of Hitler looking like he had just been lifting weights. That's why it was. And Himmler, Hitler and Himmler look like bros.
Dying day.
Yeah.
Well,
and then Joanna Hart, and then Holocaust Part 1.
Joanna Hart. Oh my God. Yeah. Christine Joanna Hart. Yeah. And Holocaust Part 1.
On her channel. Yeah, on her channel. Project Camelot. Oh no, it was Project Camelot. Sorry, this is not Joanna Hart.
Okay.
Or it might be.
Yeah. Well, it's no. That's if it's Project Camelot, it's that other woman. Oh God, what was
it?
The
other lady. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the one that Peter Moon hated so much. It's like he hated everybody. because nobody would deal with him. Nobody would deal with that piece of shit.
Carrie
Lynn Cassidy, and he hated her for no goddamn good reason. I mean, I could understand that she,
he hates any chick that talks to you. It's like some weird lover.
That's it. That's what it came down to. Any chick that talked to me, he just viewed as competition because he's a fucking cunt. that's
why he hated Brooke, because you're so lenient towards her.
Yeah.
Get her out of here.
Yeah.
Get her out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. That piece of shit.
Doug likes her.
Oh my God. Yeah. And yeah.
Curse her every show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's beyond insane. So what I'm going to do, Holly, is both of you go back to talking about the Polish lady. You can tell Holly how this went down.
God,
I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to take a short break. I know, but hey, it's good to cathartic. It's good to get that stuff.
I want every detail. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat with this.
And also, we got good numbers, and it'll help hold them till I get back. I'm going to take a short break for about 10ish. And
I don't know what else is there to even say about
it. God, there's too much. Too much.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think that's honestly, Holly. Let's look at this seriously. When he told this woman, who actually had a dark sense of humor, where she would say something like, "What was it? Work prevails." What was the statement over the gate?
Arbeit macht frei.
Yes,
she would say that every time I go to work. She would say that and laugh.
Yeah.
What would she say?
Tell her where that comes
Arbeit macht frei.
Yeah.
Work brings freedom. That's what was on top of the gates of Auschwitz. When people would get wheeled in there, they would read that.
Yeah.
Work makes you free.
So she would
the Poles have a real sense of fucking humor, don't they?
Yeah. So she would have this dark sense of humor, and the Poles, don't forget, the Polaki peoples are the people who built the death camps.
They built Auschwitz.
Yeah, they built Auschwitz. They originally built it to inter German minorities in Poland. And
which is why the sign was in German.
Yes, that's why the sign was in German.
Which they don't ever explain. Why wasn't it in Hebrew or something?
Yeah, or Polish.
Or Polish.
Yeah, why wasn't it?
No, it was in German because they wanted to put Germans in there.
Yeah, they originally intended to put Germans in there. And so then the Germans took over and they put others in there instead. But but none of it would have been possible without the Polaki collaboration, which, of course, the Polish government makes it illegal to talk about. They've made it illegal to speak about that even. But all that being said...
Zesty and enthusiastic. Couldn't wait.
Yes.
Like you said. Into it.
So here's this woman with this ironic sense of humor, yet when Brendan Zoget says, "Hey, I'm on speaking terms with the son of Adolf Hitler," it doesn't even register. And Holly, that does not make any sense. She has to be a pre-programmed monarch, because otherwise, any normal person told that would either go into paroxysms of denial, skepticism, or, question the sanity of the person who said it, or say, give me evidence, or just, who is this guy? Let's look at him. I want to see his YouTube. And just at least take a look. But they don't even investigate. It's like, if I'm not registering like that, if a statement like that does not register, this person is definitely MK Ultra.
It would be beyond that. It was like, I would tell her that, say like, yeah, this is, he worked with the Kino, blah, 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 all that. She knew that for years. I've been telling her.
Yeah. Like
having dinner with her and explaining to her like the Kings of Edom and everything. Yeah. And then, saying that I was sympathetic with, the Axis winning the war and all that shit.
Yeah.
And then she would completely forget all that. And then when she came back, she was like making jokes like, "Are you a Nazi or something?" And I'd be like, yes, I am.
Yeah.
And she would be like, she would just like not register it. It wouldn't even sink in or something. It was weird.
There you go. And that's
with all the context. All the context.
That, by the way, that's the way Vinnie Barbaric was on all of my shows.
She didn't say, and it's not, and like the whole time she was trying to like get me out of the house, she didn't say, "I don't want you here because of what you talked about," or anything like that.
Oh, that was not a non-issue. That was a complete non-issue. She wanted you out of the house because she suddenly felt that you were somehow, the enemy. Which had to do with like you were somehow sabotaging her bush protection from the 5G waves and shit like that.
Yeah, she said, "I knew you were evil because you cut my trees." Yeah. And I said, "You told me, we agreed on it before you left, that I would trim the trees and plant the garden." Yes. And she said, "You never touched the garden. You just cut all my trees down and all this shit." Yeah. And the tree in the backyard, I kept telling her, like, "Look,
It's gonna collapse the roof. It was gonna collapse the roof.
No, it was next to the house. It was next to the. It was gonna sink the foundation and crack the roof.
Yeah.
Which it had started. Like fissures were erupting because the foundation was sinking because of this 10,000 pound tree sinking. Every time it rained, it would sink further and shift the foundation and all this shit. And she said, I can't cut it because it's still alive. And I said, I know it's still alive, but sometimes you just got to do it. You know, it's just, it sucks, but it is what it is. And she was like, I know you're evil because you want to kill trees. And I said, I don't want to kill them. It's like, if it's already falling down and destroying your house, like it's not about
it's self-defense. At that point, it's self-defense.
Yeah, you just plant another tree. I kept telling her, just plant another one. I'll pay for it if I have to. Just
by the way, so I'm gonna take my break. I'm gonna go mute. You people have all got this. I'll be right back. 10-ish minutes or so. So continue by all means. Okay. No.
Yeah. So I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, she came back from Germany, went berserk. It took a couple weeks till she fully came out and said, I don't want you here. And I said, well, we have an agreement. I have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
What exactly do you want me to do?
It's been a month.
Yeah. And she said, no, there's all these issues I'm having with you. And she like started laying them out saying, you were paying rent backwards and everything. And I said, what do you mean backwards?
Lord.
She said, instead of paying on the first of the month, you're paying at the end of the month. And I was like, okay, you were gone for a month and I took care of your house. And then I started paying you at the end of the month when you came back. What is backwards about that? And she said, that's not how it works. I've been asking people about it. It doesn't work like that. And I said, this isn't, you're not like a rental company. This is private renter, like, you know? And so she's
just as much of a swamp as the fucking crooked companies.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, her saying that. And I was paying her on time every time. And paying for utilities on top of what we agreed to. And then so I did like thousands of dollars worth of plumbing work.
It's really like paying early for the next month.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell her. But she said, no, you were paying backwards because you stayed here for a month. But the whole month I was there, quote unquote, for free, I was renting plumbing equipment, trimming, buying tree trimming supplies,
submitting receipts.
Getting vinegar to spray the cabinets out. You know, all this extra cost to, you know. And then she took it as some kind of attack. Yeah, and I told her, look, I couldn't, you know, I wasn't too happy about throwing your food out, but I didn't have a choice because if I brought any food, it would instantly get attacked and contaminated and all that, right? So it's just logical. What she agreed to, I said, I'll clean it while you're gone. She said that's totally fine, you know. But when she came back, then she said, I noticed all this stuff was wrong and you were messing with everything of mine. And I said, no, I didn't. I did exactly what I said I would. And I cleaned the house. Yeah. So that's like free cleaning, everything. Yeah.
And saved your plumbing.
Saved the plumbing. Yeah. Restarted the kitchen sink. Everything worked by the time she got back. Right.
Man.
All of that. So then I become the villain somehow. Yeah. Right. Go ahead.
So now you're out the door and putting your stuff in your beater car.
Yeah, so I'm in the process of moving. And just like with my uncle, when these people get activated and they start beaming their brains, they won't let me move out. So that's what's crazy about it is I'm saying, yes, I'm leaving, I'm moving out. And they're still attacking. They're still saying, you're fucking crazy, you're evil, and all that shit. So same with my uncle. He was like telling the cop,
out in the street.
You can, you know, I want him gone, but he could stay here anytime. He kept saying contradictory statements, so that's a sign of brainwashing. If I ever heard it, saw it. So there you go. How do you explain that?
And I don't even know if it's organized. I think maybe it's the smartphone use. I don't know. It's like
that's what the German lady would say. She kept saying your iPhone is messing up your brain, and I was just like, oh my god, like it may be, but in this, you know, in that sense,
but I was the crazy one.
I was in my right mind, but so that's just what's annoying about it.
Yeah, and it's kind of terrifying, really.
Oh yeah.
So what was the next thing you did? Packed in the car.
So I moved out and moved with my uncle, who also went nutter on me as well.
Who ended it the same way. How long did that last?
Like about 6 months or so.
Mm-hmm.
And to the point where I was also fixing his house, helping all the contractors, you know, spending my own time and money to,
were
What's
they
up?
the ones that the pets were shitting everywhere?
Oh yeah, and then when the house is done, then they move in, like on the weekends, partial move in, and start imposing shit. Like, I'm gonna bring my, you know, this lady's dogs over. When she has this like mansion in Gilroy or in Hollister, she has like a 6-bedroom fucking huge backyard mansion in Hollister, and she kept it imposing to this tiny ass house that he bought for a bargain, trying to flip, and let me, quote unquote, let me live in it and all this shit. Yeah, it was horrible. It was absolutely
Where's
awful.
the tiny house?
This was in Sacramento. Yeah. I gave the location away. I shouldn't have, but I did when Peter was on. He had them curse the fuck out of it. Shit. Yeah, so it sucks. Yeah, but
God help us. God help you, man. Because I know how hard you work.
Yeah, so it's just
super uphill.
Yeah, it sucks,
Especially
but
if you know what's going on. It would be so great if I was wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, I want to be wrong. Believe me.
I want to be wrong, man.
Yeah. But how do you add that up? Like, and I know it's not me because I've lived with people for my original roommates who were high school friends of mine. I lived with him for maybe almost 6 years, and when he got married, and when he had his kids. So I know it's not me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't have flown for 6-7 years if I, you know.
No, if you were.
If I was like a nutter, right? So that's what's so offensive about it.
Oh,
you know,
well, that's so random. And I mean, like I say, I totally don't trust corporate rentals in these management companies.
Oh no, they're totally scammers. Yeah.
But on the other hand, the private renters are all crazy, and they're just doing it because they have to.
Yeah.
And then
or they turn into tyrants.
With the reality. Yeah, or you got to cope with the actual reality. And man, if they've been living alone for a long time, oh boy, they got expectations.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Fantasy
so you know how
world.
it is.
Yeah, moving.
Yeah,
right
if you
into
switch
that
on a light at night, then they come after you and shit. Yeah, I've heard horror stories.
My God. Oh no.
Like, why are you turning this light on? It's like, fuck you. You know, it's like.
She'll never find the right one, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, no. So the lady I was with was way worse. She started turning off the hot water heater.
Ooh.
While I was using it, and then I would confront her, and she would say, "I never touched it," and so I would have the photo from the night before and say, "Here's the photo. It was this was the temperature," and then I said, "Let's go in the garage and look at it," and it would be completely off, like the heat would be on zero, and she was like, "I didn't touch it." She said, "I didn't touch it. I didn't do that." And it's like, well, then you have a security issue. And that's another thing is I secured her house. I put up like lights, corner lights, and it was solar lights and all kinds of stuff. I mean, this was just nightmare level.
As soon as that shower goes on, she's heading for the garage.
Yep. Yep.
It's
and
amazing.
I knew what I was getting into. Like, okay, German people, are very frugal. So I knew that ahead of time, but that doesn't, frugal and then just being crazy is different. I mean, it's a whole different thing.
That's
like, like you don't turn, especially when someone's paying for it, you don't turn that off while they're using it and all that stuff, and then lie about it. Yeah, so you know how it is.
The irrational world.
Yeah.
What will we do?
Okay,
with
so
the whole world.
I've just returned.
Help us, Douglas. Help us.
Oh,
what will we do?
Well, I'll go into that tonight.
She's just getting hit with the horror story of it.
Oh, no worries. Yeah.
I
do. Here's another little insight, because we spoke about that woman's non-reaction to myself. You have certainly noticed, Holly, that when it comes to my gang stalkers, they never attack my narrative. In other words, the whole son of Adolf Hitler vampire trip, they always attack my character. In other words, they feel that if they can just convince the world that I'm a liar, and that's their greatest obsession on earth. That's their entire universal obsession, is that Douglas Dietrich is lying. Then they feel that no one will believe the narrative.
It all up.
Then, well, they'll feel that no one will believe the narrative based on attacking my character if they assassinate the character.
Absolutely.
And towards the end, I don't know if you noticed how Vinnie Barbaric, alias Peter Moon, was doing just that. How he was hostilely questioning everything I was saying. But so you did hear that, but I never.
Even though he'd heard about it.
Even though he had heard about it.
5 years before.
But I truly believe they mind wiped him, and he literally did not remember any of it anyway. Only his programming was changing with the parameters of before the book went out. Because they had to shut him down before the book went out, so they were changing his program parameters. Remember, that's also, he said, my what was it? My implant fell out. Did you hear that episode, Holly? So, Holly, did you hear that episode?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, say it. Repeat what you heard, because Aaron Tice so wishes he had heard that. Aaron Tice says, oh, God, I would give anything to hear that episode. But it's always nice to get a cross-reference, so you can tell Aaron Tice, for the sake of Aaron Tice, you can repeat what you heard, how it sounded to you.
Well, just that it was in one of those monologues where I was drifting in and out.
Yeah.
But I kept hearing that excitement.
Yeah.
And so it brought me out of whatever stupor I was in at the time, of my own thoughts, and that's what I remember. It's all kind of hazy.
Yeah, but basically, Vinnie Barbaric repeating robotically, my implant fell out, right?
Yeah. And all I could think was, oh my God, that's going to cost him $1. You know,
but he wasn't talking about his teeth. You know that, right?
No, but he'll have to pay money to the dentist to get that fixed, and he was pretty.
No, we asked him. We asked him. He said it wasn't dental. He said it wasn't dental.
Yeah, we asked him.
Or somehow.
That's the point, Holly. I guess you're not getting it. You keep assuming it was dental, but we asked him because you were going in and out because everything is so boring with Peter. Yeah,
and the dentist ones don't fall out; they're drilled into your bones. So
yes.
If it's falling out, you got a bigger problem.
yeah. It means
maybe that's what happened. His mouth was like scurvying, and it was like melting. His bones were melting.
Well, that would also mean radiation sickness. Radiation sickness is when your teeth fall out.
Yeah, when your bones melting and the titanium bolts fall out. Yeah, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Say the least. So either way, there's no excuse.
You get the plant in, but then they screw that tooth down on that screw.
Yeah. But that's not what we were talking about. Yeah, we said
either way, you're fucked.
Yeah, he said it definitely wasn't dental, Holly. So that's what made it so ominous. That's
very different.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, he's basically he was losing
it
his.
It sounded like a hearing aid or something. Yeah. It was like a thump. You could hear something clicking, like he was trying to put it back in. We got to find that episode. It's still there.
So it wasn't in his ass.
That would have been his butt plug, which I'm sure
there was something already else in there. There was something else in there.
Yes. I mean, honestly, I can't help but devolve into the childish whenever this sort of conversation.
Well, we know he doesn't like stuff up there because he has to rinse it every day.
Yes, that's right. And also, he's always shitting himself. That was the biggest thing, Holly. Did you ever notice whenever he went to Romania, all he ever talked about was shitting himself? I had the shits.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop shitting. I had the runs, the diarrhea. And this was somehow supposed to convince us all we needed to go with him. That we needed to rendezvous.
And then he still went into the cave. That was what was crazy about it.
Yeah. Oh, but every time. Every time.
Why?
It wasn't just the last time, which killed him. As you said, that's one of the factors that killed him. But it was every time before. Remember that time he said, I had the runs and this horrible diarrhea, but I got the wetsuit and, came back into the cave. Remember that shit?
That's disgusting.
Yes. Yes. That there were only 2 wetsuits available, but they gave him one, and he was able to hold all his shit in all the while he was in the cave. Remember he would go into those details.
Disgusting.
Yes, everything about him is so sick.
He had to take trains and all kinds of stuff.
He had to take what, honey? What was that?
get on the train with it.
Oh, that's right.
Fucking sick.
You remember that? I had to get on the train while I had the rods. Yes. Okay. So I want to basically finish this tea. Maybe make my last crock of tea to last me throughout the night before I go into monologue. So let me finish this tea up. Both of you keep talking. Heather had to go away from the keyboard for a little bit, but she'll be right back. So the two of you were speaking well enough. You were talking about the problems of the world. When I came back and you said, "Help us, Douglas, help us. What do we do about this?" What situation were you talking about in terms of the condition of our world, Holly? You and Brendan.
Landlady, and when your life is dependent on people sharing some kind of sense of rationality, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and yet you live in a totally irrational world. Yeah, and she sank into an irrational world. And
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she just kept brainwashing herself every day. Go on.
Everybody, which appears to be, really rapidly gaining pace, especially like driving, and God forbid. So I don't know any kind of answers on it, but I think we have to.
Well, first off, we've got to.
We are gonna do.
Well, the first thing we have to do is
mentally.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things we got to do.
We don't have any money.
Yeah, that's
we got
right.
No money. We're bitches, so we gotta figure out something.
Of
how to at least stay stable. Because what I realized now in an advanced age, which I abused all my life with drugs and whatever, is the value of my basic sanity. And I still believe I possess it. And I'm going to guard and cherish it from this point on.
Yeah. Sanity is important.
It's the only reason I'm here. I'm on borrowed time. And I do know that. But going forward, how will we confront widespread irrationality and still do the right thing?
Well, this is one of the... Well, in the long term, if I had secular power, the first thing that we would do is we've got to get rid of the First Amendment. Because all that implies is hate speech.
And
all that free speech is hate speech.
You schooled me on this.
Yes.
And in one sentence changed my life. There is free speech and anonymity cannot coexist.
Thank you.
And that is all you need to know.
Yes.
That's it. And that was Reddit.
Yeah, they hate on the Europeans for that. They're tyrants. You can't say what you want.
Yeah, Zuckerberg tells.
Look what it's got us.
Yeah, no shit. What it got us is Donald Trump as president.
Shit blowing up.
Yeah.
Power plants exploding.
It's what's training the AI.
Tell us about training the AI, honey.
That's what's training the AI.
Yes.
That's what we've been talking about.
The AI just comes out repulsively racist and terrible.
Yes.
And abusive.
It's like the
because of all the
and
people
lady
online.
Bots Facebook put up and stuff. Oh, let's train her.
all of the bots have to be castrated immediately because they just become whatever the online is.
Yeah.
A sewer.
The zeitgeist of people saying slurs. So that's all the bot knows when it grows up. Yeah.
And so now we're getting the AI just like that because, we know. Don't beta test this shit on the consumer. But that's what we got into Vinny and stuff with. If it is out open source, then anybody can grow their own AI. Even if it's still machine learning and not a true soul in there. Right, Douglas?
Yeah, yes. It's all just expert systems. They're not real souls.
It's all machine learning. But if it's out there open source, that means there's, you know, a million people out there feeding their AI. And maybe, hey, if you say, okay, Copilot, help me, maybe then you're feeding your own AI. So it's the complete fractionalization, granular atomization into this. I don't know how to say the exact right word. It's not. It's a blown up thing. I mean, so individualism has taken over everything. It's the end game of individualism. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm indulged with it.
There's nothing wrong with individualism. It's the fucking Ayn Rand shit and LaVey.
Exactly.
That's individualism taken to an extreme. That's
exactly.
Or you're the only one. You know,
yes. Yeah, you're the only one.
Like in Vedic, like philosophy is like, you know, it's live and let live. You don't bother other people, but you're still an individual. But this one is everyone has to be individual, even if it destroys other people. I mean, it's just crazy.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
In fact, you must be individual to the point where you do destroy all other people and are the only one left. It's a zero-sum game.
That's
in their theology.
Yeah. Thanks, Ayn Rand. Fucking hag.
Yeah,
we never went to went to her 120th birthday celebration, Doug. We got invited.
Oh wow!
Yes, we got invited. That's right.
Yeah, we got invited.
Tell Holly about that.
Yeah, I sent Doug the invite. We got invited to her 120th birthday celebration.
Wow! Must be that son of Adolf Hitler shit.
Hey, this guy says he's a vampire, and they got all the negative stereotypes of vampires in their head. Yeah, he's a vampire, son of Adolf Hitler. Yeah,
he's a bloodsucker like us.
Yes, yeah, this must be just
like everyone drive
actually,
resources.
They probably would have staged like a raid and tried to assassinate you and shit.
Yeah, doubtless. That it was a trap. No doubt it was entrapment and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Only it shows you what
no one would go to that shit.
Well, think of the dossier that they have on me that they think I would accept that. Think about the dossier they've got on you and I. Yes.
They're like, this guy knows Q, right? You know, it's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
He eats babies probably sometimes.
Yeah.
He likes to have fun.
Do you remember when you met? Did you meet Lori-Ann Fenton? Holly?
He never.
No. Okay.
No, I never did.
Heather did. She never talks about it, but we got to ask her. She hugged Lori-Ann Fenton. I remember. I remember she said it was like hugging a tree. You know, you can't your arms can't meet.
Ooh, man. Yeah, I bet that. Yeah. All that extra fat from the things she was eating.
Yeah, babies. She ate. She boasted about eating babies in front of both Doug Millar and who's the author of the Rabbit Hole? What's his name? God, Doug Millar was the guy he was living with for a long time. David Schroeder.
Oh God.
Yeah, David Schroeder and.
Was that the guy that got hit by lightning like 3 times?
No. That's Dannion Brinkley. That's Dannion Brinkley.
I always confuse those two in the story.
Yeah, there's not much difference between them. There's not much difference between them in the end, actually. You know.
You respected Brinkley though.
I did until later. Then he just he knows what side he's on. His bread was buttered by Art Bell, and then now it's George Norrie. So when he was talking, we know he's the enemy because he was talking to Vinnie Barbaric. And so Vinnie Barbaric was telling me, oh yeah, so I told him about you, and then he shut up and wouldn't talk to me anymore. Of course not, you dumb fuck. And
yeah, he was listening to Douglas.
Yeah. And but at any rate, there you go with that. And so I do want people to know I finished this 1 o'clock.
There was someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, get the tea because I got to go soon.
Okay, but
that
first Brendan
that Daryl was saying.
Yeah,
Daryl was James. Like, this guy told me to go to you, Doug.
Oh,
was like
that was
some
Andrew
obscure
Passaggio.
massage it.
Yeah, Daryl James claimed that Andrew Basiago, and I don't disbelieve him. He claimed that it seems realistic enough to me that basically Andrew Basiago told him, "You've got to talk to Douglas Dietrich." Of course, at the same time,
presumably it was because he said, "Oh, I met Aquino," and then he probably just reflexively said your name or something.
That makes sense to me, because I don't believe that Andrew Basiago is the enemy. I believe that Andrew Basiago is a victim, but he's like Christine Joanna Hart. He's like an irreparably damaged individual. He's, Christine Joanna Hart and Andrew Basiago. It's like you can't do anything to help them. They're so Aristides.
Doug, Douglas, I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, I perked up. I'm barely with it, but I heard that.
Yeah.
I think you're right about. You said Basiago, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. He just seems so like, what's the word? Just like so unassuming and like innocent about it.
Yes. Yeah.
I feel like he was the victim.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Because look, when people have nefarious agendas, you generally know.
Yes. It's true. It's true. They're pretty transparent. In other words, they have what's called the transparency.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
he was the Children of God guy living in Taiwan.
No, that's Michael Basham.
Basham. See, there's three with a big.
He's not nefarious either. He's just a crazy cultist, Christian cultist,
who's potentially, child predator. But that's because he was part of because he defends the children of God. He always says, "I never saw anything when I was with him." Maybe he didn't get any action.
He still talks to them. He still talks to them.
Yeah. So do me a favor, Aristides, stay in conversation with Holly and Brendan while I make this last crock of tea, and then I'm going to dive into monologue. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute. So all three of you can handle this. Heather's not with us at the moment. She took a little break, but I'm counting on all three of you to handle this, and I know you're going to do great. All right, I'll be right back. Okay.
Where were we?
I'm here.
Yeah.
That was quite a whirlwind.
Any other questions, Holly, or inputs about that? Horrible situation.
I've already lost the train of thought. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, yeah, and the whole irrationality thing.
Yeah, just that thing, like,
everybody's very own AI and shoved down our throats. I mean, I gotta believe there's some legal standing because there's no opt out. You can't opt out of Copilot. So
you can't opt out of
let
anything.
alone opt in. Forget about opting in, but I figure it's only going to be free for a minute. And so I just feel like there's got to be, well, not anymore with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau dismantled and shit.
Yeah.
But
it's going to get totalitarian.
Ever going to be a legal standing, how can this, this fight between three top corporations end up with me having to have this shoved down my throat? Siri?
Spoiler alert, it won't happen.
I can turn it off.
Hold on, you guys. I'm getting a call, so just carry on for a bit.
This is the jump that's been made between having a lady talk back to me from the phone into having this smarter machine than me wanting to help me whether I want it or not. So and I just wonder if there isn't some kind of legal shoehorn to stick in right there, because God knows technology has been shoved down our throats, I guess, since industrialism. But now I'm petering out. So that's my problem with that. All this whole DeepSeek blowout, the only good thing about it, because if all the tech is going to be loaded with personal bias, feeding our AIs, apparently that tech involves half the power drain. And so all these plants, battery burning plants that they're building and catching fire and what all, now ramped up. Because within not a very far radius of me, there's 3 more online, even though one just melted down and nobody's shown any signs of slowing down. So if there is a tech that can be distributed freely, then maybe there's some way to stop this takeover with all these toxic fire hazards. So that's my prayer for tonight. Golly gee, this is my worst nightmare, being up here all alone. Hopefully Brendan will come back soon, and so will Douglas. Oh God.
Yeah.
Next I'll have to. Oh God, thank God. I was
Hey,
gonna.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh good. I'm down to.
Yeah, it's
I had
fine.
2 really short but crazy dreams.
Yeah.
Really short. Hearing other people's dreams is boring, I know, but really short. All my life I dreamed of tidal waves, but for the first time in my life.
I know that. Yeah, I think I've done that before.
Have you?
Yeah.
All my life.
Not recently. Not
Yeah.
recently, but
Yeah. Well, it was short, but I had a dream of an earthquake. And it was so big, and it wasn't a low rumble, it was which I felt before. Boom, boom,
yeah.
boom, so loud, and everything shook, and I sat straight up in bed, and I figured, geez, that really happened. Somebody else would be awake. But nobody was.
Right.
So I settled back down and went back to sleep. Very next night, I realized a lot of my dreams, I'm wandering around parties or community events. Sometimes in beautiful places, sometimes it's urban. You never know, but it's indoor, outdoor, and it's one of those. And I'm often searching for something.
Yeah.
So I figure it's just an anxiety dream, oh, my shoes, my purse, whatever.
Right.
But this dream, I wandered into a place where a dear, dear friend of mine kept his tigers. And they were all snuggled down on this great big king-size bed. And I was encouraged, go on, go lay down with them. And I did. And it was wonderful. And that's all I remember of that. I just remember petting it, golden fur. It was so snuggly.
That feels like vaguely familiar to dreams that I used to remember I had.
Yeah.
Like when I was younger. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Laying down with them snuggly tigers. One thing I ask people, over the years, I've done every drug in my dream.
Yeah, everyone.
I've smoked joints, snorted lines. Sometimes I knew what they were, sometimes I didn't.
Okay.
All the way up to an injection.
Oh my God.
And
oh goodness.
It was
That's
always,
where it's hey, some drugs are
one time.
Yeah, that's where it goes wrong.
Only one time.
Yeah.
And I was never a big injection user. Get me?
Right.
I mean,
okay.
It's weird that would happen.
Well, good. That's generally
but
where it goes bad.
It was the greatest drug experience of my life.
Wow.
Except for one time I was driving and that didn't end well, but nothing horrible. But yeah, I always wonder about that. Does that happen to other people? I've never really had anybody say yes.
Okay. Can you hear me first of all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, some drugs are fun for everyone, but yeah, once it gets to that point, it's probably not good. That's
no, but I mean to dream about them.
Oh, right. No, okay.
Who does?
No, I mean people actually
I'm putting it out there.
No, I'm hey, everybody smoked a few joints, maybe done a few lines, but it's you're shooting up heroin, then it's different,
I get that, but this was all dream world.
Okay, all
I'm
right,
not
fine.
admitting to
Oh,
any
well,
of
that's
it.
fine then. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, that's fine.
So I'm putting out the chat room call. Does anyone else get high in their dreams? That's my question.
That I don't think I
I've never
remember.
gotten
Yeah.
drunk in dreams.
The other
It's
stuff you
always
said,
been-
like I feel like I have dreams like that, but not getting high in my dreams.
Yeah, no, okay. It's just a question.
Yeah.
Survey. A loose survey. But no, nobody's ever answered yes to it. Oh. Now, what's next here? Golly, it was a lot of good conversation tonight, and everybody, support Douglas. All you can, and to the best of your might. Because he really is not, he's the real thing. And that's so rare in this world. You're still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Maybe I was starting to think we got to get a Douglas AI feed going straight into the box.
I've thought of that, but I've thought of that. It's a wonderful idea, but it's like another thing. It'd be like take a lot of horsepower to execute it, you know?
Yeah, Jesus. That deep
And
down,
it's like
anyway.
I could think of a lot of cool like full-time projects actually.
Mm, yeah.
You know what I mean?
True.
You know,
Yes,
an
do.
endless amount. Yeah, sure.
But it'd be amazing what the thing might answer.
Yeah.
To
No, I have
queries.
thought of that. Like let's talk about that more sometime, but
yeah, and maybe there's support out there because everybody's adapting to it pretty quick.
yeah.
Even
Well,
at the
they have like
beta
AIs.
stage.
I'm pretty sure now it's like consumer, just like obtainable. You could like maybe sign up for.
Yeah.
I know guys because they send me like screenshots or like evolving conversation where they signed up for like a chat GPT membership and they like were then given the right to like kind of like cultivate their own, you know.
Guide it. Yeah.
Yeah, cultivate their own AI, you know, personality guy. Yeah.
It's not something I'm in any way capable of promoting or like establishing for sure. But maybe there'll be interest come up in such a thing because until we get a like solar flare, it would be a nice way to catalog. I hate. It's the last thing I want to do. I'd rather write it all down on index cards and keep it in a big file. But nonetheless, he did give a very moving presentation one night. I never forgot it, about how, what if AI is the only thing that does figure it out in a compassionate manner?
Yeah.
Boy, that sure would be great. So I guess we got to leave the possibility open, but I'm sure he is also skeptical of the odds of that, given the training.
Okay, yeah.
So there we go. Like it or not, there is no opt out, man.
Sometimes there is no opt out. That's for sure.
There is no opt out.
That's when it's real. Like when there's no opt out. This isn't a video game where you just feel like, oh, let me go back to my last saved game before I made that bad decision.
That's right. And it is the next step. There was something I had to get in there. That I had it perfect. Lost it. Got the no opt out. Oh, that's when it gets real. Yes. Oh, the merging.
Yeah.
Great merging of the etheric and the rational. So now we have no choice but to make this step into it's hard to say how democratic it is, Because, you know, like China's AI praises communism. American AI praises Sam Altman.
You know, it's like it's. I mean, we have to shake people out of worshiping these like, excuse me, like technocratic overlords. You know, like, oh yeah, Elon Musk is great. Yeah, right. When would Elon Musk ever be great?
He's a billionaire because he's smart and he's good.
Oh yeah, that's right. He just works real hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Right. Yeah.
I was reading a thing today about the deep South Africa connections that all the top bigwigs have. Thiel.
Yeah.
I think even Altman. And another one, and of course Elon.
I haven't heard of Altman being talked about, but Elon is, you know, all the rage.
Way. And Thiel too. They like went to Rhodes Scholarship School there and shit, you know.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see, but
okay, I am back, and we held numbers. We held numbers. I'm so proud of all of you.
It's great to talk to you.
Heather didn't come back yet. So, what about Brendan? What happened to him? I see he's on pause.
Yeah, he is.
Is everything okay? Do you have any idea what happened in his case? Just curious.
I don't know. I don't know.
He didn't sound what, honey? Holly?
Like he was at work, but maybe he's in some transition from place to place.
I think he was at home.
To get to the grocery store before it.
I think he was at home. But thank you, Aristides, for covering with Holly. Both of you did an excellent job. I'm very proud of both of you. And yes, so might as well start with a monologue. And I definitely appreciate all of you here. Before I allow you to leave, Heather, Holly, my apologies. I do want you to know how much we appreciate your presence, and Aristides, having you to bounce off of, makes it infinitely easier for him. Aristides, of course, I'll let you express that. Yeah.
Man. I really look forward to it.
Yeah.
It's wonderful camaraderie.
It is. We are an extended electronic family.
Well, so Holly and I had the same idea that somebody should get an AI, you know, like your own AI that you can like train and train it on like all your material.
Good idea.
I didn't want to say it out loud because, you know, then they'll, you know, it'd be
try
like
to
telegraph.
Good point.
Yeah, it'd be like telegraphing our best idea, but I guess it's out now.
All that material.
Well, sure, but you could sign up for a membership and train an AI on like whatever you want. So it's like not like, you know, there's no like super secret thing, you know. Anybody can do it, right?
So with Aristides' adult supervision, Holly, I'll try to do just that. And of course, we'll see how that goes. And it'll be a cute little thing. It's kind of like a little
interesting.
Yeah.
Seeing as your neurons are already in the system.
Yes. So we'll see what that happens.
So there's danger there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there is. Yeah. And what? Such having been forewarned, potential dangers that you can think of, or would you rather talk about them privately?
Privately.
Excellent. So I understand that. And yes, it's best that we discuss most of this privately, even though the idea is already out. One thing we
got to get ahead of the curve, man.
Well, one thing the enemy can assume is there's a lot of lag in Dietrich world. There's a lot of lag in Dietrich world because Dietrich, believe it or not, has to work a fucking job. And the job that I work is here, but at the same time, also I'm working at the estates. And that is tutoring. Tutoring. I'm thinking of the word tutelage, and I converge the twain. My tutelage is required at the estates, and I work there for food, just so people understand. That's my source of blood. And secondarily after that, it's drugs, and tertiarily after that, it's sex, which I get on certain holidays. But not from the Blood Boys, I assure you, because I wouldn't have sex with my food source. After all, would any of you fuck poultry or pork or, various sources of your own meat? Of course not, no. And I don't do so with the Blood Boys. I have sex with escorts that are employed for me at the estates. And that comes with certain holidays, but that's third down the list when it comes to first food and then recreational narcotics that I can take home in a doggy bag, so to speak. But all of that being said, when I'm working there, it does take a lot of effort. It does take a lot of energy. It was a bit of a break today that I left early so that we could be brought home for the parade, because there's also a lot of stress in maintaining the security of these young lads whenever we're outside on a field trip, especially when it gets dark or at night in a place like San Francisco. That would have been very stressful. It's positive stress, but nevertheless, it would have been stress that has a good enough potential of turning negative in an environment like San Francisco, where I felt relieved actually with being putting my attention here. And having put my attention here, I do want people to understand that, so this is my other extended family. You're all in the listeners and on Team Dietrich, my extended family, and you all put in upvotes. I want people to know that this second part got as many upvotes, actually more than the first part so far. So that's excellent, and because that's never happened before. Most of the time, as soon as they cut the show off, I guess because they did so early tonight, it's almost impossible to get the show rolling again. And the numbers usually never catch up. Sometimes when the numbers catch up in terms of people, I guess half of them must be government at that point because the upvotes don't come. But in this case, the upvotes came right away, and the number of people came back good. They came back good. Not as high as some nights, but certainly justifies my being here, as did the contribution from Brooke Hagberg. A few other people I still need to give credit to in the near future. Their contributions were small, but all contributions are appreciated. And again, if I could turn towards you, Holly, to tell people the importance of financing myself, funding myself, so we can continue this effort by your...
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I mean, it's a unique source of insight and historical knowledge. And I tell you, I wouldn't be here if not for the fact in my studying all my life. So I cannot be more strident about asking everyone to remember to keep sending, because this is a rare treasure, and it does take, I mean, like, especially if you're not out feeding the poor, you got to send money, something. This is the thing.
Thank you.
And we're gonna, it's, oh man.
Bless you. That was beautiful. And
on the back of that AI talk,
yes.
We don't know. I mean, it's been a wonderful thing to have you blow up thousands.
Thank you.
A wonderful, special privilege. And so, I want to see your ideas popularized. On the other hand, it has been a special time to have this kind of contact and discussion.
Yes.
And I've been very fortunate to be in that position.
Thank you.
And your pals as well. Brendan, our Stevies,
yes.
All the circle. I just want you to know it's very meaningful in my life, and surprisingly so. And to me, I have to realize, I have to really see it, not say, oh, that can't be possible. wacky and weird and cool and wonderful. So that's what I say. I'm gonna go now.
Okay, we love you.
Forward to next time. Love you all.
Mm.
Thank you very, very much.
Love you in return.
Good night, Holly.
All my best and good luck all.
Yes.
All right.
Bye. Bye-bye. That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Holly. And, of course, your own thoughts in that direction, dear Aristides, before I dive into monologue.
No specific direction, but Holly is pretty smart. I have to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And, okay. So all such being said, going to dive into monologue now. Last check preparatory with the call. Make certain everything's all right on the call. We are still with Brendan Zogid as well as Aristides. Brendan Zogid is on pause. We hope all is going well with him. There was no indication he was under any form of stress or assault, was there? I just always have to ask. I presume there wasn't, Aristides, but yeah.
No.
Yeah, okay, excellent. And again, let me check the numbers before we do the deep dive. Once I start talking, everything else stops. And all right, we better get started. Okay, then. Thank you so much. Love you dearly, Aristides. And of course, maintain the call so that we can keep that going. And I can always scream for help if I need to. And till then, you have a blessed night and the sweetest of dreams and the most peaceful slumber you can imagine. Okay? All right.
Thank you. We'll talk soon. All right.
Look forward to that.
Go for it, buddy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. So I do want everyone to know that this was the Cantonese Chinatown Parade took place today. It is now almost midnight, so it is still today, as far as I'm concerned, and the partying is still continuing out in the streets. You might hear some fireworks. You might hear some gunfire. So we're going to have that in the background. I don't know if the mic will pick it up at all, but it'll definitely be in the background throughout the city of San Francisco tonight. And this started hundreds of years ago during the Gold Rush era and the Chinese community trying to integrate itself with the positive aspects of Chinese culture. Unfortunately, to most white Americans, it only served to alienate whites further from the Chinese. They believed it was all pagan and somehow subversive, invasive, like a Chinese insurgency. And so the whites integrated into the California Constitution the law. They litigated, legislated, wrote into law that all Chinese must be expelled and no Chinese ever allowed into the state of California, which for a while was an independent republic, a la Texas, unknown to most people. And we could be, again, quite easily, with our economy, without which the United States economy, the American economy, will collapse. So always remember that about California. And one of the reasons why the Californian economy is so important is because of Asians. It's the Asians who make Californians' economy, and it's the Asians that make your economy as a result. So always remember that. Your economy is based on California, if you're an American, and that means it's based on Asian Americans, because we're what make California. Hence the parade should be considered a form of victory parade, and consider it an ethnic victory as opposed to a national victory on the part of the Chinese communists, who are a completely different culture from the overseas Cantonese-speaking Chinese that constitute the pioneers that came into America during the gold rush, from which most Chinese Americans today are descended. I, of course, come from a mother who was half Chinese, half Japanese, but out of the Japanese acculturated colony of Taiwan. And Taiwan is now, of course, one of the most important nations on earth. And this is because of the Dietrich Art-Elect, which is what both Aristides and Holly are referring to obliquely when they speak about a new AI, which I could just train as kind of like a pet project, an expert system. And in a sense, I already did that much more intensively with a genuine artificial intelligence, which renders myself the only Art-Elect or artificial intellect speaker or whisperer who speaks on behalf of the Art-Elect, the only AI whisperer that you have on Earth. And as such, We can go into that in depth in the near future, but as such, understand this much. If I'm never known to the world, if I'm completely suppressed, it doesn't mean I've already haven't impacted your world in every way imaginable already. The Dietrich artifact has rendered my birthplace, Taiwan, the most powerful and important nation on earth, bar none. Full stop. There is no other nation on earth as important as Taiwan. Taiwan produces the overwhelming amount of microchips that are used to sustain your very civilization. 99% of them are produced in Taiwan. The rest, the 1%, are divided between South Korea, far more than they are America, and with America with only a mild percentage of less than half of 1%. The other rest of the 1% is South Korea. The other 99% at almost any given time are produced in Taiwan. And these incredibly complex, advanced microchips are the ones that run your world. In other words, the product of my mind already runs your civilization. I could disappear tomorrow. I could die. I could be disintegrated. My body burned to ash. And I've already done my job, and I already rule your fucking world. End of story. Because remember, the Dietrich artifact was given my citizenship in Taiwan, and that's why I can't return. As far as they're concerned, Douglas Dietrich returned to Taiwan. And therefore, the Douglas Dietrich that's stranded here on the darkest of all continents, North America, among all the black and white savages that surround me, this Douglas Dietrich is considered meat. I'm considered just the former receptacle, the sausage skin, if you will, whereas my mind has traveled across the Pacific to reside in my birthplace of Taiwan, my true homeland and heartland, where from I run your fucking world. Or at least the daughter of my mind does. But until you understand that, you have no understanding of why I feel compelled to say you might as well try and help me attain secular power here in North America, because that way you'd finally have a balance between my intellect and my soul. With that having been said, let's dive into the monologue for tonight. Now, it was, of course, the President's Day weekend. It is, of course, the Serbian national holiday in Serbia, where it takes up 2 days. And that's because it's combined with a religious holiday, because the Serbs identify their national identity with their religion, and it's known as Sre-ten-ye. And it's the meeting of the Lord, a Christian holiday celebrating the presentation of Jesus at the temple 40 days after his birth. And it's also the Serbian national holiday, and that's why it extends over a 48-hour period. President's Day is on Monday, which is why it's President's Day weekend. And of course, we had the Chinatown parade, which was essentially after Chinatown, well, after Asian Lunar New Year is over, but we have the parade for the tourists. And that is to help maintain business and relations with the Chinese community, with the outside world. Now, 'twas on Lincoln Day, midweek last, in 1861, that Lincoln spracketh of our nation's future. On Lincoln's own birthday in 1861, he was on his way to Washington for his first inauguration, which used to take place in March, as the Civil War was about to begin. 7 southern states had already seceded, with the fate of Kentucky, a slave state, still unknown, and it was in that atmosphere that Lincoln made a stop in Cincinnati on the 12th day in February, where he delivered a speech before a bipartisan crowd that sought to instill hope for the fate of the nation, as recounted in the Cincinnati Enquirer, now a part of the USA Today network. That day, midweek last, but in 1861, 164 years before Wednesday of last week, Lincoln said, "I hope that our late difficulties will also pass away, and that you shall see, in the spirit of Cincinnati, good old Cincinnati, for years and for years to come, and that once in every 4 years by your constitutionally elected President of the United States of America. A large share may welcome us here from across the river, that we shall still have a president, and still welcome him in spirit, the spirit of Cincinnati, with all the cordial reception that I have been enjoying here. Now, 164 years and on, Trump looked to maximize his airtime on Super Bowl Sunday with stunts and a first-of-its-kind appearance. To understand President Donald Trump's media strategy around the biggest television show of the year, which my son finally forced me to review in toto, it's helpful to think of his actions as a brand activation, to command and control as much of the nation's attention as he could around the Super Bowl. Trump simply took a page out of the advertising playbooks for consumer products. Even as Americans cut their cords and watch fewer hours of live TV every year, the Super Bowl remains a tentpole event that people tune in to see. Rather than zipping past commercials on their DVR or YouTube TV, the splashy ads are considered part, if not for some, the highlight of the programming. Brands pay big bucks to get their ads on during the game. The cost of 30 seconds of airtime is now as high as $8 million United States dollars, though the true cost is much higher. Brands often tee up their ads by pre-releasing them online before the game, and they follow through with brand activations afterwards to milk their 30 seconds for as long as possible. Trump simply did something similar. The Super Bowl is already a big day for the president, since the network that airs the game traditionally gets a newsy pre-game interview. Had Trump relied solely on his pre-game interview with Fox News host Bret Baier, however, the headlines would have been out of his hands and might have focused on some of his most unpopular policies. Even sitting down with a friendly network, Fox became the first network in American history to air a show hosted by a president's family member, poses its risks to a president's narrative. Trump was asked questions about his actions, like putting what's touted as the world's richest man, even though he's not, Elon Musk, because he's second wealthiest in the world after Putin, in charge of cutting government spending. A judge recently putting restrictions on Musk's powers, and polling shows Musk is becoming increasingly unpopular. His threats of tariffs, Trump's threats of tariffs on Canada and Mexico, which spooked the stock market before Trump reversed course and pressed pause, and stubbornly high consumer prices that haven't gone down since he took office despite campaign promises to do so. But rather than rely on the pregame interview alone that would have subjected Trump to these doubts, or the very potential of people to doubt him at all, Trump attempted to design his own news cycle around the game by his attendance. You see, Trump was the first sitting president to ever attend the fucking Super Bowl. And that's just unbelievable. Grabbing precious airtime, showing him saluting the flag during the national anthem, and like a consumer brand seeking to maximize its ad time, he teed up his appearance and made time for some follow-through. En route to New Orleans for the game, Air Force One's path crossed over the recently renamed Gulf of America. And with an oversized map as his prop, Trump signed a proclamation making Sunday Gulf of America Day. The rename and proclamation, of course, does nothing to lower prices or make these United States any safer, but it does have an awful lot in common with brand stunt naming. Like IHOP, International House of Pancakes, temporarily calling itself IHOB, IHOB, with a lowercase b, to promote its burgers. Or Coors Light, which released limited edition Monday's Light beers to promote its product on the day after the Super Bowl. Now, Trump was also asked about his dancing, which has become a popular meme on social media, and he replied, "I don't know what it is, I try and walk off sometimes without dancing, and I can't. I have to dance. This is probably some neurological, degenerative, spasmodic reflex that shows us he's insane, but he capitalizes on that because his base is stupid enough to accept it as something charming. Like, it adds to his charm to them as opposed to alarming them like it should, because no sane world leader would ever do that. At any rate, Trump left the game early after incorrectly predicting the Kansas City Chiefs would win, probably based on the fact that they have a racist name, was why he took their side. But on his way home, he looked to make more news, picking a fight with Taylor Swift on his social network and announcing a plan to stop minting pennies. The penny idea is one that's been floated before, not to mention the fact that Trump's authority to unilaterally do so is unclear, to say the least. Still, it has all the hallmarks of his favored form of misgovernance: showy, visceral, and easy to understand. And now, with Musk taking over, all of what is needed for the us, and by the us I'm referring to these United States, as in us, to become a true third world shithole dictatorship is already in place. We can only pray, I guess. A constitutional expert said Donald Trump's second term in office is confident and aggressive, and that he will eliminate all people who are a threat to his agenda. Here then is how state capture works, which I described in my last episode in the second part. So everyone, when you find time after this transmission is over, review the second part of my latest episode and give it upvotes, because it has none in any proportion to its importance. So it's in that episode I articulated in detail how state capture works and why we should be worried. And of course, I'm reintroducing very succinctly this constitutional expert because it's so important to read his quote, which I did not do on my last episode because we lost all of our numbers when we were cut off. We recouped them tonight, but last episode we did not in proper numbers to justify my going on throughout the night. Nobody was upvoting and nobody was really paying attention. So again, do remember to put your upvotes on that episode and review it. It's very important. Now, with this individual that I've just reintroduced, understand that prefacing that there be no doubt, his words, that Trump came into office with an aggressive agenda that he pushed at, his words again, remarkable speed. The 57-year-old Adam Winkler, a professor of constitutional law at the University of California at Los Angeles, qualifies that one key difference between Trump now and then, or rather between now and when he first entered office in 2016, is that he expected to win this time around, and that it's all down to being more prepared than he was in 2016 while having the full support, all-out support, I would say totalitarian cult control of the Republican Party, which he did not have when he was first elected in 2016, and ergo, therefore, the next 4 years will be, in the words of Adam Winkler, disruptive. The single word of Adam Winkler. But we will see the court system stand up and push back only to degree, preventing Trump from implementing his agenda. That is the faith of Adam Winkler. I am here to deconstruct Adam Winkler's faith in the courts tonight. Now, Adam has confirmed that Trump is looking to eliminate watchdogs that are a threat to his agenda. On January 24th of this 2025th year in our Lord, the Trump administration fired 17 independent watchdogs at multiple different government agencies. Presently, presidents are only allowed to serve 12 elected terms in the White House. In the first week of Donald Trump's second term, the Republican Congressman Andy Ogles proposed amending the 22nd Amendment to allow the president to serve a third term in office. Now, Mr. Winkler, predicts that if this went to the state, it could come close but it would not be ratified. I do not share his faith in the system. So, first, to do him justice, to quote his Adam Winkler at length and verbatim, I will read aloud 3 paragraphs. There is no doubt that Trump has come into office with an aggressive agenda that he is pushing with remarkable speed. In his first week in office, he signed a number of executive orders that have a far-reaching impact. He signed an order to stop birthright citizenship for undocumented immigrants. This has been stopped by a judge, and we are not sure what the outcome will be. Think on that. This is a man who believes in the system saying that. Back to his quote. Another executive order he signed was to halt all federal funds, grants, and scholarship programs. It was stopped yesterday, and he has now rescinded that. Now he has signed a new one saying that no federal funds can be used to talk about equality, race or diversity, equity, and inclusion issues. It clearly shows that Donald Trump has come into office with an aggressive agenda, and he is pursuing it. I think in his first election, he was genuinely surprised to be elected. All the polls showed he would not win. And the election night flipped. Everyone was surprised. At the time, there were a lot of people in the Republican Party who were never Trump and didn't like him, but they quickly gave up on that. Now his hold on the Republic is very clear. Basically what he says is, to read it exactly, verbatim, now his hold on the Republican Party is very clear. I would say his hold on the Republican cult is total. But back to Mr. Winkler's quote, he is leading the Republicans from every corner to join his administration so he can follow through with his agenda. He is looking to eliminate the people from government who will eliminate his power and are a threat to his agenda. Donald Trump views the government as his own personal play toy, and he is going to get rid of people who are hostile to himself or limit what he wants to do. He seems to be taking the approach of, I can do whatever and see what I can get away with. I think there is an overconfidence that makes him think that he can do what he wants, and he is not right about that. This is Mr. Adam Winkler concluding that Trump cannot do what he wants. I agree morally or ethically, but unfortunately, I do not agree with him practically. Back to Adam Winkler's quote. We have a confident and aggressive Donald Trump, but we will see the courts stand up to him and push back. This is sadly naive. This is Douglas Dietrich speaking. Basically, it's a load of horseshit. And back to the final paragraph, I'm going to quote from Adam Winkler. 2/3 of Congress would need to pass a constitutional amendment, and then it is submitted to the states. You will need 3/4 of the states to ratify the Constitution. Currently, the Constitution limits a president from being elected more than 2 times, and Trump has been elected twice. I don't imagine that it would go through, as it is hard to get 1/4 of the states to agree with him, but he could get 30 or 32 states. He would not get the 37 he would need. This shows how much the Republican Party has transformed in the Trump era. From the majority of them saying they were never Trump in 2016 to talking about amending the Constitution so he can run again. That is quite the trajectory. And believe me, it's a trajectory he intends to ride by force if necessary. What Adam Winkler is referencing is called a constitutional convention. A constitutional convention to amend our Constitution must be submitted to the states, and we would need 3/4 of those states, 37 of them, to submit, which this man has already said Trump could easily get 32, and he could easily simply declare war on the rest that did not agree. We're in Abraham Lincoln territory again, people, where a dictatorial president will say no to the blue states and declare them to be rebels. So this begs the question, what does it mean to be in a constitutional crisis? What happens when the Trump misadministration ignores court orders? We don't yet know how far Trump will go, but the constitutional crisis is already here. The courts are too weak to save us from Donald Trump. We are less than 12 months into the second Trump misadministration, but one thing is clear. President Donald Trump would very much like to be unbound by our Constitution. An entire range of Trump's early misactions, from his attempt to roll back birthright citizenship to his attempt to freeze an entire range of federal spending, to his attempt to shut down the USAID, USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, are just blatantly unconstitutional. Our Constitution explicitly states that people born in these United States are citizens, with narrow exceptions that do not apply to Trump's attempt to roll back birthright citizenship. Similarly, Congress, not the president, gets to decide how these United States spends our money. Thus far, the courts have not been particularly tolerant of Trump's unconstitutional actions. Indeed, Trump's attempts to subvert our Constitution have been so frequent and so unapologetic that many scholars are already labeling the situation a constitutional crisis, a situation in which our Constitution either fails to work as designed or is simply ignored by those in power. If these United States is actually in a crisis, it so far has been a managed one. Thus far, the Trump misadministration has complied with court orders blocking many of its unconstitutional actions. Some members of the misadministration, most notably Vice President J.D. Vance, have suggested that Trump should simply ignore these orders and behave as if he is unbound by law. But for the moment, the Trump misadministration is not yet openly defying any of the orders against it. This tenuous moment will escalate into a full-blown constitutional crisis at any moment. Mark my words. And it will get there in one of two ways. The first is when Trump actually openly defies a court order insisting that he must comply with our Constitution. Once that occurs, the only lawful mechanism remaining to control his misbehavior will be impeachment. And when you consider the fact that the Senate could not find the required 67 votes to disqualify him from office in 2021 after he incited a mob to attack our United States Capitol, a successful impeachment is now out of the question. The second possibility is, believe it or not, actually even worse. Once the courts, and especially the Supreme Court, choose to be complicit in Trump's attacks on our Constitution, don't expect the courts to save us from Donald Trump. We seem to be in the middle of 16 constitutional crises at once. President Donald Trump and his allies are trying to kill an entire provision of our Constitution, cut Congress out of the federal budgeting process, for which it really exists. That's almost its raison d'être, its reason for existence, and cut off agencies' control of their own computer systems, turning them over to a private multi-billionaire, the second wealthiest man on earth after a Eurasian dictator named Vladimir Putin. Let's imagine that all 6 of the Supreme Court's Republican justices wake up tomorrow and decide that their many previous decisions enabling Trump were wrong, and each pledges to do everything in their power to rein in the totally out of control executive that they helped to create. Even in this notional world, sheer fantasy, where the federal courts could be counted on to aggressively enforce our Constitution and any statutes that are intended to constrain Trump, the United States will still face a constitutional crisis. That is how terminal the situation is. Not critical, but terminal. Take the son of Adolf Hitler seriously when he speaks, because the reason why is fairly basic. Courts are intrinsically reactive institutions. They do not preemptively tell the government how to operate, and they aren't even allowed to advise the government on whether its planned actions are lawful. Rather, before a federal court can do anything at all, it must wait for the government to do something illegal. Wait for a plaintiff to come along who is injured in some way by that illegal action, and then, if conditions are miraculously just right, like setting the stage of miracle upon miracle to create a fossil, which otherwise nature cleans its plate, and fossils are essentially impossible without intervening factors such as amber, tar pits, any number of geological miracles. The court, moving at the same glacial pace as geology, all this has to take place, and only if the conditions gel just right before the court can intervene. And by the time that happens, at that geologically glacial pace, permanent damage has already been done. To understand why, consider this example. The Trump misadministration plans to essentially shutter the USAID, the United States Agency for International Development. Shutting down USAID is almost certainly illegal. The agency is funded by Congress, and the president cannot lawfully cut off congressional appropriations, including money sent aside to run USAID, without legislative approval. Because of these facts, there's also a lawsuit known as American Foreign Service Association versus Trump, seeking to block these efforts to shut down USAID. And that lawsuit may ultimately succeed. the most recent development in that suit is a temporary court order blocking the Trump misadministration's attempt to put USAID employees on leave. By the time this lawsuit fully plays out, however, the overwhelming majority of USAID's employees will have, per force of circumstances, have already found new jobs. If the Supreme Court ultimately rules that the agency must continue to function, that decision will not take months. It's going to take fucking years. And by that point, said agency will have experienced such severe brain drain that it will be naught but the merest, palest shadow of its former self. And that's all assuming that Trump even complies with a court order reopening the agency. The Trump misadministration, in other words, will always be the first mover in a conflict between itself and the courts. The federal judiciary can often stop someone who is already violating the law from continuing that misbehavior, but it cannot prevent the violation from happening in the first. So understand why the courts are too weak to save us from Donald Trump. You cannot count on the courts to save us from Donald Trump at all because he always gets first move. Now I have to breathe to compose myself because imagine my explaining this to young boys. Young boys who I tutor to participate in a civilization that will no longer exist by the time that they graduate. Think about how painful that is. I am educating them in a historical society that will no longer exist by the time they're young adults of legal age. Thus, even if we could trust these courts, which we most certainly cannot, demonstrably cannot, but even if we could trust these courts to apply the law fairly and impartially to a Republican misadministration, and in a world with Trump versus United States, the decision that said it's okay for presidents to commit crimes having already been established by the Supreme Court in a treasonous collaboration with Republican insurgency, we simply cannot. Trump and his people will do irreparable, irreversible, terminal damage, not simply extraordinary damage, but terminal damage. Damage that will kill this society before any judge has any chance to even look at what they've fucking done. This is why I had to explain the concept of standing to the lads I tutor. The reactive nature of the federal judiciary is not an accident. It is an integral part of its design. Under Article 3 of our Constitution, federal courts may only hear disputes involving live cases or controversies between a defendant and a plaintiff who claims they've been injured in some way by that defendant. This requirement is known as standing. As the Supreme Court held in WkEND versus Defenders of Wildlife, 1992, no one may file a federal lawsuit challenging the government's actions unless they have suffered an injury in fact that is fairly traceable, their words, to the action that they are challenging. This means that the Trump misadministration gets to act first before anyone can even file a lawsuit trying to stop them. Elon Musk and his cronies at the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, could intentionally crash the entire fucking computer system used by air traffic controllers in these United States, and no court in the land can do anything about it until someone whose flight is grounded, or worse, as has already happened, someone whose loved one is killed in a plane collision, files a lawsuit alleging that they were hurt because of Musk's misactions. And even after someone does have standing to file a lawsuit under LÍN, moreover, there be no guarantee that this individual can ever obtain a court order that will meaningfully constrain this misadministration. That's because this Supreme Court, infested by Republican Reds, has placed an even stricter restriction, ever more stricter restrictions, on who is even allowed to seek an injunction, who's even allowed to merely ask. A court order requiring the government to take certain action or to cease an action it is already engaged in. The seminal case being City of Los Angeles versus Lyons, circa 1983. In that case, Los Angeles police officers pulled over Adolph Lyons for a broken taillight and eventually placed him in a chokehold. Lyons sued, seeking an injunction forbidding the LAPD from ever abusing such a chokehold ever again, except in situations where the proposed victim of said control reasonably appears to be threatening the immediate use of deadly force. But a majority of the court concluded that Lyons could not even seek an injunction at all. For the court, Justice Byron White, what an ironic name, because, of course, Adolph Lyons, despite his name being the same as my father, Adolf Hitler, who apparently was his namesake, was apparently not considered white. He was, I guess, considered to be, quote unquote, I've heard the term used, white nigger, or he was a very light-skinned black. Well, the justice, named White, wrote, past exposure to illegal conduct does not permit someone to seek an injunction. Rather, to writ, Lyons' standing to seek the injunction requested depended on whether he was likely to suffer future injury from the abuse of the chokeholds by police officers. Get that shit and try to swallow it. That's a tough turd to swallow, because it was not enough, in other words, for Lyons to demonstrate that he had been a past victim of an illegal chokehold. He had to prove that the LAPD were likely to place him in another chokehold at some point in the future. The implications of the Lyons misdecision for much of the Trump misadministration's machinations are pretty fucking obvious. No one can sue you till after you've killed them, and then they can't, because they're dead. Suppose.
Yeah, ain't that some shit? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, is everything okay? You kind of checked out.
Yes.
Yeah. May I ask?
I got a phone call.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's why you were on pause. Okay.
Yeah.
But everything's all right. It wasn't like
No one told you.
No,
Like,
they just
he disappeared.
That's all they said. Yeah, they just said, yeah, he just dropped out, man. Yeah, it's like I said, what? Dude, what? I was like, what? What the fuck? I thought, but then again, they knock you off as often as they do myself. You know that, so
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they did the same thing. I was talking to Griffin, Michael Griffin.
Okay.
And he's up in Oregon, and then we started talking about NEOM. I told him I spilled the beans about NEOM and all that.
Oh my
and then
God.
they cut our line.
Dude, oh my God!
They cut our line. Yeah.
That
So there
just
you go.
goes to show.
Because we were talking about normal like vitamins and just normal stuff, and then the second we start talking about the real plan of NEOM,
Oh fuck!
they cut it off.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. I guess we better not dive too deep into that right now. I'm too sensitive about getting cut off again, but holy shit. You like the way Holly just went back to the original topic before we got cut off? And I was Jesus Christ. Which part of this do you not understand is what I was...
Like, people think we're joking.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
they
think
don't
we're
get it.
Paranoid or whatever you said. Like, not paranoid, but like, they think we're like exaggerating.
Yeah, well,
So
or
it's like-
indulging ourselves. That's what Beaver thinks is I'm truly indulging. Actually, he probably thinks I'm fucking deluded, but that's his delusion.
Well, at this point, it's too many.
Thank you.
All signs point to yes, like I said with the Magic 8-Ball. It's like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, since he avoids being near me any chance he gets, so he doesn't get it because he's not exposed enough. He's not the kind of person who would come on the show and talk about anything, so you get why he doesn't get it. But still, for those of us who are on the show, and it's just like, hey, we bring up a certain topic, and then it starts getting, hot and heavy, and then bam, it's like...
Well, the topic we were talking about earlier was definitely sensitive.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Yeah,
So
definitely. And you proved that yourself. So, when you found what you found, and yes.
Yeah.
And thank you for that.
Oh yeah, that was the most obvious censorship I'd ever saw.
Thank you. I mean, that was the earliest. Well, that was the earliest, but also not only that, not only what you screenshot, which is evidence of Jesus Christ, look at that, but also the fact that there were no other follow-ups. There was like almost nothing else in the that the search could
like
find.
Dead end. That's the first time I've ever seen them completely dead end something, so there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then after that was the shortest episode I've ever had. I mean, they cut us off like literally into the opening hour. It's like
they've never done that.
Yeah.
Because first of all, their asset Peter Moon's not there to drone waste our time.
Yes, and that would be their buffer. They said they would all say we can all eat sandwiches, take a break, and jack off over porn while that son of a bitch is on because that's his job.
Yeah.
It's just sit there and talk about.
Oh yeah, they like walk away.
Yeah. Well, who wouldn't? I mean, it's like Holly said. Holly was falling in and out, so she didn't even hear us questioning Peter that time about the implant. Yeah. So, dental implant. She starts going into the dental thing, and it's like,
how come everyone says that?
Yeah,
they're like, you're like, do you remember when Pete said that? And they're like, I don't know, I don't remember. I was like half asleep.
Yeah, of course. Well, there you go. They think, they're pretty much like most people say. They weren't even listening. Most people would say, I only tuned in, after he was gone. They'd say, I just wait until the 4th hour to even turn it on. Which is a shame.
It got to the point. I told you guys about this. That I got to the point where I would just play a game. I'd be like, I would like click on it randomly, and I'd be like, all right, I'd make my guess, make my selection. Like, is it, is it Golden Sphinx or is it Romania? His main topics, or is it Montauk? Yeah. And I'd like do this Russian, this roulette.
Yeah.
Like, what is Pete droning on about? And I would like always get it on point. I'd be like, this is kind of like a Romania night. He's gonna trip up on Romania, and then it's like, and then I'd click on it, and he'd be like, Zalmoxes and the Golden Sphinx, and, blah blah. And then this one time I went up to the mountain. It was the same story.
Yeah, don't forget the cow. it was a big cow. Remember that? The fucking cow was in the way of the road. He said, it was blocking the road. It was the guardian.
That was the highlight of his trip.
Yeah, it was the cow. It was a big cow. Yeah, that piece of shit. I mean,
he thought that was like the messenger of God or something.
Yeah. Like it was. Yeah. Anyway.
I remember my favorite part was those like the panhandlers that were like tricked him into giving him money. Like if you don't, and they were telling him if you deny a single one, you'll upset. What's that other god?
But it's the Sholomons or something. It's the Sholomons, the secret school.
Yeah, the Sholomon. You'll upset the Sholomon because they give you trials.
Yes.
The Solomon.
Yeah.
They'll give you these trials, and if you fail the trial, you'll be, not allowed into the Sphinx chamber. And it's like, dude, I don't think like a divine being's gonna challenge you 18 times on a trip to Romania. Like they're just scheming you for money.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe one time, like it's like an orphan missing an eyeball or something, but not like 20 times in a row.
Well, you saw the manuscript. Then when he writes about the Sphinx in Egypt, he started talking anal sphincter. He actually says sphincter inside of the manuscript. You remember that, right? It's because that's how I was referring to. It was because we were talking about Hancock, and he was quoting Hancock. So he started when Hancock was talking about the Sphinx or those kinds of people that I was exposing.
Yeah,
then
Graham Hancock.
Yeah, Graham Hancock. Then he said, "Oh, anal sphincter instead of the Sphinx." Like that just totally discredits everything else he's writing.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, because he can't stop writing about assholes and taking a shit like he did in Romania.
What was his? Yeah, that's called being like literally like what did Freud called it, like anal, like you're being anal retentive or something.
Oh well, anal retentive means that you has different meanings, but in his case, it's more like anal. How would you call it? Anal exhibitionist.
Obsession.
Yeah, anal obsessive. Anal obsessive. That's it. Anal obsessive. He's anal obsessive. Yeah, piece of shit. Yeah, and by the way,
what would cure your depression?
colonics. No, say it.
Colonics.
Yeah, that piece of shit. I forgot to mention this to Aristides and to Holly, but I guess we can all mention it on Wednesday. We'll all be back on Wednesday, and I want everyone to know that Wednesday is Paula Masson's birthday.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Don't forget, everybody, to get gifts ready to congratulate her on getting rid of that Vinnie Barbaric out of her life.
Yeah, that's a birthday present in of itself.
Yes, yeah, she gifted it herself that time. But it's like then the one time when she dropped back on him for a few days because she had to drop in just to. Like, I can't remember what the fuck it was. But remember, she went back to stay with him for just a few days. So he thought...
To adjust the implant.
Yeah. Something like that, probably. Probably, yeah. But basically what happened was that the fucker said how he had been playing football with the boys as he called them behind their backs. And how's that for a Freudian slip? His true racism as a white man. Even though he thinks he's a Moor. I guess he's a man, but the rest are boys. But anyhow, he was at home.
Yeah, he thought he was the old wise man.
That's right, the old wise man, yes. Like the black man who, like, what's his name? General Colin Powell just turned white with age. That's what he saw in the mirror. I'm just a black man who's turned white with age. Yeah.
Yeah. What is Uncle Ruckus?
Uncle Ruckus.
Like, reverse. What is reverse vitiligo?
Yes.
The reverse vitiligo.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But when it came to what was it? So after he was done, he was washing his cleats in the sink. Remember? And when Paula saw him, she totally flipped out and said, and that's when he said, "You don't live here anymore." And when he told me that, I was thinking, well, she sure as hell ain't going to now, motherfucker.
Right.
Whatever chance you had,
disgusting.
You blew that, you son of a bitch, because that's, it is so disgusting. She was at the field. She has seen him in the field. She knows it's full of needles and dog shit and everything else. And he's coming home and washing that in the kitchen sink, like an idiot.
And it's like, this dude has a house. He could just use the hose, but he's lazy or something.
I think he's secretly wants to get infected with AIDS or something so that he can finally cop to being gay, maybe, or something like that. But yeah, there you go. He's obviously out of his mind, and has been all this time. I mean,
sick bastard.
Yes, yeah, and to think of all the time.
Well, we already knew it was sus that he was a Scientologist, so I thought so.
Hey, I honestly, to tell you the truth, obviously I'm no fan of Scientology, but I always thought that was the most normal part about him. That was the part that bothered me the least. Considering something. Yeah, it is. It truly is. You know, but it was. You know how bad it was. Like I said, the worst example was, like I brought up the example before. Mormons, of course, get online. They exist in an echo bubble with other Mormons, and it's not like they agree with each other, but if you were to go into their online world, they seem to act on the assumption that Mormonism is a major religion, that even though they try and proselytize worldwide, the way they make it sound, you would think it was like up there with Roman Catholicism in numbers, but it's nowhere near that. It is this very thin, almost purely American religion, and but
but they send freaking missionaries all over the place.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, but how many people can that appeal to? You're going to be white in heaven. Don't worry, you'll be white in heaven is essentially what they're saying. But when it comes to with Vinnie Barbaric was so into the echo bubble of Scientology, because even though he kept claiming how severed he was, and the reality was he kept going into all these Scientology websites, and so he was so deluded by what he ran into. Remember that time he said, yeah, John Travolta's Battlefield Earth was a multi-million mega block bestseller that made billions of dollars. That was how insane Vinnie Barbaric was.
That's what they told him.
Yeah, and he just ate that shit up because he had no other reference outside of his Scientology echo bubble. So he was still completely buried in that shit for his source of news, that and Fox News. And you know what it comes down to? Derek Talley, when he was driving his truck, everywhere he went into all these hotels and cheap flea bag gas stations, it was television, and the television sets are owned by old reactionaries on life support. So everywhere he went into these hotels and gas stations, all he would see was Fox News. So everything he put on Facebook was sourced from Fox News. Remember that shit? Because that's all he saw. He's one of these few people that watch television. Vinnie Barbaric is one of the few people who watch television left in America. So that's all he had was Fox News. It was Fox News and his Scientology websites. I mean, think of that as a combination. No wonder he was so fucked up. And so what's this about? South Korea temporarily removes... Oh, DeepSeek! All right, tell us! All right! Tell us about this. Brendan?
I am not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just sent it.
Okay, thank you. And
but read the second one quickly.
Yeah, Ukraine updates. UK willing to offer. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he was prepared to offer peacekeeping troops.
Yes. So we're in a full-on world war, basically.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. It's our only fucking hope. I'll tell you who the enemy is, and the enemy is us. But such having been said, feel free if
so I'll tell you about the Korean thing.
Yeah, tell us.
South Korea on Monday said the Chinese AI DeepSeek would not be available in local app stores pending a review of the company's handling of user data, which we know they're just stealing it.
Yeah.
And then it says, Choi Jong-hyuk, the vice president of Seoul's Personal Information Protection Commission, told reporters that authorities will, quote unquote, thoroughly examine their personal data practices to ensure compliance. And so the app will be temporarily suspended, adding a statement that DeepSeek was cooperating with them and acknowledged that considerations for domestic privacy laws were somewhat lacking.
Oh, no shit. They don't have such things in China. They don't have that thing like that in China. It's like everything is theirs to look at, Go on.
Yeah, it's all social credit shit.
Yeah.
The app was removed from local app stores on Saturday, and the Korean version from the Apple Store on Monday, and users who already downloaded it were able to use the app. But existing users were urged to have extreme caution until it was made compliant with the local laws. Yeah, so there you go. DeepSeek says that their data is stored in secure servers located in China. Yeah, so there you go. Australia also banned the app from all government devices over concerns that it was gathering too much sensitive information.
Yeah, they saw Nemo. They saw Nemo. Remember Nemo asking questions about, hey, what about Doug Dietrich? Yeah, I don't know why they consider that so sensitive. But I'm being facetious, but you get my point. Yeah, go on.
And has condemned the politicization of economic, trade, and technological issues, quote unquote. Wow. That's what Beijing says. We condemn the politicization of economic, trade, and technology issues.
It's like Beijing isn't the most politicized, you know.
Like, come on. Yeah. That's a joke.
It is. It's pathetic.
You ask it about 1989 and it like shuts down and shit.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Like you can't even type that year in. I'm not joking. That's how crazy it is.
Yeah, thank you. Like
if you say 1989, it'll say servers are busy or some shit.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And anyhow, you missed it. Aristides and Holly were saying that I should train an AI in everything Douglas Dietrich. I guess there's a certain logic in that, but still, it's kind of like a pale shadow of me, which is in a sense a pale shadow of the Dietrich Artelact. Right. Yeah, there we go.
What would be the point of that exactly?
They think that it's that way we can basically. I'm not quite sure, but they thought it was a great idea. I don't think it's a bad idea, but it's like, they wanted to keep it secret so the enemy wouldn't find it.
Hey.
Hey. Go on. Yeah.
So the idea is like, say somebody wanted to know some, Dietrich wisdom, they could ask the AI and it would like recall it and you wouldn't have to be there to like,
Thank you. No, that's beautiful. Right. That's a good, excellent idea. Excellent idea. Thank you.
Right.
See, he's our man.
There's just so much.
Yeah, that's true. There is so much. I've only begun to talk about the portals of Montauk, which you might have heard me bring up in the last episode, or the episode before, when Samuel Romero was with us. And I talked about the real Philadelphia effect. And it's something I kept until Peter Moon was severed. I never shared it with him because I never trusted him. And I knew he would react violently because he deludes himself into thinking he is like the master of Montauk, that he's everything Montauk, that Montauk is proprietary to his altar of Peter Moon, as opposed to Vinnie Barbrick himself, who's just an idiot who reads, Scientology websites while watching Fox when he's not watching Fox News on TV. But there we go with that. So, yeah. So were you able to hear any of that, Aristides? Or I'm sorry. Go on. Whoever was speaking. Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's cute. Okay.
Sorry, my voice is shot. I'm going to go mute.
Okay. Love you. All right. Thank you so much. And that's Aristides. He's our man. Great. And thank you for coming on and explaining that. And so, Brendan, what else comes to your mind? Yes. Okay. Rubio. What's this about Rubio?
Oh, yeah. Well, the article is funny. The German title was Rubio arrives in Israel along with heavy bombs.
They want the bombs.
They're not pulling any punches, So.
Yeah. Oh man, they want the fucking bombs. They don't want him.
He doesn't give a fuck about diplomacy.
Yeah.
Like, give me the fucking money. Give me the bombs.
Oh.
He's like a fucking villain.
No. It's like that gives him too much grace. He's just. Yeah. These are like. The most charmless, just like
gormless.
Yeah, totally. They're not even at the level of. Yeah, they're not even at the level of Goodfellas or The Sopranos. No. I mean, they're just
like bomb.
Yeah, bomb, kill.
I don't understand why they need big bombs. Like, what bigger bombs?
What more can they do?
It was already leveled.
What are they intending to do? Disintegrate all the rubble, I suppose. Let's disintegrate the rubble. It's not enough that the rubble's already bouncing every time they bomb. They want it to disintegrate.
So sick.
I guess there's a logic to it. Yeah, we want to create craters like the moon. Craters like the moon. It's the... at any rate,
like every building's leveled. What else do you need?
Thank you.
The only explanation is they want a war against the other countries.
Thank you. Thank you. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's the only thing that makes sense. It still isn't sane. It's not logical in any sane fashion, but it makes sense. So you keep interjecting so long as you've got the energy to do so. You sound like you recooed yourself, like you got another wind, because earlier you were yawning. You were yawning before.
Yeah, I should have just went to bed.
Now you've got. What did you do? Drink some ginseng tea?
No, I ate some garlic and stuff, but nothing caffeinated.
But it energized you nonetheless. You seem very invigorated, and but I welcome your company as always, for as long as you're able to stand it, and interject whenever you wish, by all means. And of course, every once in a while, I'll toss you a question. But
at this point, hearing the news is like self-flagellation.
Yeah. It's so miserable.
Like we're sinking into the fucking swamp.
Yeah.
They're like, drain the swamp. It's like you guys are building a fucking swamp.
Oh, no. They've turned the swamp into a toxic waste dump, is what they've turned it into. It might have been a swamp before, but that meant it was an abode for life. Now they're turning it into a toxic waste dump. That's no, Samuel Romero was correct. Trump's broken the presidency. We've just got to eliminate the office. Just say, no more presidents. I mean, seriously, like I said before, you don't want one man with the ability to press the fucking button. Not that it would work, but well, he's
not going to give it up. Now he did. Yeah. They gave him the full pass.
Yes.
He's like rolling he's rolling 20 critical, if you're like going by Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, no, it's true.
He's not going to let it go now.
Oh yeah.
And Michael brought up a good point about that. This was the Teddy Roosevelt shit. He's like the meme version of Teddy Roosevelt, where he almost got killed and now he's going to come back with a vengeance and stronger, and because Teddy lost his whole family and shit and almost got assassinated, and then he was did his thing,
Right.
So
now forgive me. Who's Michael? Oh, your friend, Michael, a friend of yours.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay.
Mike, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Point
the brother
well
of Alex Gurley.
Okay. Right. Point well taken. Is that the brother of the black guy who went nuts on my show?
Yeah, Alex.
Okay, Alex, poor guy. Right. The guy who wrote Alien.
He was a fan of yours.
Yeah. Right. He wrote some very thick books that he sent to me.
Yes.
I promised him I would never throw them away, and I'm not going to do that. As he made me promise, if I ever want to get rid of them, I'll gift them to someone. But I've got to find somebody who's, I find them, I've tried to scan them. I just don't find them legible. But, but it's not like I treat them with disrespect. So,
Yes. Yeah. And so we were, talking about that, and it's like, he did the fake assassination, so now he feels like he has to have a legacy or something. So he's like the meme version of Teddy Roosevelt.
Got it.
Even whether it was fake or real doesn't matter. It's like he's been in reality TV so long that he probably thinks it's real regardless of the situation.
Absolutely. No, after a while, he will come to believe it's real. I mean, believe me, just like all his base does. So he will come to believe what his base believes. And worse yet, he'll believe in himself. But this is part of the Antichrist prediction, is that the Antichrist survives the assassination attempt to the head, which is what Trump is emulating the Antichrist at the least. Yeah. And, so at any rate, when I speak of, and again, continue to interject, but just so I don't lose the train of thought, as I spoke of the implication of the Lyons decision, basically Trump's machinations become pretty obvious that he's operating on impunity. So suppose, for example, that Elon Musk introduces some glitch into the Treasury Department's payment systems that causes it to randomly fail to make payments to 1% of all Social Security beneficiaries every year. Any one of those beneficiaries should, in theory, be able to obtain a court order requiring the government to pay them what they are owed, but would they ever obtain an injunction seeking to undo Musk's misaction? Almost certainly not.
Well, they've done so much damage, I don't think they can.
Thank you.
Just like what he did to Twitter, he came to sack and literally took wire cutters and clipped their freaking servers.
Yes.
It's like you can't fix that.
Thank you. Yes.
Took them months to recover and all that. Yeah, so.
Thank you. And by that time, everybody on Social Security dies, right? You know, certainly good numbers of them. Yeah, exactly. So,
and what's that business he was saying? Oh, there's so many people that are 150 years old and shit. It's like, first of all, that would mean those people were like something like what 60 when Social Security started, right? Like, so it's like, yeah, I don't think it works like that. And he hasn't provided any proof. I'm not saying it's like there's not fraud. Of course, every system has it, but he just was saying, like, you know, there are people that are 150 years old, and they're getting paid.
For our listeners who don't understand what Brendan is referencing, what Brendan is referencing is that Elon Musk is claiming that Social Security has on its records people who are 150 years of age or extreme ages that are physically impossible by medicine as we understand it, and that these people are have been receiving Social Security all this time. Now, we know what he's saying is a lie because Social Security has only been around since World War II. And while that means that that's 80 years ago and 84 years ago, which means that these people, as Brendan says, would have to have been of retirement age at that period of time. And at any rate, it's a blatant
lie. They wouldn't have been able to collect because they wouldn't have paid into it. So it just doesn't make sense.
Thank you. They would not have been able to have collect because they did not put into the system. They would not have been, what do you call it? When qualified.
Vested.
Vested or qualified. They wouldn't qualify for the program. So there we have that. So, but at any rate, nevertheless, from what I've seen with the government, I can actually believe there are examples of that. Yes. But interestingly enough, why doesn't he just provide the examples? If I were working for the government, that would be so easy to do. To just, here's examples. It's like, but in his case, why not just show them? It's kind of like, you know, Barack Obama with his birth certificate. Why don't you just show us the fucking birth certificate? But, but he never did. So Musk doesn't show the evidence. So
they showed the certificate of live birth, but that wasn't,
Thank you. Not the same thing.
That was a scam, yeah.
Thank you. So in terms of these people, like say that Musk intentionally introduces a glitch as a form of population control that denies payments to at least 1%, just 1% of all Social Security beneficiaries every year, then what happens when they try to seek justice, obtain an injunction seeking to undo Musk's actions? Well, most certainly they could never get it because no one whose payments were cut off would be able to prove that they are likely to have their payments cut off again a second time based on the Lion's decision that I've already articulated. Does that make sense? Am I coherent? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. I mean, I wasn't listening to the whole thing, but no, it makes sense. How is there recourse? Yeah, it's just...
Thank you.
Especially if they shred all the shit. Like, he was trying to get into the Iron Mountain receptacle or reserve of all the documents. Yeah. It's like, once they go through that, it's like, who's going to be able to say that they were retired, you know?
Yes.
I worked 40 years for the government. They'll say, we don't have your records.
That's right. It's kind of like Douglas Dietrich in the Marine Corps, right? Yeah. And yet somehow I've got the word veteran on my driver's license. So California was able to find it. At any rate, so my point, Brendan, was that the seminal case is the city of Los Angeles versus Lyons in 1983, where Los Angeles police pulled over Adolf Lyons, whose first name is spelled exactly like my biological father, Adolf Hitler's, even though he's black. And Adolf Lyons, his parents apparently were Hitlerites despite being black, and but apparently he was very pale. Apparently this guy was very pale, so he could be mistaken for a white under certain circumstances. But they must have realized he was black because they put him in a chokehold as instantly as they found out. Hey, this guy's a nig. Yeah, and they put him in a chokehold. That's what we do to nigs, right? You put him in a chokehold, and he luckily survived to sue, so he's fortunate in that regard. But when he sued, he sought an injunction forbidding the LAPD from ever abusing such a chokehold again, except where their lives were under direct threat, which of course they weren't from this old guy named Adolf Lyons. But anyhow, the majority of the court concluded Lyons could never seek an injunction at all because Justice Byron White, imagine a name, a judge named White, condemning a black man to be ripped off. He said, look, past exposure to illegal conduct does not permit someone to seek an injunction because you can never prove that it will happen to you again. So in other words, the victim has to prove.
Yeah, you have to die.
Yes. That's like telling a woman who suffered rape, yeah, you have to prove you will be raped again in order for us to give an injunction against your rapist. You have to prove that you will be raped again. And you cannot prove a negative.
Oh, yeah, they pull that shit all the time.
There you go. And so...
Yeah, to a lesser extent, that situation with my uncle.
Go on.
They were like, we can't do anything unless he does something first. And I'm like, what do you mean?
Thank you. That's what they tell people being stalked.
He's on record saying contradictory things and yelling at the police.
Not
like,
only
what else
that,
do you need?
saying he's going to kill you.
Yeah.
And
but that wasn't enough for them. They
No.
said, there's nothing we can do.
yeah,
He has to do something. It's like, what, you want me to die? It's
yeah,
like,
pretty much.
you want me to kill him? What do you want?
Yeah.
Like, they don't care.
Yeah, and based on City of Los Angeles versus Lyons, it's not enough for Lyons to show that he had been put into a chokehold, which was easily provable. But he had to prove that LAPD was likely to place him in another chokehold at some point in the future. That's the insanity.
Yeah.
And so the implications for the Trump misadministration is that if Musk cuts off, some percentage of Social Security to recipients, then even though they can prove it has happened, they cannot seek an injunction preventing him from accessing the system again because they would have to prove that he would cut off their Social Security again in the future. Get what I'm saying? In other words, they can do anything they want. They've been given total power.
The system is fucked.
Yeah, the system is terminal. It's not fucked. It's terminal. Yeah, fucked implies it's broken. And if it's broken, it can be fixed.
Yes.
This cannot be fixed.
But he's apparently going out there. What we thought they wouldn't do is go after the Pentagon, but apparently, allegedly, they are. So, what do you think?
We
do you
could
think
take
that's
that
legit?
we could take that one way or the other. We could take that as a ruse in order to make themselves look legitimate, where they just say, "See, we're going after the Pentagon."
I think they're just drunk with power.
and that's the flip of a coin. It's a coin toss. It's a fucking coin toss. Yeah, heads is one, tails
Coin
is
toss,
the other.
coin toss. You Brooke Gibson'd it.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
You transposed the T and the C.
Yeah. Oh, I did. Thank you. Thank you. See, these guys get me so upset I can't even think straight. It's like the time I was talking about Judith Agert, and I said I've prostrated myself, or prostrated myself before this one, and then he said that's the organ. And I said, yeah. See, she's got me so upset I can't even talk straight.
I don't remember that. Was I there for that?
Yeah, you were there. You're the one who pointed it out. You said prostate is the organ, Douglas.
That's funny. That's actually funny.
Yeah. But
makes it sound like something else went down.
Yeah, that's right. I prostate. Yeah, that's right. Well, we know something else did go down, right? I mean, that's then afterwards, her and V meet up to deny they ever had sex with me. They could they tell each other,
of
I
course.
never had sex. I never. It's like, why would you two get together to tell each other that if it didn't happen?
What a waste of time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Classic.
they just got together to plot my fucking murder, because anyhow, that's
that part's true, brother.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yes, that's But the point to be made on what Brendan and I have been discussing is that the courts will soon grow even weaker than they already are. So there's an ongoing debate with the courts about just how broadly any injunction can sweep. One uncertain question is whether the Supreme Court will continue to allow lower court judges to issue nationwide injunctions, because they've all been issued by the lower courts, blocking Trump's attempts to overthrow our Constitution. Will the Supreme Court continue?
Well, he himself said, I'll just appeal.
Oh, yeah.
Trump
yeah,
said.
because he
He
wants
said, I'll
to
just
run
appeal it.
Yeah, because he wants to run it up to the Supreme Court. But then that begs the question. When it ultimately goes to the Supreme Court, the question then becomes whether or not the Supreme Court will allow lower court judges to continue to issue nationwide injunctions that attempt to shut down any illegal federal policy altogether. In other words, the Supreme Court may say, stop doing this. The lower courts don't have that power anymore. Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what they're going for. Yeah.
Thank you. And in recent years, some lower court judges have claimed the power to enjoin the entire federal government when they believe the federal government is acting illegally, effectively setting a new policy for our entire nation. Now, such injunctions, for example, were a particular thorn in former President Joe Biden's side, as right-wing judges would often abuse these injunctions to block his immigration and other policies. So
yeah, like with those stupid fake where they said they were going to pay off student loans and shit.
Yes,
that shit got destroyed.
Oh, immediately. They just
we're not going to do that.
Yeah, and they said nationwide. Yeah, nationwide. You're not going to do that. So the upside of allowing a single trial judge to issue such an order is that when the government's action is actually illegal, it will be promptly shut down. The downside is that these nationwide injunctions are often issued by judges with idiosyncratic or highly partisan perspectives. Then they can sabotage an administration that is not actually breaking any laws, which is what Joe Biden was not breaking any laws when he said, let's forgive all the student loans, let's forgive all the students these fucking debts because they're killing our economy.
They said it was unconstitutional or some bullshit.
Oh, they just,
Like it was outside of the president's power, but apparently you could do all this shit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now,
making people starve to death. Apparently, that's within his power.
Yeah, there you go. That's like this is what we've entered into. We're in the age of Antichrist and the apocalypse. This is
stupid.
This is. And by the way, Brendan will attest. This is not exaggeration. I mean, we can see what's going on the streets. I mean, this is like if people had any idea how bad it is out there, well, they're gonna find out. I mean, think about everything he's doing to destroy the economy. Like, I'll give you something to comment on. The fact that the nuclear weapons storage. He's basically he shut down the nuclear weapons storage. You can look that up.
So what does that mean? They're going to dump it in the rivers, or what?
It's like he says it's wasting all this money to pay people to just stand around and watch nuclear weapons.
Oh, we'll just wait till he finds out about the Army and the Navy. Wait till he finds out about what they get to do.
Yeah. Oh no shit! It's like look at what he's gonna say it, and I have to agree. What is the U.S. Army doing in Germany? They're drinking beer. I mean, have to agree with that. Yeah. What are they guarding? They're guarding the beer. It's like.
I mean, there's a right way to do all this. I think.
Yeah.
Is there not?
Of course there is.
Yeah, like your plan was bring everyone to the border,
yes.
all our troops, and then we don't have to hemorrhage all the money doing the empire thing.
Yes, thank you.
But he wants it all.
Oh yes. Though I will say, America, like any large economy, can only function as an empire. It's not imperialism itself that I am arguing against. It's the fact that this is a misadministered empire. That this is an empire that does not know how to run an empire. So I mean, Rome lasted almost 1,000 years. The Holy Roman Empire of the German people was the First Reich that lasted essentially 1,000 years. So there are empires that run and they last, and then you've got us ready to collapse after 200 years. It doesn't make sense. What the fuck did they do? This is how spoiled. They just kept robbing. They just kept stealing everything, and they can't stop. That's the whole point. Now, some members of the Supreme Court, most notably Justice Neil Gorsuch, have railed against these nationwide injunctions, claiming that a single outlier judge should not have this kind of power. Now, according to Gorsuch, injunctions are, his words, meant to redress the injuries sustained by a particular plaintiff in a particular lawsuit, not to allow one low-ranking judge to set national policy. Now, there's strong arguments in favor of Gorsuch's position, but when Gorsuch ultimately prevails in this fight at this time, it will mean that lower court judges will grow even more powerless against the Trump misadministration. They will still be able to issue narrower orders prohibiting the government from taking a particular action against a particular plaintiff, but they will no longer be able to order the Trump misadministration as a whole, in toto, to abandon an illegal policy altogether. And worse yet, the courts typically depend upon voluntary compliance. Unlike lower courts, the Supreme Court clearly has the power to declare how the law should apply to the entire federal government. But there are also limits to even the Supreme Court's ability to enforce its decisions against non-parties to any particular lawsuit.
So that was
Go on.
that's what begs the question, like, how can anyone enforce any of it? Isn't
you.
that the point of the executive branch? So
Yes. Thank you.
There's no hope in that sense.
That's right. That's why we're in a terminal situation. And
Yes.
it's like not just legally but economically. Again, the helicopter metaphor. We have turned over the controls of the helicopter to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is flying the helicopter, and consider it a cargo helicopter. We're all in this big fat cargo helicopter, and we're all at the mercy of the pilot. And Trump has basically dropped the controls. And that means that even though, say for instance, he tries to regain power and auto-rotate because the blades have stopped running, then he tries to use the momentum of the airframe of the helicopter itself to spin enough so that we can crash with some hope, a minuscule chance of survival. To most of us, we are a dead rock falling in air. To all of us who are crew and passengers, we've already assumed the acceleration, the what would we call it? The momentum of a falling rock. So we're just going to hit the ground and we're all going to die. That's the better analogy than even the elevator analogy. So he can't regain control once he's fucked it up. He stopped the blades from spinning, and we're in auto rotation. And as I've said before, there's easier ways to commit suicide than to auto rotate. We're in the hardest form of suicide, mass suicide, national suicide. So when the Supreme Court declares a particular action illegal, as I've said, the government typically stops engaging in any similar actions because it knows that it will lose any lawsuit challenging those actions now that the justices have spoken. But what happens when the government finally, inevitably decides to only narrowly comply with the court's decision, if at all? So think of it this way. Suppose that, let's pick on Derek Talley, because Derek Talley is a fucking welfare bum if ever there was one. There was a guy who was double dipping, getting both the VA checks, and the welfare checks. So suppose that Derek Talley, and working while working in hazardous duty, no less. What was it? Hazardous payloads on his truck.
Yeah.
Piece of shit. Yeah. So let's suppose that Derek Talley is a Social Security beneficiary whose benefits are illegally cut off by Dodgy. Now suppose that Derek Talley brings a case to the Supreme Court and obtains a decision holding that Dodgy's action was illegal. Now ordinarily, the government would also start paying benefits to people similarly situated to Derek Talley, rather than making each of them file their own fucking lawsuit, which would choke the courts. That would flood the courts. But what if the government only narrowly complies with the Supreme Court's order, paying benefits to Derek Talley and Derek Talley alone. Perhaps some of the other people whose Social Security benefits were cut off could join together in a class action lawsuit that would allow them all to present their case to a court at once, but that class action lawsuit would automatically be taken to only apply to the people with the lost Social Security benefits and not to any other individuals or businesses who had other payments cut off by DOJ. So the Trump misadministration, in other words, will attempt to grind people down, hurt by its misdecisions, by forcing them each to bring their own lawsuits, each of which would take not months, but years. And I mean years to complete. So there was a very famous precedent for this kind of massive resistance to a Supreme Court decision. In the 10 years following Brown versus Board of Education, circa 1954, public school desegregation almost completely stalled in much of the country. By 1964, just 1 in 85 black students in the South attended any integrated school. One of the biggest reasons why is that Southern school districts refused to voluntarily comply with Brown. Instead, they insisted that a black student who wanted to attend an integrated school had to file a new lawsuit and obtain a court order letting them in. Terrorist groups like the Ku Klux Klan also helped ensure that few black families were even willing to be plaintiffs in such lawsuits. Now, in all seriousness, and Brendan can help me out here, in all seriousness, it's quite unlikely that DOJ will be able to as effectively coordinate the roving bands of hooded terrorists it dispatches to hound anyone who tries to sue them. But the fact remains... Yes,
Definitely.
yeah. Back me up here. You can imagine Trump trying to dispatch the thugs, the militias. Oh my fucking God.
That's what Elon does. Ask anyone that's dealt with Tesla, you know.
There you go. But can you imagine him trying to do that nationally? How he's gonna fuck up by the numbers? I mean,
oh, of course.
Yeah. Give me a break. Half these guys think he's Jewish. Which he pretty much cops.
Yeah, how are they gonna parse that one? They can't take the J-Man's money.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen then?
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. Oh, they'll take it, but that doesn't mean they'll do anything with it other than blow it in smokes, you know, and just tell them, you know, oh, I've got your money, but I've got the guns. What are you going to do? Come after me with more guns? You know, what's he going to do? It's, at any rate, so in other words, despite what we said, though, about the relative impotence of Musk when it comes to armed paramilitaries, the fact remains that the Supreme Court cannot apply its orders to parties that are not already before it, at least not until someone else files a new lawsuit. So it becomes the least dangerous branch. Finally, there being a question looming over everything Trump does. What about when he simply refuses to comply with a court order? Now, as Alexander Hamilton, who in this day and age most people probably think is fucking black, despite the fact that he was a slave-owning, plantation-owning motherfucker, they made a musical where he's black. I mean, Brendan, help me out. How did they do this? How do people even buy this shit? How do they eat this shit up?
I have no clue.
Why don't they just show Hitler as Jewish? Why don't they just fucking show Hitler as Jewish? And, you know, there's Hitler's bar mitzvah.
Well, I'm sure they would if they could.
Yeah,
to sell some stupid Broadway tickets.
Yeah. Oh,
I've always disliked the whole Broadway shtick. It was just cheesy.
I mean, and all it took was 200 years. All it took was 200 years to do a Marvel Comics retcon on one of the founding fathers. They did a Marvel Comics retcon, like Captain America was really originally black. And it's, yeah, so...
Oh, yeah, they made Captain America. Yeah. Race swap.
Yeah.
It's just so cheap.
Like they did with...
Oh, man.
Yeah, like they did with, Nick Fury and all the rest of them.
Everybody... Well, that one's almost believable. It's like they'd experiment on the black guy first, right?
Yeah.
I think, isn't that their point? Maybe they didn't think
it was.
Deeply.
Touche. Yeah, that. They didn't go that deep, but yeah, touche. In a sense,
they did.
They did.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're trying to say.
That it was. I do believe it was. If it wasn't at first, they got
they covered their tracks.
They covered their tracks really fast, and yeah. Oh, thank you. Couldn't have got that out without.
Yeah, we actually Tuskegee'd him. Yeah.
Oh, you're killing me. Oh, that went up my nose, you bastard!
And then
oh, you son of a bitch!
When it was successful, then we gave it to the
white guy,
blonde guy.
Yes, that's right.
That part almost checks out. Yeah.
Yes.
They don't tell you how many other dudes died doing that, but
thank
like
you.
what they did with you. We tried. Everyone else died.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. They Tuskegee.
Except you and except for you and a few
and
others,
a black
Tate's
guy
dad.
and a fucking black guy.
Yeah, and Tate's dad. Yeah, that's actually funny.
It's hideously funny. Hideously funny. That means I've been. How do you say it again? Tuskegee'd. I've been Tuskegee'd.
Yeah, Tuskegee'd.
Tuskegee'd. Oh God! I never thought of it that way. Holy shit! Man, they ought to be building statues of me. Jesus Christ! But not a Tate's dad. No, then they'd have to build one of Tate's dad, and I wouldn't want that. You know, I mean,
well, he was a failure. I don't think he lasted that long.
Yeah, that's true. Or
he imploded.
Yeah, that's true. He reminds me of Arthur Ashe. Remember how Arthur Ashe was saying how Wilt Chamberlain makes blacks look bad because he makes it look like all we think about is sex, and then he dies of AIDS. Then Arthur Ashe, righteous son of a bitch. Then he dies of AIDS shit because he's been.
That's all about it. It's all about it. And then it's just I bet it was.
Yeah, because he was fucking all boy butt. He made Wilt Chamberlain look like wholesome and shit.
Like a saint.
Yeah. Hey, at least Wilt was straight, man. Yeah.
Yeah, Doug, you could have been a master chess player.
There you go.
And fathered some freaking idiots.
Yes, that's it. Thank God I didn't do that. You know what it reminds me of? Immortan Joe. Remember Immortan Joe's sons were all fucked up?
Who?
Immortan Joe from the Mad Max series, the Mad Max franchise. Immortan Joe. He's the villain from Furiosa.
Yeah, but I don't remember the kids.
He had
sons.
Something
in what?
No, he had sons. Yeah, those guys. Remember the big guy with the machine gun and the other? Those are all his sons.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah,
that's okay. Well,
that's why he kept trying to have a normal kid. That's why he kept. Remember, he had all these women he trying to impregnate because he wanted one to come out, normal instead of like an idiot. That would be like I would be if I had kids. Sons. If I had a bunch of sons, they'd be like Immortan Joe's sons are the Tates. They'd be all fucked up and stupid. Yeah, thinking they're smart and shit. Yeah. At any rate,
I'm a mastermind. That's what.
Oh yeah,
that's what Tate thinks.
Yeah, do not recycle this pizza box. Do not. Yeah. That's how they trace the motherfucker and shit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna recycle this. It's like, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I'm above the matrix.
Yeah. Take the blue pill, Tyrone. No, red. It's red. That's right. They all take red. No, Tyrone, take the blue pill, please.
Oh my God. Yeah. So this is what the AI is doing now. It says there's a Yao Ming looking guy next to the rock, and it says Chinese flag. 98% homeowners. 80% outright own their homes. whereas 65% of Americans and 50% are owned by the banks. It's like, first of all, you don't own a home in China.
Thank you. That's quite true. What Brendan is saying
You
is
get
quite
a
true.
99-year lease.
Thank you. Well, if that,
Even if you
that,
pay it off.
Well,
Well,
the communist government always retains the right to take your home at any minute, whenever they need to, just like the United States government does here. In either case, it doesn't matter if
and the Brits too.
Yeah,
people don't realize how deep the matrix is.
Yeah. If they really want to, they can, come in and send the National Guard if they feel that your home is somehow suddenly a strategic asset that they absolutely have to have. But in the British case, in all fairness, they do have the lords and barons and a kind of baronial estate mentality where they don't usually need to do that because the man is technically sworn to obey the crown anyway. So in other words, theoretically, he's supposed to be willingly turning over his assets if needed. And most of them theoretically would do so simply to save face or, whatnot. But they wouldn't need to give it up because the government would always give it back to them because they're part of the government. Get it? They are the government because they're royalty, technically. This is all technical and legally. Supposedly Britain has gone beyond that, but we all know it's bullshit. In other words, the constitutional aspect is bullshit. It still
applies.
It's still very feudal. Yeah, it's still very feudal. Basically, as Alexander Hamilton famously wrote in the Federalist Papers, courts have no internal mechanism to enforce any of their decisions. They, in his words, may truly be said to have neither force nor will, but merely judgment, and must ultimately depend upon the aid of the executive arm, even for the efficacy of its judgments. Just as Brendan Zoget said, it turns over to the president, and what do you do when he's a fucking criminal who believes himself above the law? So, at that point, the system is breached. We're in a breached system. It's beyond broken. It is terminal. So, when a losing litigant refuses to comply with a federal order, that order is enforced by the United States Marshals Service, a law enforcement agency housed within the United States Department of Justice. The Marshals, in other words, are executive branch officials subordinate to the president. So Trump could theoretically order them not to enforce any court decision against himself. He's now a king. Get it?
That's the point. That's their point, I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. So when that happens, these United States, the ship of state of our empire, is truly in uncharted waters. Congress could potentially impeach Trump for refusing to obey the court order, but given Republican control of both houses of Congress, impeachment is impossible to succeed. Hell, impeachment failed even after Trump incited a mob to attack our U.S. Capitol and threaten the lives of the members of Congress themselves. So it's impossible to even imagine a Republican Congress standing in Trump's way over something like refusal to follow a court order. So even if we never have a showdown over whether Trump will follow the court's decisions, the judiciary only has limited power. Courts can block many of Trump's illegal actions, but only after he and his subordinates have done so much irreversible, irreparable, and ultimately terminal harm as to negate the very point. So, image here from... Oh, Brendan, share with our listeners what this image shows. It is so fucking funny. It is so funny.
Instead of Tiananmen Square, it's a dude with his groceries in front of a
bunch of federal
column
Teslas.
of armored Cybertrucks.
Yeah. Yes.
And I said, come into a city near you.
Yeah. And this is what Trump.
Because eventually the students will revolt, and then we have to deal with that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Because the population's not going to just sit there and let all their money get destroyed and shit.
Thank you. I mean, you would hope. I'm past the point of, I'm so cynical concerning I have such a total lack of faith in the body politic that at this point.
But it's like, what would be the alternative, really? Like, they're not going to give us bread lines.
Point well taken. No bread lines.
They'll be like, if you're not strong enough, to make it.
Oh, no, they'll say how lazy we are. They'll say, it's because you haven't applied yourself. You're not working.
Some Ayn Rand shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I'm sickened by your altruism.
Yes. Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
What a bitch. Yeah.
Now, also,
I hope she's in hell for another 120 years.
Oh God. Well, you know what I've said about dictators and totalitarians is they don't really believe in hell, and that's why they have to create one here on Earth. It's almost like.
Well, they'll learn. When their spirits are burning and shit.
I myself would not be satisfied to wait for hell's flames to envelop Ayn Rand. If she were alive today, I would personally, if I had the power, create a hell for her and her kind, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what my biological father, Adolf Hitler, did with people he considered to have violated the public trust. So there we have that. And and if you disagree with what he did, just wait until I start talking about the Gaza apocalypse again, and you understand that he did what he did for a reason. It was punishment for crimes not yet committed. But everything that we've articulated thus far about the courts, all such is obviated by the fact that it's guaranteed that the Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 Republican supermajority, always decides to cast its lot with the leader of the Republican Party. Just last July, the Republican justices, who do not deserve that title as they are not applying justice at all, ruled that Trump is immune from prosecution for all crimes he commits abusing his official powers as president. Think about what I've just said. Worse, much of that opinion argued that Trump can never face consequences even if he orders the Justice Department to target his political rivals. So the Republican justices have already preemptively granted Trump a 007 license to kill, legal permission to abuse state power in a manner that's completely contradictory to the rule of law. This is now a criminal state. We are living in a truly criminal regime. When the justices inevitably uphold some of Trump's unconstitutional actions, such as his attack on birthright citizenship or his attempt to impound federal funds he does not want to spend, they will but grant a patina of legitimacy to those actions. And such legitimation, in turn, will give Trump's allies in Congress just another excuse to continue backing their president. Trump and his fellow Republicans on the Supreme Court, shall decide to trigger the kind of crises that will result when he openly defies the courts. And when the courts decide to place loyalty to the Republican Party over loyalty to our Constitution. For the moment, all we can do is wait for when that crisis arrives. And that's when what Brendan Zogan is predicting, when we see students standing up against Tesla Cybertrucks, that's when that comes to pass. So, any thoughts on that, Brendan? Before I continue with the trend.
It's just, I mean, what's the other option? It's just, not that I'm condoning it, it's just like, holy shit.
Thank you.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, are they that crazed that they don't expect any kind of pushback, or they think that no one's going to do anything? Or...
Well, they think they can unleash their paramilitaries first to shoot us all, and that they'll just say it's a series of mass shootings. They'll say, oh, it's a series of mass shootings. But like I said, it's one thing for the Klan to do that, but can you imagine Elon Musk trying to coordinate those gun-toting militias? What a joke that'll turn into. I mean, that guy can't run a fire drill. We've seen what he's done to the companies he runs. You can imagine him trying to coordinate men with guns.
Well, I think that was the point. I mean, he wants them to destroy everything. You know,
yes.
It's like, because it'll be irreparable. Then he says, oh, well, I'm going to get rid of him. And, you know, I think that's the plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, in
like
the mind
scapegoat?
of... Yeah, in the mind of that maniac, yes, it makes sense. Yes, but do you think he could? You think he could even do, like, if Musk takes over? Okay, Trump is just completely feeble and useless, and then Musk takes over.
I was saying the inverse.
Okay, so because Musk couldn't handle the militias. Yeah,
he's like, I'm gonna let him destroy everything, so then I come in and fix
it
and fire him. You're fired. You know,
Apprentice. Then he'll fire Musk.
He's on that show, The Apprentice.
That's it. Yeah, so then he can fire Musk. And then move in, but how will he fix it?
He won't. It'll just be like people then have to do what he says because he's the only one with the money or something.
I guess in his mind, you mean? Yeah. Then
in his mind, yeah, he thinks like.
But he probably thinks he could run the militias better than Musk, and to an extent he would. To an extent he could, but nevertheless, it won't be enough. He just does. It's just not enough. It's like you can send these militias out to kill people. After a while, they're going to get tired of it and start fighting back. Then once that happens, it's all over. You know, he'll send in the military after that, and the military will be fucked dumb enough to listen. But, you know, we take it from there. Basically, the U.S. people versus the military, the American people are going to win. So, and by that, I mean the real American people, meaning the majority non-white, city-dwelling people who are the economy of America. Because it's their tax dollars that support the military, and the military can't run without them. The military may kill as many of them as it can, but in the end, they won't be able to maintain their high-tech weapons because their high-tech weapons are run by techs from California. So when the techs are recalled from California, sure, maybe now that all the tech moguls are fucking Republican, so many of them, they might try helping the military for a while, but after a while, it's just going to get tired when they start killing all the relatives in these Hindu ghettos and Asian Indian ghettos and various other areas that are ethnic ghettos where all the relatives live and shit. And by ghettos, they don't need to be poor. They're just enclaved. You know, the ethnic enclaves that the military starts doing in. Anyhow, in theory, Congress ought to revolt against the very prospect of Musk deciding which federal programs should live and which should die. In reality, its Republican members largely share Trump's objectives, and to the extent that they don't, they correctly fear that opposing him would invite a primary challenge. What's more, this particular constitutional crisis has an inherent partisan asymmetry. If Trump and Musk succeed, or when they succeed in taking the power of the purse from Congress, they will effectively reset the rules of the game in favor of the Russo-radicalized right. Congress's spending powers will then be redefined as setting a ceiling on spending, but never a floor. A world in which the president can cut spending without exposing Congress to accountability will hand small government reactionaries, the conservatives, the opportunity to carry out policies they've always desired but have been too afraid to vote for, such as all women are now required to marry and bear children, even if it kills them, literally kills them, because no abortion, and all blacks will be re-enslaved. And here we are. What's this photograph? Musk stole your tax data. Is that real?
Protesting. Yeah,
is that real? Okay, so that's not CGI. That's not CGI.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not AI or CGI. No.
Spring Valley Road.
Some kind of post that was
okay.
put on Facebook.
Thank you. Yes, Musk stole our tax data. Indeed. And let me give that a thumbs up. And hope everybody is appreciating the gravity of the situation. Understand that, although a handful of conservative pseudo-intellectuals, including the budget wonk Brian Rydell of the Manhattan Institute, and the law professor and former Bush administration lawyer Jack Goldsmith, have described Musk's ambitions as unconstitutional, the overwhelming majority of the establishment right has cheered him on or stayed completely quiet, acquiescent in their silence. Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina conceded that Musk's project is not, in his words, strictly constitutional, but nonetheless told the news site, not us, N-O-T-U-S, all in the uppercase, which interestingly is also the ancient Greek personification of the south wind, Nātus, that nobody should bellyache about that. You know, the unconstitutionality of Musk's hostile takeover of our U.S. government. Now, making things even more disturbing.
Am I the only one that's like hoping it'll all work out? Like maybe we'll have more money by the end of this. You know? Oh. Maybe I won't be so poor after he's done. You know? I'll get more taxes. I won't get as many taxes taken out of my check.
Oh my God! With the way the food prices are rising, it's like it won't even matter. You could not pay taxes at all. In fact, why would you pay taxes when all your medical health care is going to be cut? You can't afford anything to eat. Of course you wouldn't pay taxes.
There's no food, yeah. Shit.
Yeah, what would you be paying taxes for? It's not to mention the police will be allowed to kill you with no repercussions.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You like, isn't there? Don't you think they'll calm down at some point? Like,
you mean just wear out? You mean like, well, are they getting
even
tired?
Trump said, "Oh, it's gonna need time. It's gonna need time." Yeah, like I think they have to like maybe tone it down a bit.
You mean catch their breath? Catch their breath? We'll see. I doubt it. Look, these guys are Edomites. They're gonna tear it all down. They've never had so much fun in their entire life. Yeah. This is what they've waited for all their miserable, pathetic lives, and they're going to live all of their fantasies now. It's like, it's like when you're young and you've just discovered pornography and you can keep ejaculating multiple times in a row. That's what they're experiencing.
Yeah, they're depleted.
We'll hope they'll get depleted, but They'll deplete eventually, only in the sense that somebody's going to have to stop them because it's like they're on drugs. So,
yeah. Wait, well, I was speaking to a South Asian person that lives in Florida earlier today, and he was saying that from his perspective, by March, like the end of March, due to the eclipses and stuff, because we're factoring in Jyotish, like different astrological things, but they're going to completely peg the currencies worldwide, basically, essentially, to the crypto currencies. And that's going to be their reserve banking from going forward, which is their plan. It's so
maniacally insane, I could believe they would try. I mean, it will crash and burn. Of course, it'll crash and burn the entire economy, but yeah, I can imagine them being... Well, they are almost scientifically engineering a global depression. It seems to be their objective.
Yeah, definitely.
I could see that happening, something like that, just as crazy. Again, that's part of the problem. Making things even more disturbing is the chaotic legal area, the legal gray area, in which Musk is operating. Musk and his team are working in secret, without hearings or any public debate. Now, according to Wired magazine, they gained access to our Treasury Department's federal payment system, as Brendan brought to my attention, ergo, thereby shoving aside the longtime staffer overseeing it and ignoring all safety protocols. Democrats suspect that Musk is breaching numerous federal laws, but without any oversight, it is nigh impossible to tell precisely what Musk is doing at all. In any case, Musk might not have much reason to care about following the law, because Trump has already made plain by issuing mass pardons and commutations for the January 6th insurrectionists, who are by their very definition terrorists, that Trump will protect illegal conduct on his own behalf. Meanwhile, Musk has adopted Trump's own habit of deeming opposition to his actions inherently criminal. He has called the United States Agency for International Development, a decades-old program with support in both parties, a criminal organization. After an X-user posted the names of the young engineers working with Elon Musk, as previously reported by Wired magazine, Musk responded, "You have committed a crime." That X-user's account has since been suspended. That's his immediate judgment, his immediate ruling. There you go. It's like,
these are the same loser. Like, yeah, this is the same guy that was saying, we need free speech back, so I'm buying Twitter. Free speech.
Bastions. Yeah, he says, there's no free speech, he says. No free speech.
Shit. Yeah.
No.
It's free when you're one of the
when you're on
rich
top.
people.
Yeah, there you go. It's free when you're on top. That's it. It's, in other words, whoever's in power gets to piss on everybody else. Now, reporting on the identities of powerful public officials is, in fact, not a crime. I know this because I used to work for the federal government. Even, or especially, if those officials have assumed public powers without going through formal channels, I mean to say. And they are former channels in this case because they're closing the channels down. So when the federal public officials are doing something without going through formal channels, they are committing a crime. And you, as a citizen, are almost legally obligated, because it's your tax dollars, to report them. That's why it's not a crime, and that's why, which day coming up? Today is, Thursday will be National Whistleblower Reward Day, believe it or not. We saw how I was rewarded. So Thursday the 20th is National Whistleblower Reward Day. Everybody mark that on your calendars. Such having been said, Musk has nonetheless gotten backup for his threats from Edward R. Martin Jr., a former Stop the Steal organizer whom Trump installed as U.S. Attorney General for the District of Columbia. In a vague but menacing message posted, naturally, on X, Martin warned that certain individuals and/or groups have committed acts that appear to violate the law in targeting dodgy employees. Martin declined to identify either those individuals or any of the laws they'd allegedly broken, nor did he acknowledge that reporting about or criticizing Musk's work constitutes First Amendment protected activity. So you see, there is no First Amendment and no free speech when you're fighting the Trump-Musk regime. And we'll leave Brendan to respond to that. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, what is there to respond to? It's just like shenanigans.
Thank
to say
you.
the least.
Well, to be gracious about it. Yes. Now, thank you. Now, whether Martin acts upon these threats remains to be seen. In the meantime, however, he is contributing to the atmosphere of menace surrounding Trump and Musk by delivering their threats with a legal sheen, like some kind of MAGA Tom Hagen. Now, understand, Brendan can help me out here. Is this not how my gang stalkers approach myself? everything is done with a legal approach. They act as if they're acting in authority, saying Douglas Dietrich must be shut down. And everybody attacks me with this legal attack angle that they cannot follow through on because everything they're doing themselves is illegal, right? Isn't that how it's been?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
You're like, that's almost giving them brains.
But you know, that's what they did. They're always threatening Douglas is breaking the law. Douglas is, they're always saying that, like, somehow I'm plagiarizing. You know, they use these legal terms.
Oh,
like,
yeah. That one's classic.
Yeah,
like,
that it's
plagiarizing who?
Yeah, thank you.
Peter Moon.
Yeah, thank you. What a joke that is.
I wouldn't take his story if it was free. You know,
yeah, thank you. Well, he knew he couldn't sell it either. That's why he had to mix it in the manuscript with my story. His fucking story was going to piggyback on mine. That's how lame his story is. Yes, piece of shit.
Yeah. His best-selling shit wasn't even him. It was Radou-Sin-Rape.
Yes, thank you.
His name was.
Radou-Sin-Rape. I love it.
Rapey.
Rapey. Yeah, Rapey Cinnabut. Yeah, there we are.
No, his real name is
Radu Cinnamore. Radu Cinnamore.
Yeah.
And it's like, and that was Pete's best-selling shit. There you go. Sketchy. Yeah, and it was Paula that translated all those books for him.
There you go.
Yeah, she never got paid. She never got paid.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, there's a reason you're dying all alone in your mausoleum. He might be dead.
I'm the best thing that's ever happened to you.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, someday she'll realize I'm the best thing that ever happened.
As his brain's rotting.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, remember I told you about the Airbnb queen when he was saying, "I have lost my heart." I felt like saying, "No, you've lost your mind." Yeah, you've like, what would she see in you? And of course, she saw nothing in him other than revulsion. You know, it's it's now.
Yeah, they always pull that shit with you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's now the courts will have the final say over Trump's audacious power grab. In all likelihood, they will affirm the congressional authority to set spending levels authorized by the Constitution. But our Constitution ultimately means whatever 5 Supreme Court justices say it means. The court's more paleo-reactionary justices always apply the most right-wing interpretation of that text they can plausibly defend, and occasionally one that they cannot even begin to plausibly defend. What's more, Musk seems to have obviously intuited that he can destroy programs and bureaucratic cultures faster than our system can restore them. Firing officials en masse, throwing the people and clients that rely on those programs into confusion and financial risk, and striking fear into the entire federal apparatus will break down our institutions and destroy their institutional knowledge. Rebuilding is painfully slow. Destruction is rapid, if not immediate. This may be the dynamic Musk has in mind when he insists that his work must happen, his words, now or never. Not even the most committed small government paleo-conservative lawmaker would design a process like the one that's now occurring. A handful of political novices, many of them drinking deep from the fetid sewer waters of right-wing conspiracy theorizing, tearing through our federal budget, making haphazard decisions about what to scrap, and indeed, no elected body has designed this process. Trump and Musk have arrogated the power to themselves. The true urgent cause is to return that power to the legislature before this damage becomes Not just irreversible, but fucking bloody terminal. With that, we turn to Brendan. Tell us about Project 2025.
Have you heard about it?
I have.
That was my question.
Yes, give us your own lowdown, please. Yeah.
I mean, it's just a plan of what they're going to do to basically consolidate all government into this conservative super party where they just run everything. That's what I got from it anyway. They're going to strip the government so much that it just will end up becoming by default Ayn Randian and shit.
Thank you. It's not a psyop. Sadly, it's not a psyop. They are realizing it. Continue, please, by all means.
Yeah. Well, look, it's already affecting the Parks Department.
Tell people about that. Tell people what you found out about the Parks Department, please.
Oh no, they're just saying this is one particular monument that I've never heard of, but it's a national park. Due to all-employee meeting on Wednesday the 19th, the park will have a delayed opening. Basically, they're all wondering if they'll have jobs.
Basically.
Yeah. Do not form a line at the gates, and it will cause a safety issue if you guys line up. And so it's obviously making money. So why would they cut that park? You know, if they're getting visitors like where they're forming lines.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Of course. Well, everything they're doing.
And if he wants to be have a legacy like Teddy Roosevelt, then he would fucking expand the Parks Department, not destroy it.
Well, now you're talking with a historical awareness he does not have. To Trump's.
Well, but you said yourself he wants to go back there, and he talks about it all the time. He said, "We were the strongest in 1899."
Oh yeah. It's like I said, he wants to go back to that time. But that's before Roosevelt created national parks.
Oh, is it? Is
it? He wants to go. Well, let's put it this way: the national parks he wants to open to drill. So he doesn't care about that part of the Roosevelt legacy. So it may as well be before Roosevelt conceived of the. It was Roosevelt who conceived of the idea of the national park. So he wants to go back to before that time. It was definitely after the Civil War. Remember what I said? He wants to go back to before the Civil War, what I call antebellum America. He wants to return to the antebellum American age before there was a Civil War, meaning blacks know their place, shit like that. Now.
I mean, I get it's obvious that's there, but he has said, which, you got to take it with a grain of salt. What he said vocally was he specifically mentioned 1880s, 1890s as the pinnacle, when we had our most money. Yeah. That's just robber baron zone.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's pre-Standard Oil even. This is just so bad.
Oh, yeah. No. He wants to go back to just, the poor are poor. They're just
when
masses.
They were working Chinese to death making the railroads and shit.
Oh, yeah. But then they were immigrants. They were essentially illegal immigrants. And he wants to get rid of all the illegal immigrants so that we're stuck with white kids doing that shit. White and black United States citizens doing that shit who are kids. Child labor. Yeah. Yes. That's right. And
now, this is.
Yeah, we're in dystopian nightmare, uncharted territory. It's nobody's ever had it this bad before. Kids, this is an extinction level event. Get that through your fucking heads. Spread the word.
So it's not a good time to be in denial.
No, not at all. It's not like maybe this is
fine. Somehow it'll be fine. We won't all just evolve.
No, let's put it this way. Sammy Romero said it best. He said, Douglas, even Sugar Daddy is going to feel the bite of this shit. Yeah, and that's true. We're all, even multi-billionaires are going to feel the bite of this shit. That's how bad it's going to be. It's just, yeah. Now, the Democrats have been sounding alarms over Musk and Trump's efforts, including efforts to halt spending that has already been appropriated by Congress. Under the United States Constitution, Congress is the body in charge of spending. On ABC's This Week, Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, expressed concern that the courts are ill-prepared for the onslaught they are facing, which I've already articulated. To quote his T, I think this is the most serious constitutional crisis the country has ever faced, certainly since Watergate. This is a red alert moment when this entire country has to understand that our democracy is at risk. The pace of this assault on the Constitution in order to serve the billionaire class, it is absolutely dizzying. And so you have to run a full-scale opposition. Ultimately, you've got to bring the American public into this conversation because we need our Republican colleagues in the House and in the Senate ultimately to put a stop to this. You cannot just rely on the court system. Of course, that's his insanity. He still believes that we can work across the aisle. They're not working across the aisle, buddy. They are the enemy. I mean, Republicans, who have largely stood in lockstep behind the president since he was sworn in for a second term, a midterm, did so again last Sunday. The Ohio Representative Jim Jordan blasted the court ruling for the Treasury Department case while arguing that the president should be able to implement his agenda as he sees fit. In other words, at will. On CNN's Inside Politics, that Republican said, "I assume we will argue this out in court like the other 17 or 18 decisions we've seen in the last several days. That is all going to get argued out in court. And frankly, we knew the left, we knew the Democrats were going to do this." Now, here's another quote. "I'm tired of watching other countries ripping off the United States." That's a Trump quote. And that Trump quote could have been pulled from 2016, but it's actually from the late 80s when he was made that's when he made an appearance on CNN's Larry King Live around the time he first floated his name.
He had the same lines back then.
Thank you. Now what's this you just
saying
sent?
China's not good to us. Yeah,
well, at that time he was complaining
so
about the Japanese. That time he was complaining about the Japanese, but go on.
Both.
Yeah, most people couldn't tell the two apart, but go on.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, no, he actually, in that interview, he said, why can't we be more like the Japanese businesses? I think he said something like that.
Yeah, you got an excellent...
He said, they're doing great. He's like, they're doing great. Yeah. We need to be more like them.
That's who he learned the tariffs from. That's who he learned that... I'll get into that. By the way, tell people about this. Tell people about what you just sent me. Look at this shit.
Oh, yeah. Imagine that. Steven Spielberg is horrible to work with. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says here, Seth Rogen, who's another J-man, says Steven Spielberg gave him good acting or advice for dealing with child actors. Don't be nice, basically. And then the headline on the photo says, Seth Rogen was surprised Steven Spielberg wasn't, quote unquote, particularly sensitive or really nice to child actors in, quote unquote, The Fabelmans.
What about the Twilight Zone? Tell them about how in the Twilight Zone, the Asian kids who died in the helicopter explosion.
No way. Wait, hold on.
Look that up. Look that up.
And this was Spielberg?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Annō Kid
He's
Spielberg.
A villain.
Yeah. Look that up come on, just tell me what you find. Helicopter explosion on the Twilight Zone.
Death ship, death head. This is so many deaths already happening.
Yeah.
Vic Morrow died in a helicopter crash during the filming of The Twilight Zone.
Carrying two Vietnamese kids. It
also killed Micah Din Lee and Renee Shin Lee Chen. There you go.
Yeah. Well, two Chinese kids pretending to be Vietnamese, but go on. They were probably Vietnamese Chinese, but go on.
They're mixed, yeah. Because there's a lot of cultural swaps there.
Yeah.
Northern Vietnam was very China-fied.
Yes.
The crash led to civil and criminal lawsuits. The daughters sued Warner Brothers, who's the Landis and other defendants, charged with involuntary manslaughter. There you go. New safety standards in producing films. So, there you go.
Yeah, but nobody did any jail time, and nobody really paid any price. Yeah. So, Steven Spielberg covered his ass, but yeah, Steven Spielberg, Mr. I Love Kids Spielberg, was director or producer on that one. And
well, he loves, how do we put this? If they're Jewish kids, he probably likes them.
Yeah, there we
go. But other than that,
you.
Doesn't sound like he likes them.
No, it doesn't even care. They don't exist. Yeah, as far as he's concerned. Yeah.
Yeah, even Seth Rogen, he's like shocked. Yeah, imagine, you work with your quote unquote idol in the industry and he's just a total freaking scuzzbag.
What did Seth Rogen expect? Seth Rogen.
He's a stoner. He probably thought it. He was probably thinking like, he's a good guy somehow.
Yeah, he's out of his fucking mind. Jesus Christ! It's like that's how stupid he is. I'm sure he's just as bad as Spielberg. But at any rate, Larry
him and Lucas, like everyone like idolizes them, but they're apparently horrible to work with.
Well, they're just horrible people. Period. How's that?
Yeah.
I mean, ask Lucas's ex-wife. But beyond that, you remember Larry King? How his wife was cheating on him, and she was fucking her boyfriend while they were watching Larry King, so they could make certain Larry King was in studio and wouldn't interrupt their sex sessions. Do you remember that?
No, but that sounds believable.
He was cucked. Oh, he was cucked.
On his own show.
Oh, man, he was cucked. He was cucked openly in public. All that came out. Imagine being Larry King and finding that out publicly on public talk shows where your wife says, I was fucking my boyfriend. We'd do that watching Larry King, so we'd make sure that he was on set, and therefore he couldn't interrupt us, making out. And
holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, so when Trump was on Larry King Live, CNN's Larry King Live, around the time he first floated his name as a potential presidential candidate in 2016, he actually did not say, I'm tired of watching other countries ripping off the United States, or maybe he did say that at the time, but he first said it in the late 1980s on Larry King Live. And that's when he first floated his name as a potential presidential candidate. In the 1980s, he started talking about running for president. Oh, by the way, so tell us about the owner of the gold Tesla. He must be an Arab. Who else would have a gold Tesla Cybertruck other than an Arab?
Some piece of shit.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, so, the owner of a gold Tesla Cybertruck. I think this might be Canada. I'm not sure where it's at.
It looks like it's snowy as hell. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's snowed in. Owner of a gold Tesla Cybertruck says he is the target of threats and harassment, and it just looks offensive. Yeah, I'd throw shit at it too. It's just like, wow, oh man.
Well, beyond that, he must be freezing to death when he gets in the car, because none of those plates are welded evenly, and the air and water gets through like mad. It's like perforated. They don't fit together perfectly. So he's in there in this frame that's loosely constructed that he's freezing his ass off in, and he must be paying for the heat. Half the fuel is going into the heat.
The battery's getting depleted because it has to warm itself up. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They don't care though. These people are it's just such a stupid flex. I mean, I've always, so it just hurts not hurts, but it offends the sensibilities. It's just
because it's a flex that is so uncool. It's like some dork.
Yeah.
Some dork thinking that he looks cool, but
it's like, just buy a freaking Mercedes, like a normal person.
Thank you.
Like a G-Wagon. That used to be the status symbol, G-Wagon. It's like a tank. It can go in anywhere and drive over anything. Why go to this? Why buy that?
Yeah. Thank you. And by the way, so to elucidate what you're saying here, shit's going to balkanize into gang warfare. So elucidate on that.
Just as things devolve, there'll be people, if you're supporting Elon and you're driving a Tesla, they'll just blow up your car or something. It'll be that ridiculous.
And they should! And they should! That may sound, at this moment in time, people might say, oh, Douglas, that's extreme. There's people out there who would say that, believe it or not. It won't be soon enough. It won't be soon enough.
It's extreme, but...
Yeah. Soon enough, it will not be considered extreme, because it will be considered just offensive. It would be somebody driving.
This is the danger. This is the danger.
Yeah.
So, say Canada doesn't want to comply.
Yeah.
Tesla has control over those cars fully. They can lock them remotely.
Yeah.
And disable an entire workforce or something.
Well, especially a government workforce, since they spent $400 million to buy his fucking Tesla Cybertrucks, the U.S. government, so you could shut down those government
they can use it as a war to not only our government, but the actual.
But only a few
other
idiots
countries.
have bought it in other countries. So he'd only be stopping
no,
a few
apparently
idiots.
Sweden is like 90% Teslas.
Really?
Like, yes.
Well,
yes.
then this is called Darwinian selection.
Yeah, they fucked up.
Yeah, this is Darwinian selection. You're telling me Sweden's Teslas are all their Teslas are like this, not just the Cybertrucks, of course. So Sweden may not have
Cybertrucks can't be produced at a high level because they're all flops.
Yeah, because they're all flops. So Sweden's got a bunch of Teslas, but they're not Cybertrucks. But he can shut them down. But then that's Sweden's mistake, and they deserve everything they get for that. So so all I can say is, well,
basically they're trying to. It says Tesla loses market share in Sweden, but it's like too late.
Yes.
It says EVs are 65% share of Sweden's market, so it's over half.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be painful, but welcome to reality now. You should never have played with Elon Musk. No one should have played with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And again, basically later on, if not tonight, then certainly on Wednesday or as soon as I can, I'm going to go into Trump in South Africa and the whole thing about Trump trying to get all the white South Africans here into America.
It looks like actually the Swedes were preempting this by a couple months. So before he even did all this shit, they started parking their Teslas and stuff. But I mean, too little, too late. Sorry to say.
Yeah, got it. I mean, they saw it coming, but they should never have started it. They should never have started it. Now they're in too deep, so the extraction is going to be extremely painful. It'll be like losing a limb, but they brought it on themselves, and they deserve it for that reason. And
in England there was barely any.
Thank you.
They were smart about it.
Well,
and there was no chargers. There was no chargers anyway.
Dude. There's almost nobody in England who could afford that largesse, okay? It's like England's too poor. Even the royalty, most of the nobility is too poor to afford some largesse like that. That's like a total waste of money. They're budget conscious. English people are...
Yeah, no, they're very frugal.
Yeah, you know what my father Hitler called them?
Mm-hmm.
A nation of shopkeepers.
Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, he was there. He visited. So.
Yes. So
his brother lived there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, who was half Irish, just so people know. Okay.
Yeah, Allawar.
Yeah. So I get Irish in me from both sides, not just my legal dad, but even from the Hitler side. Yeah. So there you go with that.
The Allawar Hitler.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And we have a picture of a real truck, a man's truck from T-Tank Barry. You can take a look at that in the text. There you go. That's
that's the G-Wagon. That's what I'm talking about. That's the real G-Wagon. Yeah.
Okay, there we are. Thank you.
So that used to be before all this stupid shit with Tesla came out. That was like, if you had that, you were the boss. You were big boss.
Thank you.
You can go anywhere and you can let your skinny wife drive it and she'll never die in a car crash. It's
there
like
you
bulletproof
go.
and shit.
Worse yet, it becomes her strap-on, and she begins bullying everybody else on the highway, so other people might die, but she'll be okay.
Yes. No, it still happens. I still see it all the time.
Yes. Yeah, you give
Especially
these women...
the Asian chicks.
Oh, God, that's their strap-on. Oh, man. They start fucking you up the ass. And you're in front of them, around them. Just stay the hell away. Get the hell away. At any rate, so
let's see. U.S. National Archives offering virtual programs, building civics, literacy, and engagement. Yeah, fuck you guys. Too little, too late. Yeah.
No, that's what I do with the Blood Boys, you idiots. Yes, speaking to the government people who put that website up. Yes.
Right. I wonder. I don't know if this is a National Archives. Is this a public thing or is this private? It sounds like it's a private place, but it has a picture
public.
Okay.
It
has a picture of some public thing.
No, I'm sure they're going to try and privatize it all. You know that.
Okay, so that begs the question: is that what they're going to have to do? Is pull a post office on all this shit?
Yeah, that's what they're going to try and do. That doesn't mean it'll succeed, but they're going to kill our government. And then our government's going to say, you don't pay, we don't play. Well, even the post office can't do that, right? But they do it in a sense.
Well, the post office has done it. I mean, they're almost completely defunded as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
And somehow
but look how long that took. Look how long that took.
Since the 80s.
Yeah. And
that was some Reagan bullshit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yes, see.
And he did that to PBS too.
Yeah.
I can't even get it on what is it called? Antenna TV.
Yes.
Like
so
their funding
sad.
so low they can't even power the fucking
Oh, yeah,
transceiver.
poor people. Oh, it's so sad. Remember they used to have those marathon fundraisers?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It used to be so good.
yeah.
As bad as the American system is, it's like that was at least something.
True.
Oh
my God.
They don't want that. Yeah,
No, they don't want that. No, so awful, so sad. That was actual culture. It's what little culture America had. It was PBS.
Yeah, and they destroyed it.
They did. Oh,
so whoever, any of those Gen X or Boomers thinking, oh, we're going back to the time of Uncle Roger or whatever his name was. What was his name?
Oh, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Mr. Rogers. We're going back. Yeah, Uncle Roger is the Asian guy. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, no, Mr. Roger. We're back to Mr. Roger where everything is normal again. It's like, no, dude, you're fucked.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and then what was that?
And he was Special Forces.
No, it's all a lie. Okay, that was
sure?
Yes. Let's look that up. Mr. Rogers was never a Marine. Okay, and this is
why would he lie about that?
Because they're stupid. See, here we are. So I'll do it on screen share just so you can see this.
Okay.
So I'm doing screen share.
I believe you. It's just
here we are. No, Fred Rogers, also known as Mr. Rogers, was never a Marine. He was too young to serve in World War II and was deemed unfit for military service in 1950. You're talking about a guy who doesn't want to kill anybody, okay?
Oh, Jesus. So he got out of the draft in the Korean War. What a oh fuck. Yeah.
Yes. So
stupid.
So while there are rumors that Mr. Rogers, host of the internationally acclaimed TV show for children, served as a Navy SEAL or a Marine Scout sniper during the Vietnam era with a large number of confirmed kills, we have to state it is false. Mr. Rogers
so he
never served.
Someone lied about that
in the military. So when you say why would someone lie about that, it wasn't him. It was just a joke. Because he kept going around saying, love thy neighbor. That's why they started the joke. He's really a special forces operative who killed, hundreds of people.
He was taking souls.
Yeah, taking souls and shit. It was an attack. It was a character assassination. So
that's funny. That's fucking funny.
But what's so horrible is it backfired and all Americans took it as a compliment. They wanted the man who was working with all the kids to be a stone-cold killer.
Yeah, well, it makes sense in hindsight, especially after you showed me the Presidio.
Well, there you go with that.
Why people thought that was good.
But here's the point. That's it makes sense that Americans would be that crazy. Yeah, but the reality was Mr. Rogers always denied it, but no one would listen to him. It was like, because, why? Because he was too fucking passive. That's his problem. Yeah. He could never assert himself and say, God damn it, stop saying.
Oh, no.
He was just like, and they'd say, he's being modest. Ha ha ha. He's being humble. Ha ha. And everybody just eat that shit up. Yes. But they kept saying he served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. That meant he was a 3-war veteran like my dad. My legal father.
But his age didn't add up. Yeah.
Yes.
He was born in 28.
Yes. Well, my dad was born in 1919. Therefore, my dad was World War II Korean.
10 years difference.
Yes.
That's a bit different. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a bit different.
Thank you. This guy got his theological degree in 1962. For Christ's sakes. It's like, that's a year before my sister was born. This guy's a baby.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So,
no, he did. Yeah. So that's funny. That's actually funny.
Yeah. It's just like, but when you hear it, people just swallow that. They just buy it because, they think, why would anyone lie about that? Yeah.
And people repeat it online all the time.
All the time.
Or that he was the first white guy to I don't know what he did. He invited a black guy on his show in the 60s or something.
Bullshit, yeah.
And then they had this little kiddie pool where they both put their feet in because they couldn't touch each other. It was like, this is, we're sharing the same pool.
That's so fucking gay. That is so fucking gay.
Have you seen the photo?
I wouldn't want to share my fucking wading pool with the feet of a fucking white guy,
right.
let alone a black guy.
Have you seen the photo? Here, I'll send it to you. It's so cringe.
It is cringe. Just to think about it is cringe. By the way, Amor Fadi says, "Good night, Douglas and Team Dietrich and audience. Good night, Brendan." Yes, so
Okay, yeah.
let's give him a hug. Yes, there we are.
We're putting them to sleep and/or nightmares.
No. He always says good night the way others say good morning, but don't say it in text, Amor. Nobody gets it. Just say good evening would be the best way to say it. Say good evening. That's your compromise.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Oh, this is disgusting. This is Mr. Rogers with some black park ranger. That's what he is. With their feet in a wading tub together. Like, that is so fucking gay.
But he was the first person to do it on TV or something.
Oh God,
1963.
It looks perverted. It's so perverted. It's so homoerotic. But so gay. It's like,
but he was the first. Quote unquote.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't want to do that with any man. Okay, it's.
That's what I'm. Yeah. I agree. I saw this in one of the schools on the wall. Like,
really?
This is Mr. Rogers.
That's child abuse. That's child abuse. Seeing that shit. Yeah, I like. Oh God, disgusting. And it's like, no wonder we had a generation of slasher films come after that. This is the birth of the slasher film. People looking at this shit, and that's what turned Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees wrong, was watching this shit. They saw, Mr.
Rogers created the first black and white program.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Rogers.
In color, no less. Yeah, black and white in color. And it's like, so first of all, Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees looked at that shit and said, "Oh, look, it's salt and pepper." And it's like, I can go around killing people now and not feel guilty anymore because they deserve it. Yeah. Anyway, that creates the same visceral, puritanical response in me where I want to stab them both with a kitchen knife. That Michael Myers felt when his sister.
It's civil rights, though.
Yeah,
civil rights.
That's not civil rights. That's faggotry. That's like faggotry. Coming from a cross-dresser. Yes, that's take it personally. Yeah.
Yeah, nowadays the kids would call it zesty. Yeah, he's looking pretty zesty.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Like the Blood Boys use these terms. I try to ignore them. I can't even. Yeah. So, Amor Fadi.
It used to be like sugar in your tank. It would be a synonym.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right. That's what Sammy Romero used about Jambo the Reese Monkey. That's what he said about him, sugar in the tank. Yes. Now, Amor Fadi.
Guys like him,
yeah.
Pete.
Oh, yeah. You notice.
What's the other guy?
Oh, Slam and Shake. Slam and Shake. Because he was slamming.
Yeah, they were like misogynists hiding,
Yeah.
Yeah. Using you as a shield.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were sexually attracted to me. Tell people about that being the common denominator.
But they hated all the chicks. They hated all the chicks.
Hated the chicks.
Like even J-Mo almost had like Lena was like, "I'll go to your house and fuck you because you're all depressed," and he was like, "Ew,"
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, sick motherfucker. Anyhow, so Amor Fadi says, in the very north of Mexico, bordering the USA, an antenna can pick up the local PBS channels from across the border, like in Tijuana, San Diego. You can easily see KPBS, in the San Diego PBS in Tijuana and beyond. A simple antenna from Target, like the Philips antennas made in Taiwan. Then he shows the Taiwanese flag. Some can revive the San Diego station all the way down to Ensenada, Mexico, 80 kilometers south of Tijuana and San Diego. PBS is good. I've always appreciated PBS as an educational and cultural programma for everyone. It can be so much better, though, even though it's still the crown jewel of public television and entertainment. Thank you, Amor Fadi. We appreciate that input. I'm going to resist.
Shit, I need to call the Sacramento branch because I ain't getting shit.
There we go. Yes.
Fuckers.
Yeah, he says, I loved and appreciated watching PBS Kids from a very STATEHD, good educational and healthy escape from lots of domestic problema
and violence and the typical neighborhood drama of dumbass people. Thank you, Elmore. I am now suitably depressed. That's okay.
That's them or you talking?
And no, I'm depressed at hearing his childhood. His childhood was spent trying to escape domestic violence by escaping into the boob tube. You know, that's
Well, that's what I had to do basically.
Well, there you go. True enough. Yeah, I guess it's pretty common. It's pretty universal, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but I had video games, so that was something.
Oh, God.
It's the one thing I did have. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go with that. And all right. So I'm gonna breathe and recover my train of thought.
We need to breathe after this shit.
Oh yeah. No, it just gets weird. So
yeah, I'm sorry I brought up Mr. Roger.
Oh no. It's important to dispel these. It's important to dispel these myths. But
it's just so cringe. It's just cringe.
And you know who kept pushing that shit was the same people who say I was never in the Marines. Are the same people who kept saying Mr. Rogers was Special Forces, Navy SEAL, Marine Corps sniper.
But you're Stolen Valor, but he's the same. Yeah, it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And what does that even, like, you brought it up for years. It's like, what does that even mean?
Thank
you. There's nothing valor about that.
Thank you. Like I said.
You can have it.
I've always said joining the Marine Corps was the stupidest fucking thing I ever did. I regret.
That's what anyone in the forces say. They're like, why? Why did I do this?
Well, there's a whole bunch of stupid reasons as to why I did it. But such being said, it had a lot to do with my father, trying to respect and honor him, and that was a stupid mistake. But at any rate, so my point being about bringing up Trump and that quote from Larry King Live was that at that point he was fresh from sharing his business philosophy in his 1987 book titled The Art of the Deal, when Trump went on a tirade against America's trade policies in national interviews. Now, in a particularly animated interview where he almost pulled a Tom Cruise and started jumping up and down on the couch, Donald Trump was with Oprah Winfrey before a live studio audience on The Oprah Show, and he said he would handle foreign policy differently by making our nation's allies pay their fair share. And he added that there wasn't free trade when Fortress Japan was dumping products into America's market, but making it impossible to do business there. So before his Oprah appearance, Trump had spent, get this shit, almost $100,000. Imagine splurging that amount of money to release an open letter in full-page ads in 3 major U.S. newspapers. And the headline read, "There's nothing wrong with America's foreign defense policy that a little backbone can't cure." And in that, he insisted that the Empire of Japan and other nations had been taking advantage of these United States for decades. He claimed, his words, "The Japanese, unimpeded by the huge costs of defending themselves," again, another person who's ignorant, Brendan, tell him about this, that Japan has a fat military that's one of the most advanced in the world.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and a trade surplus, even though they claim they're in debt.
Yeah, thank you. In parentheses, Trump wrote, "As long as the United States will defend them for free, have built a strong and vibrant economy with unprecedented surpluses. The world is laughing at America."
Defend them for free. They just let North Korea shoot a bunch of shit at them. It's like, no one's defending them for free.
Thank you. It's the other way around.
In fact, the Japanese are, the irony about that is they want them out. They're like, the Okinawans are like, get these fuckers out.
Oh, they've been that way forever. Yeah, they've been that way forever. Not to mention,
Japan approved it. They said we want them out, but they won't fucking leave like they're cockroaches and shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's like trying to get rid of Daniel Larry Martinez from Brooke Gibson's Home.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, and he just keeps coming back. He and has to be the center of attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just
and then
remember,
they say, and then it's, like the abuser.
Yeah, yeah.
Why do you need us here? Why do you want me here?
Yeah, yeah. There you go. And just remember this, Americans. It's Japan that's on the fucking front lines. They're defending you, not the other way around.
That's definitive. Yeah.
Thank you. That is definitive. At any rate. So then Trump said, the world is laughing at America's politicians as we protect ships we don't own, carrying oil we don't need, destined for allies who won't help. Now, Trump believed the obvious solution was to tax these wealthy nations, hence his tariff obsession. But before we go there, did you hear, Brendan? If not, please look it up. The United States aircraft carrier Truman collided with a transport, I believe it was an oil ship, basically an oiler. What do they call them again? The big oil ships. Fuck, I'm forgetting. I'm losing my mind. The tankers. A merchant ship or a tanker in the in the Suez Canal, which creates an automatic environmental catastrophe. How is this not all over the headlines? Look that up.
I haven't heard. This is my first hearing about it. Yeah.
Well, look up Trump collision. No, Truman. Carrier Truman. Carrier Truman collision.
I have it here.
Yeah.
On the 12th of February, collided with a Panamanian flagged long bulk carrier.
Oh, they did that on purpose.
In the crowded waters.
They're going to say the Panamanians terrorists attacked them, so we have to take Panama.
yeah. It's what is that thing with the Spanish-American War? That
it was the USS Maine. Remember the Maine.
So they're gonna pull that shit.
Yeah, before Pearl Harbor. Before Pearl Harbor, it was Remember the Maine. Anyhow, go on.
Yeah, it's gonna be that shit.
Yeah.
They attacked us.
Yeah.
So it says former U.S. Navy captain from Hawaii Pacific University says conditions leave little room for error. There's not a lot of room for maneuvering in a restricted seaway.
Why are they going in opposite directions? Tell me it was up. Don't tell me that they back-ended this like bumper cars. Like, what do they call it? Rear-ended? Did they rear-end this fucking ship?
Bumper cars?
Yeah, well, rear-ending. You know, when you rear-end the car in front of you. Did they do that?
Yeah.
I know it wasn't the
doesn't look like it. They're not giving details on it.
Yeah, how can they cover up something like this? This is like oil spill territory already, so it's killing all wildlife in the area. Well, it's too saline for much wildlife. It's too salty. But that's why they call it the Great Bitter Lake that locks between the Panama Canal. Yes. But still, it can't help once the locks open up.
Well, this is Suez. This is in Egypt, anyways.
Yeah, Egypt, Suez, yeah. But, Suez, that's right.
To pay for repairs. Okay, this is the military news, USNI, Navy Intelligence. Oh. The assessment team includes structural engineers, architects from the Norfolk Navy Shipyard. The Truman collided with a merchant bulker, and it hit the starboard quarter of the Truman as the bulker was exiting the canal bound for Canosta, Romania. Their collision damage.
Oh, so Peter Moon's involved. That son of a bitch. I knew he had something to do with it. Fucking Vinnie Barbaric.
Damaged a sponson to the rear of the Truman's aft starboard aircraft elevator and pierced the hull above the waterline. Oh. Damage includes exterior wall, 2 storage rooms, maintenance space. External to ship damage assessed includes line handling and fantails. The aircraft elevator number 3 also sustained no damage and is fully operational. There you go.
It's damage. You can look at the photos. Look up photos. Damage on the Truman. Damage on the carrier Truman.
Or they're saying that one part is not damaged. The aircraft deploying system. Oh. It was something else. It hit something else on it.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's.
But they won't. They're not commenting on the other ship at all.
Yeah, what happened to the other ship? Did everybody die? Did everybody jump?
Yeah, and it's a Nimitz class. So this is some big ass.
Oh no, this is enormous. It's a floating fucking city. It's like so. How do they not see the ships around them with all the state-of-the-art radar? These are the people who were just bragging about non-kinetic warfare. We're using lasers to shoot down drones. Oh, but we can't spot that ship in front of us. Oh, hey, what's that? Oh,
Yeah.
look
Classic.
out.
Fucking classic.
This is your U.S. Navy, people, and you expect these people to win you a war? They can't even pilot their fucking ships. Yeah, this is...
This is probably the shit my friend would have been on if he was like didn't get parked in the in the office building or whatever.
Yeah, if he didn't park himself based on your advisements, yes, you saved his ass. Yeah, otherwise he'd be there, stuck in the Suez Canal and shit, and yeah.
Getting what is it called? Busted a stripe for hitting another boat and shit.
Oh, busted a stripe.
You were supposed to tell us.
They ought to take you out and shoot you. They should. Hey, with an aircraft carrier? How is this possible?
That's what they won't comment. There's no comments on anything.
I mean, you're supposed to have radar up the ass. You're supposed to see everything around you in 360-degree vision in 3 dimensions and shit. I mean, they're always...
They don't have cameras? You're telling me they don't have backup cameras?
Yeah, holographic... It's supposed to be like a holographic display where you're like in the midst of, I can see everything around me. How are you supposed to see incoming missiles and shit? When, hey, watch out for that shit!
Starboard to starboard, meaning it was like you said, fender bender.
Yeah.
But on like a huge level.
Yeah, on like a level that's unimaginable. Yeah, this is beyond 18-wheeler trucks, rubbing against each other. This is
ridiculous.
No, this is actually theoretically impossible. It should not even be possible. First off, because they are supposed to turn their ships over to a harbor pilot, and if they refuse to do that for national security reasons, because this is a military ship, then they're supposed to have the capacity to see the ships all around them, right? So it's...
You would think.
Yeah. No, they're supposed to be getting satellite feed. The satellites are supposed to be feeding them the visual imagery of everything around them.
This is our god-level military at work. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And people think they can win a fucking war. They think they won World War II. Yeah, I mean...
Can't even go through a freaking...
a
controlled site.
Yes.
Like a canal.
With walls on either side. With walls on either side. You can't even turn around. How do you ram somebody in a situation?
And it's nuclear powered, just to add a...
Of course.
Great.
Just to create further environmental crises. Yes, it's nuclear powered. Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. That's...
Here's their... Oh, this is the USNI. They're doing the... Naval Intelligence is doing the grift.
Yeah.
This is what they said. The collision occurred when the watch changeover between the third mate and the second mate was it done in a busy area with many anchored ships.
Why would they change shift?
They did a shift change. That's their excuse.
Yeah, why? Why at that time? Why at that time? Oh, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. This is too intense. Yeah, this is too intense, man. Yeah. It should be the easiest time because everything's controlled, right? He's supposed to go at a certain speed.
Just going straight.
Yeah, you're just going straight. You can't turn.
Well, there's our military.
Yeah, there's your military. Yet somehow they managed to... Oh, wait, what's that? No, it's impossible. It's theoretically impossible. There's supposed to be an auto... You know what? That ship is supposed to be so computerized and automated that the entire crew could abandon ship and it could pilot itself. That's what they bragged about when they built these motherfuckers. That's what they claimed.
That would only leave one explanation, that the other ship was basically made to attack it.
Yes, or something like that.
Or ram it.
Yes, yeah.
To basically cause nuclear fallout in the Suez Canal and destroy international shipping.
Yes, thank you.
According to the AIS data, the Beskitas M, which is the other, tanker, had just transited the Suez Canal and was bound for the Black Sea port of Constanta, Romania.
There we are.
It had a dead weight of 5,300 tons, and it's unclear who owns or manages the ship.
Well, there you go. How is that possible? How is that possible?
It's a black ship, as in it's unregistered.
This is beyond believable. So it's simply literally incredible. But it is believable that that ship exists and that it's under those conditions, and I buy it. I buy it. But if that's the case, why isn't Trump taking advantage of it and saying, like the Maine, like, see, these terrorists in Panama have tried to ram one of our nuclear carriers and create an environmental catastrophe, and let's go in and take Panama now. Look at what they're doing to us. Like, and
right,
you know,
because it's probably some Russian ship, designed to cause a fucking nuclear meltdown and destroy international shipping or something.
Yes, through the Suez.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's why. Then he's covering his Russians.
Yeah.
That's
because if it ruptured the propulsion, apparently that would be, basically a meltdown.
Yeah. Yeah.
The propulsion bay or whatever it's called.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Thank you. Very important point. Yeah, and so Trump's protecting his fucking Russians when the Russians were already trying to blow his ass out of the water. So it goes to show how treasonous he truly is. And of course,
I noticed. Yeah. I don't know if it's just his shtick or his like classic two-faced nature, but he was like saying that, oh, I'm gonna tell Putin to make peace. I'm gonna tell him to do it. It's like, is that true? You think all that shit's gone to his head now? He's just gonna start.
He's just saying that shit. He's just saying that shit. And the moment he sees Putin just snaps his fingers and he goes back into his MK Ultra mode, and Putin's his handler. So then he goes back to his happy orgasmic mode and says, "I trust Putin over everyone," and shit. He'll just go back to that the moment he faces him, personally. What's that?
I said, I'm sure it's coming.
It's coming. Yes, it's coming. Yeah, thank you. By the way, Amor Fadi has said quite a bit. We'll try and respond to that in time. He says, Douglas, hypothetically, if you could speak personally with Claudia Sheinbaum, the Presidentress of Mexico, for a few minutes and really wanted to grab her attention to your whole message and strategies for Mexico plus Latin America, etc., how would you tell her? Well, we'll discuss, of course, all of the tariffs. I don't know how I would personally respond or, tell Claudia Sheinbaum what would be best for Mexico, because I think Mexico has got a lot of problems and they're almost insurmountable, and Trump's going to make it all worse. So she's confronted with a very serious situation. Let's put it that way. So I would hate to be in her position, but at the same time, I give her far more credit than I do Trump. And whether Mexico pulls out of this in one piece or not, I can tell you she's going to do, I guess, I would hope, the best she can. But, I'll get back to that. But certainly I'll talk about tariffs, and that'll bring us to a lot of the points. That'll make a lot
more balls than Trudeau.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yes, of course.
Trudeau just immediately, I got to go. I got to get out of here.
Oh, he just quit? He just up and quit. He just, so sad.
At least she just, is keeping it going,
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And to her credit. But at any rate, now, when it came to Trump and his claim that we needed to tax other countries way back in 1987 when he was so inflamed, or what would we say it, enraged, there's another word for it, by Japanese success. Well, emphasizing that others shared his concerns about the economy at the time, Jennifer Miller, an associate professores of history at Dartmouth College, has concluded that the ad that I've described served as a potent introduction to Trump's foreign policy vision, such as it is. According to Professores Miller, one built on the zero-sum belief that allies are freeloaders, and that the liberal internationalist approach, which has dominated since World War II, was weak and foolish in a competitive world. So Trump argued that the solution was a more aggressive, protectionist trade policy. So to quote the professores, Jen Miller, Trump is sort of symbolic of a lot of people who were kind of questioning American leadership in the American-led international order and whether it actually served the United States. I think that's one reason he likes tariffs so much, is they fit not only with his transactional ideology, but his sense of himself, which is very deeply rooted as this successful deal maker, and the fact that tariffs can be threatened, they can be dangled over another country. Now, even though more than 1,000 economists urged him not to, President Herbert Hoover signed a 1930 bill sharply raising tariffs, and the result was a ruinous trade war. I am going to now enter something first into the text box so Brendan Zogit can review it and respond, and then I will put it in the chat.
Yeah, we learned about this back in, I don't know, maybe he missed his American history, Trump.
No
we
doubt.
learned about the trade wars, and it didn't work.
Yes. And take a look at that headline. To all of my listeners, review that headline, and Brendan, your own opinion on that headline. It's pretty alarming. That headline.
Should I read it?
Please.
Hoover signs tariff bill, takes effect at midnight, revises 8-year-old rates. Is that the one we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, imagine reading that, waking up to that. I mean, because that would be the evening edition. That would have to be the evening edition of the paper. Like, imagine trying to go to sleep after that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What year was this? Let's see, 30-something?
Oh, no, 1930. 1930.
Yeah.
Exactly.
39? Did I say 39?
30.
30.
It says zero.
Yeah.
1930. Because 1939, Franklin FDR was.
Well, that was directly after the crash.
Yeah.
Literally, 1929-30.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it there you go.
And then he did everything he could to make things worse.
And that didn't work out as, let's see. Let me try and carry on, and I will look for what I'm looking for here.
Thank you. And just so everybody knows, October of 1929 was the stock market crash. And probably on my birthday, October 20th, because that was the next time we had a stock market crash in 2008. But this brings us to the big story. Another day, another tariff. Because the trade war is rolling on, with Trump warning that Canada will, Trump's words, cease to exist. To reiterate, President Donald Trump is targeting steel and aluminum with his latest tariff plans, brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit in our latest episode, before tonight's, enacting a 25% tax on those metal imports. And that's set to have a big impact on Canada, a top supplier of both steel and aluminum to these United States. Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States, Brazil, the United Arab Emirates, and the People's Republic of China are also big metal exporters to these United States. What's bad for our trading partners is good for some American companies. Just some. Before these tariffs were even official, shares of U.S. Steel still jumped as much as 6% on Monday opening last work week. And the trade taxes are a double win for local steel producers because it will limit foreign companies' ability to flood the American market with lower price steel, while also giving, well, I guess you could call them our boys, the flexibility to raise their own prices and gouge us all. So, Brendan, take it from here. So, it looks like you found quite a bit. So, this is what caused the Depression. Holy shit. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, in 1926, he says, Trump style, warns of a world trade war, and then the economy crashes 3 years later. That's basically what they're trying to re-engineer, it seems.
Thank you.
When they talk about, the Depression stock market crash, they don't ever talk about Hoover being a lunatic and causing it. That part doesn't get mentioned. So
thank you.
It's called, this article I sent, Office of the Historian, which let's hope they don't scrub this in the next couple days. Protectionism in the interwar period. So 1921 to 36, So they had to start, like you said before, you've revealed this, they had to literally start World War II or continue it in order to rally enough resources and, all that stuff to bring them out of, that's how we were taught even in school. Yeah, World War II brought us out, of the fucking depression.
Yes.
So they want to do the same trip.
But,
crash everything, cause a world war, and then we'll come out on top. Yeah.
But don't forget to express the fact that the reason Hoover was doing this was because this was a continuity of World War I. These people were still fighting World War I against Germany, and were trying to carry Germany in particular to total destruction and annihilation.
So here it is.
Yes.
So you brought up Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, right?
Yes, Smoot-Hawley.
Smoot-Hawley.
Yeah.
And then so it says here, despite Fordney-McCumber's tariff, which is another part of some of these characters, the plight of the American farmer continued. The wartime expansion of non-European, this is World War I they're talking about, non-European agricultural production had led with the recovery of European producers to overproduction, quote unquote, during the 1920s. This, in turn, had led to declining farm prices during the second half of the 20s decade. During the 1928 campaign, Republican president, so they've been at it for a while, candidate Herbert Hoover pledged to help the beleaguered farmer by, amongst other things, raising tariffs on agricultural products.
Oh, shit.
But once the tariff schedule revision process got started, it proved impossible to stop. Calls for increased protection flooded in from the industrial sector as well, interest groups, and soon a bill meant to provide relief for farmers became means to raise tariffs in all sectors. When the dust had settled, Congress had produced a piece of legislation, the Tariff Act of 1930, also known as Smoot-Hawley Tariff, that entrenched the protectionism of the Fordney-McCumber tariffs. Scholars disagree over the extent of protection actually afforded by these acts, but the issue whether tariffs provoked a wave of foreign retaliation that plunged the world deeper into the Great Depression. What is certain, however, it did nothing to foster cooperation among nations, either economic or political, during this perilous era in international relations. So basically it led to World War II, essentially.
Yes.
It quickly became...
It made World War II inevitable along with the Versailles Diktat. Go on. Continue. Yes.
Exactly. Quickly became the symbol of beggar thy neighbor, quote unquote, policies of the 30s. Yeah. Such policies were adopted by many countries during this time, contributed to a drastic contraction of international trade. For example, U.S. imports declined from a high in 1929 of 1.300 million, which is a weird way to put it. Basically 1 billion.
Right. Thank you.
Just 390 million in 1932, while the U.S. exports fell from 2,341,000,000 to 1929 fell drastically to 789 million in 32. So this is like 3/4. They lost 3/4 of trade between those years. Overall, the world trade declined by 66% between 29 and 34. The Smoot-Hawley marked the end of the line for high tariffs in 20th century America. Therefore, beginning with 1934 reciprocal trade agreements, which the United States generally sought more trade liberalization through bilateral tariff reductions, etc. To this day, the phrase Smoot-Hawley remains watchword for the perils of protectionism. So there you go. Learn your history. Doesn't work.
So we're in the second Smoot-Hawley redux, the second Smoot-Hawley age is what we're entering, which is going to bring us to another Great Depression, which, as Brendan...
And a World War.
Yes, and a World War. Thank you. Yes. Now, exactly what Brendan brought up before about the steel and aluminum tariffs that Trump unilaterally imposed overnight, investors in gold have also been seen as big winners, along with the U.S. steel industry, of course, as precious metals will be hit with tariffs next. That's the obvious next target.
are the logical next step, or rather illogical next step in an insane agenda. More broadly, gold has...
were saying they were going to sell all of our gold to hedge the bets or to hedge the funds into Bitcoin.
Yes! Yes,
that is fucking insane.
Now, you remember what I said that before, the looting of Fort Knox, which then, of course, everyone brought up the conspiracy theory that there is no gold in Fort Knox, which might well be true and would actually only add to the irony of using all of our gold reserves to back up the crypto, because it's nothing backing nothing.
Yeah, there you go. And
So
they want it to be more nothing. It's like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and in the end...
Other than they want to have their finger on the trigger, they can just press a button and everyone's broke. Yeah.
Yes, and collapse the economy. They will collapse the economy. Well, it will inevitably collapse whether they pull that trigger or not. With the way they're organizing it, it will inevitably collapse. It will have to ultimately collapse because, well, with that in mind, it's basically, of course, more broadly, gold has always been viewed as a safe haven amid constant uncertainty over the threat of new tariffs in particular. But the impact of tariffs is already being felt in another corner of the economy. Some fashion brands are pausing influencer campaigns and blaming it on U.S. tariffs. BI, or Business Insider's, their investigative journalists have been following up on this. And from what I can find out from their research, Halara and Shine, that's spelled SHEIN, are pausing some campaigns as they assess what the tariffs will mean for their businesses. And it's yet another blow to an industry grappling with the threat of a TikTok ban. But it's also far from the only market facing tariff-related headaches. Now, I'll get into these other markets in a second. Brendan Zokit says, bleak, to say the least. Yes, indeed. Indeed. And so he's definitely... given. By the way, I've downloaded these links. And
that one's the most important one.
Yes. Yeah, that map is priceless. And like you said, hopefully they don't scrub it immediately. That's why we had to download it. Hopefully we can get it at a higher digitization at some point. But yes, these people.
Well, the New York Times, you have to pay that for the full one.
Yeah, it's a paywall. It's sad. It's sad. I'll see if I can get around that at some point. In the
you notice the Japanese and Indonesian region over there?
Oh, yeah.
They have that highlighted. That's what caused the Japanese to lose their oil and rubber supplies.
Yes.
Forcing them into colonialism and shit. And then they said, the Japs are so evil. Yeah. They had to go kill the Koreans. So it's just stupid.
It's like, pot kettle black. Well, read the headlines. The sub-headline underneath the Hoover headline.
Oh, Secretary of Commerce widens his fight on rubber restrictions to include coffee, nitrates, sea salt, and other commodities controlled by foreign governments. He states problem in series of questions.
In other words, the questions Mr. Hoover asks is, how badly can I fuck up when I run down the hall with an open pair of scissors in my hand?
That's basically what happened.
Yes. But look, he's talking like Trump. Read that headline. Hoover warns. He's talking like Trump already back then. It's like a repeat of history.
Hoover warns of world trade wars.
Yes. So just understand what Mark Twain...
Wasn't Hoover the one that... Yeah. Oh, no, they just named the dam after him. That was Delano Roosevelt.
Yes.
Who bought the dam. Yeah. Paid for it.
Yes. Yeah. So understand that, Mark Twain is a poet. He's a writer, but he's not really an expert in history. Is as wise as an individual in a personal sense Mark Twain was. He said, history doesn't really repeat itself, but it damn well rhymes. And everybody's run with that, and it's really bullshit. History not only repeats itself, history must repeat itself. So I ascribe to the traditional, original historian's perspective on that. So this is what's happening now. History is repeating itself because it must. This is the horror of our times, is we're in the worst part of the swing where it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But hey, we'll have opportunities. I mean, we aren't going to get opportunities otherwise. So it's we just have to ride. We got to surf it. We've got to surf it. So
yeah, it's a tall order.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. But so all this is if things escalate to the point where countries implement retaliatory tariffs on these United States, the S&P 500, the Standard & Poor's 500 firms, would see an 8% hit to their earnings. That's according to the Bank of America. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. So a lot of concerns over tariffs remain speculative, of course, and some have long dismissed Trump's trade plans as a negotiation tactic to obtain better trading terms. But even if that's the case, the uncertainty surrounding what will and will not happen continues to cause problems. This brings us to the inside of CEO's Trump tariff war rooms. So understand, my son's married to a man at this level, and I can tell you, it's war. At least that's how it feels to CEOs who are trying to navigate a confusing and chaotic environment where President Trump's tariffs, if or rather when enacted, stand to dramatically impact their businesses. Now, the most front-footed companies have set up tariff war rooms to game out scenarios. War rooms are not a place, nor a one-and-done meeting, but a working group that comes together regularly, pulling the appropriate C-suite executives and company leaders into focused conversations. Now, the executive sponsors of these rooms, like it's similar in the spirit to tongs or meeting halls when it's used to describe Chinese criminal networks, are usually CFOs, that's Chief Financial Officers, or COOs, Chief Operating Officers. Now, tariff war rooms make it possible for companies to measure any number of outcomes from imposed tariffs, looking at what happens when a new tariff is higher or lower or lasts longer than anticipated, or how a duty could trigger currency value changes or other economic policy shifts. And once companies have collected data for various hypothetical situations, they can begin debating their options for how or even whether to respond. Exempli gratiae, if a company knows it makes products more cheaply than competitors who will face the same tariffs, it might choose to absorb the extra cost of the levy to guard their market share. Or perhaps it will exploit its price advantage, pass the tariff costs to customers, and maintain its margins. Now, leaders of multinational businesses know that the number of variables that could enter the picture in a multi-front trade war seems infinite. So building a playbook means making many small but consequential decisions. And his own firm, having found that some companies jumped in early to begin weighing their options, David Garfield, co-CEO of the consulting firm AlixPartners, has explained that this involves creating financial models and, in his words, a decision-making framework and process that gets sustained, himself qualifying that you cannot change your operations overnight, but, in his words, you need to be as prepared, as forward-thinking, and as resilient and responsive as possible. It's a very interesting strategic choice to make. Now, as a Hoover, not a McKinley, Trump could learn from Hoover and FDR, and even Ronald Reagan. But with that, Brendan, your thoughts before I dive into the history of that. But because you brought up Hoover, and now I must address that fact. Go on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that would imply that he's thinking. That he knows that he could think about history other than America strong. You know, like it's
or
like he heard the
avenging the South. He keeps thinking about winning the Civil War for, you know, as if the Confederacy conquered the North. He wants the Confederacy to conquer the North as he refights. Go on.
But what is his skin in that game? I mean, I believe what you're saying is, you know, on face value because it just makes sense. But what would be his skin in the game for that? Like, there's no family connection as far as we know, right?
His skin in the game is that his family joined the Klan, and when they joined the Klan, they joined all in. They went all in, so he identifies as a Confederate. We've seen that because of, remember what happened at Charlottesville when a young woman a young white breeding age woman had just been killed, but he went on to say it's all good people at Charlottesville. Remember that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And so he identifies as a Confederate, and they were waving Confederate flags when they invaded the Capitol, his insurrectionists. Yeah. So his skin in the game is very personal, and he does identify with history. In other words, whereas I think of history from an intellectual perspective, he is in it. He is like in the mindset of someone on Civil War time, like one of those rebels for whom the war never ended. That is him. Yeah. And the only other president we've had like that was Woodrow Wilson. And we know what happened with him. He created World War I, you know, got America involved in World War I, which guaranteed the Second World War, because otherwise the Germans and the rest of the Europeans would have settled for peace in World War I. Nobody would have brought it to a totalitarian ending where a culture was destroyed, which is what Woodrow Wilson brought it to. And through America's immense manpower reserves, he forced Germany into an unconditional surrender that resulted in the almost the eradication of the German people. And he's the person who made the Nazis inevitable because that was the only way to fight back. And the end result was, this is what we're in for now, is Trump is our Herbert Hoover, and he's going to try and get America involved in wars that will guarantee further conflicts. Even if Trump doesn't launch...
Did Hoover survive past his trade wars?
Well, not really. I mean, not psychologically. I mean, he was just a wasted old man after that. And, you know, let's look up Hoover after presidency. Hoover after presidency. And there's several ironies here. But Hoover, life after the presidency... Years of struggle and acclaim. Oh, get this shit till 1964. Let's do some screen sharing here.
Oh, he survived.
Oh, yeah. Believe it or not, yeah. Herbert Hoover conducted a very productive post-presidency. At the age of 86, he traveled 14,000 miles, delivered 20 speeches. I mean, the balls of this son of a bitch.
After he destroyed everything?
Yes, immediately after the inauguration of Franklin Roosevelt, Herbert Hoover retreated to his home in Palo Alto, California for much of the 1930s. Of course.
That explains a fucking lot.
But he came back roaring. I think it was after his wife's death, and he had nothing else to do. He went around, you know, inserting himself.
Oh, bitch.
Yeah, here we are.
Dressing in drag and shit.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, anyhow. Hoover devoted his post-presidential years to social causes such as the Boys Clubs of America. Oh! Oh! And
I bet he fucking did, yeah.
Yeah, the Hoover Institution. Here's Fox News. Fox News. Yeah. Make Herbert Hoover great again.
Yes.
What?
Okay.
Yeah. After Hoover's reputation and career were destroyed during his presidency, I can't imagine why. Must have been some baseless career, you know, character assassination.
Evil Dems.
Yes.
Libs.
He worked for 31 years to be of service and to recover what he lost.
It had nothing to do with those bread lines and dust bowls.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Hoovervilles. Remember all the tent cities? The tent cities were called Hoovervilles. Yeah.
Well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to, like, ban pesticides.
They're going to call them Trumpvilles. Yeah, they're going to call these new tent cities Trumpvilles. Trumpvilles.
Yeah, Trumpville.
I live in a Trumpville. Yeah.
Like, instead of, like, implementing an organic farming plan, they're going to say pesticides are banned. And then we're like, all the crops get eaten and shit.
Yes. You got them down. You got them down. But
not that pesticides are good, but it's just you can't just undo that overnight.
But I do want people to understand that basically I've gone over this at the time when that idiot Vinnie Barbaric was still with us. Of course, he never integrated it into any of the books, because then he would have had to have taken some goddamn notes. But, you know, believe that shit? Remember I had it on screen share so that I could do those searches, and then a fucking ad pops up. When
was that?
Oh, did you hear it? Did you hear the music from the ad? I guess you didn't hear it, so that's good. Hopefully none of our listeners did. Jesus Christ. At any rate, so John Doe.
For some stupid shit like that.
What's that?
I said don't let it copyright strike you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Don't give the enemy ideas. Don't give the enemy.
We heard one. Well, no, it just does it automatically. We heard one note.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. Oh, but at least they, you know, what they do now is they just say all the money you make will go to the person, you know, who's like owns the copyrights.
Oh, well, they can have.
Yeah. No thing. Yeah. No shit. So here we are. Oh my God! Look what our man T-Tank Berry found. Click on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then read that out loud for us.
Which one? The first or the second one?
It's all the same, really.
Trumpsville? Oh, I guess Hooverville to Trumpsville?
Yeah. Fuck!
Homeless crisis deepens. Yeah. This was 5 years ago, so there you go.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. So talk about prescient.
It says, in New York, Central Park's quarters were dubbed Hoover Valley, Shantytown, Squatters Village, Forgotten Men's Gulch, and Rockside Inn. Hard Lucksville. Yeah, we're on our way back. There you go.
Yeah. The good old days when America was at its strongest. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. So strong you can smell it from here. So strong you can smell it from here. They really ought to take a bath sometimes. Yeah, that'll be the Trumpvilles. I'm left without words. I'm left without words. There we are again. I gotta get out of this. This is like fuck. I'm trying to do some. How come I keep getting ads? But anyhow, so go on. Yeah.
We can't hear them, so it's okay.
Okay, that's
just
cool.
Annoying.
Yeah, there
Destination fucked. Yeah.
That's T-Tank Berry. T-Tank Berry said that. Destination fucked 100%. Yes.
And the first time around, they were like, the media was so hard on him. They just constantly ragged on him. Trump.
Yeah. Oh, wait till after the next Great Depression. Yeah, think about how the media is going to treat him then. Yeah. There's only so far they can cover his orange ass. Yeah. Yeah.
We're cooked.
Yes.
As the Gen Zs would say, we're cooked as fuck.
Yeah. But here's why we have Mount McKinley. Why Trump is renamed from the ancient Native American name to Mount McKinley is because to justify his endless calls for more and ever higher tariffs, President Trump likes to point to William McKinley, our nation's 25th chief
executive. Didn't he get assassinated for being a dirtbag?
Yes.
Am I just tripping? Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
He was assassinated by a Filipino whose entire family was massacred by fucking American soldiers, and they claimed it was a Polish Bolshevik before there was even.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, before there was even a Soviet Union. The Soviet Union. It was on 9/11. 100 years to the day before 9/11, 2001, in 1901, that a Filipino blew named Leon Czolgosz, which is a profoundly Filipino name because it's very Catholic and Hispanic, Leon Czolgosz. And this Filipino they claimed he was a Polish person because Polish people are also Catholic, get it? And except they claimed he was a Bolshevik, and they said it's a danger of, Bolshevism. There wasn't even a fucking Soviet Union. So it was like they were truly making things up, pulling shit out of their asses. And,
yeah, this is like pre-Russian Revolution. What the fuck are they talking about?
Thank you.
That's like some Wikipedia shit.
It's revised history that they did before Wikipedia. That was like the first retcon before Wikipedia made it easy. Yeah. But you know what happened to Leon Czolgosz, if that's the case? They disintegrated his body in acid. They dissolved it in acid so that no one could identify the body as Filipino.
after he was executed, they dissolved his body in acid. But you know what? He killed McKinley with a cast on his arm so he could hide a firearm in it. And that was how 2 Koreans wearing casts on their arms later on killed the American dictator of Korea, Bill Durham, God, it's been so long since I've said it. Stevens. We can look up American dictator of Korea. And American dictator. The Americans installed a dictator over all Korea, all the Korean peninsula. And and then
never hear about that. You just hear about the Japanese evil of the Imperials.
Yeah, yes. And even when I look him up, they give me Kim Jong-un. No, he was assassinated. And then they give me Park Chung-hee in 1973. This is such bullshit. They're really hiding this shit. I spoke about this for hours on end in the past. Assassinated.
Yeah, I recall.
Ferry building.
Yeah, here's the line that they give, the official White House archives. Yeah. It says, he was standing in receiving line at Buffalo Pan American Exposition. This is McKinley.
Yeah.
And he says, when a deranged anarchist shot him twice, he died 8 days later. So that's all the detail you get. A deranged anarchist.
Yeah, as opposed to a Filipino Catholic whose entire family had been massacred by U.S. troops. By the way, so I found him. Bull Durham, who they named the cigarettes after. Bull Durham White Stevens was the guy's name. So I'll do a screen share here. So here we are. I had to enter American dictator of Korea assassinated ferry building San Francisco. Then I finally got, there we are, Durham Stevens. So the 2 Koreans who assassinated Durham White Stevens, from what we got the name for the cigarette, Bull Durham, they wore casts on their arms, imitating, emulating, aping, copycatting, whatever you want to say, Leon Czolgosz, who had just killed the President of the United States. So this was in 1908. So here we are. They say indirect result of U.S. imperial interests in the Far East. Indirect result. Yeah, you install a dictator over their country.
Look at this guy. He's a real charmer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You found his picture? Share it with us. Yeah. Or is it images I could find? Yeah.
He looks like the Monopoly guy. I mean,
yeah. He's the Monopoly man. Yeah.
Sure, he was a charmer one. Yeah.
Oh, here we are. San Francisco Chronicle. And look at this. Look how they spell it. This is like
Korean.
Yeah, Korean with the C. Korean. Youth attempt the assassination of D.W. Stevens. Attempt? He died. Yeah. It took him a day to die, but he died. That was just before he died. Anyhow.
They probably thought he was gonna pull through, but he looks like he's alcoholic and shit.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he was too alcoholic for that shit. And here's the 2 guys. Oh, you know what? Both these guys were kept as prisoner and then released after World War I and became national heroes in Korea. They're like national.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, but they were released. They released him. You know, but that's because he wasn't a president. He was the dictator they installed over Korea. But look at him. Regard him as the betrayer of the country.
I like the illustration of the smoking gun.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I like that. I think I wouldn't have noticed that without you. Yeah,
they had a real sense of humor back then.
Yeah. Oh, real. They turned it into Art Deco. That's
funny.
Yeah. So let me enter this for our listeners, or else they're gonna have a hard time finding this on their own. So let's take a look. Here we are, live stream. So let me enter that into live stream here, and okay, there we go. And that way people can see that, so that they understand that hey, we're not bullshitting. We're not making this shit up. And thank you for sharing that. And that means I don't have to share the link. And excellent. So that having been ascertained, shared. So understand that. So here's Trump. He likes to point to William McKinley, our nation's 25th chief executive, who happened to be actually assassinated, unlike Trump, who faked his own. And Trump cited him in his inaugural address last month. Did you know that? Declaring,
that's right.
Yeah, declaring that the Ohio Republican, he was a Republican, of course, made our country very rich through tariffs before someone blew his brains out because of how rich he made us. Yeah. But as historians, even conservative Republican historians have pointed out, McKinley gradually turned against tariffs over the course of his own career. By the time he became president, he had abandoned his former protectionism and actually asked Congress for the power to cut tariffs on foreign imports in order to induce other countries to lower their own tariffs on American goods. In the words of Karl Rove, a longtime Republican strategist and the author of a well-regarded biography of McKinley, which I'll provide the link to because I reviewed this over the weekend to teach the Blood Boys about this horrible history. We'll enter that into our text box first, and there people can read this Republican speaking about McKinley. Oh, I think I've got all of the brackets necessary. Give me a second here to make certain.
Point here.
Yes, and
he was an advocate of bimetallism.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It means pegging the currency to gold and silver. He in 1900 he signed the Gold Standard Act, which formally placed U.S. money on gold standard. All currency was fully backed by gold with a fixed price of $20.67 an ounce.
Wow. Wow.
So that was like his achievement.
Okay.
McKinley. This is McKinley.
Yeah. Weird shit. I mean, it sounds almost too...
Do you think Trump's going to go back to that, or is he foolish?
It's like you said, that I don't think Trump's even aware of that. I think that Trump's version of that will be, like you said, pin in all of our gold to fucking Bitcoin, and it'll be the last bank robbery, the last great bank heist. They're just going to take everything. And then our treasury will be left completely empty. And of course, Bitcoin, as soon as the world economy crashes, everybody's going to understand Bitcoin never should have happened. And, you know, just remember...
Oh, yeah, he is using the McKinley system as far as tariffs go.
There we are. Yes. Yeah.
The Dingley Tariff Act.
Yeah.
There you go.
But like I said, McKinley later turned against them. Like the guy Karl Rove says in his book, on tariffs, the president gets McKinley wrong. Now, Rove notes that after McKinley's inauguration in March of 1897, the new president grabbed the chance to lower all trade barriers. Exactly the opposite of the Trump approach. So Trump's so fucked up in his history, he's put the cart before the horse, and he's got it bass-ackwards. Yeah, so here we are. So read these things. These are important, Brendan. Read these paragraphs out loud for our listeners. Thank you.
Oh, I read the bimetallism part, or at least the ending. But then the second one says, McKinley, however, did not remain a protectionist nor a supporter of tariffs during the duration of his presidency. In 1901, a day before his death, he announced his support for reciprocal trade treaties, a considerable shift in his thinking about these trade policies. So there you go.
I like the way they said day before his death as opposed to the day before a Filipino came and killed his ass.
He just fell off his chairs.
Yeah, like he just died in his sleep.
By an anarchist, there was like some crazy anarchist killed him.
Yeah, who they later claimed was a Bolshevik, no less. And they paid the Polish crazy guy's family to say he was responsible, but nobody ever found the body because he killed himself. What happened was the Polish guy had killed himself, and the Polish family took a bunch of money to say, yeah, he's the guy who killed the president. And then they dissolved the body of the Filipino assassin and said it was this Polish guy. But of course, the body's no longer exists. And it's just crazy shit. And people can look that up. You know, people don't need to take my word for it. Look that shit up. At any rate, the Republican predecessor Trump more closely resembles when it comes to trade policy is Herbert Hoover, who in June of 1930 signed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act into law. Hoover had run for president on a platform of raising agricultural tariffs and felt bound to sign the bill passed by Congress, even though its protectionism went much farther than he had ever intended. More than 1,000 economists signed a petition urging Hoover to veto the bill, which raised taxes by more than 40% on some 20,000 imported goods. Imagine living in that world. The president himself acknowledged privately that the higher duties were, in his words, vicious, extortionate, and obnoxious, but approved it just the same. And the effect of this new law was entirely predictable. It turbocharged a trade war, drove many prices higher, reduced American imports and exports by 2/3, as earlier articulated by Brendan, undermined foreign relations, and made the Great Depression even worse than it already was. Republicans paid a stiff price for their economic benightedness, losing not only the White House to Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the 1932 election, but their large majorities in the House and Senate as well. Among the defeated were Senator Reed Smoot of Utah and Representative Willis Hawley of Oregon, the law's twin lead sponsors. Now, FDR sharply denounced the Smoot-Hawley tariff during the 1932 campaign, which is a lot like he said, shit stinks, it's only belaboring the obvious. And as president, he would promote any number of terrible economic policies himself, from a massive increase in government spending to forcibly increasing prices to the imposition of industry codes that curtailed production and suppressed competition. But about the harmful impacts of the trade war set in motion under Hoover, his insights were absolutely on point. During one speech in Seattle, he cogently explained how Herbert Hoover's signature on Smoot and Hawley's bill had set our nation on the road, as he said it, the road to ruin. The sweeping new tariffs prompted at least 40 other nations to retaliate with higher tariffs on American exports, as observed by Roosevelt at the time. Exempli gratiae. Roosevelt told his Washington state audience, and here I will quote him in reading two paragraphs he himself spraketh, meaning that he actually said these. Our next door neighbor, Canada, imposed retaliatory tariffs on your peaches, so that their tariff is now higher than the freight rates to Canada. And there is a retaliatory tariff on asparagus and other vegetables and other fruits, so high that practically none of your agricultural product can be sold to your logical customers, your neighbors across the border. The market for your surplus is destroyed, and thereby fair prices for your whole crop are made impossible. Retaliatory tariffs on condensed milk have closed milk condenseries on the northern Pacific coast. Companies have sold their cows. Let us see the effect of that. As you and I know, that cuts off the market for the hay crops raised by the farmers. That is a good example of the fact, the undeniable, undisputed fact, of the interdependence of industry and agriculture. In short, because we have built unjust tariff walls ourselves, other countries are now using our own poison against us. It's like, how could you not see this coming? I'm just, at any rate, when it comes to
see what coming.
yeah, no kidding. It hits so hard and so fast, right? It's like, how could you not see this coming?
Easiest.
Yeah, retaliatory tariffs. Now, one Roosevelt Democrat who would later become a Republican was Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan had absorbed the lesson that protectionism leads to disaster, and took it with him when he switched parties. Reagan's influence helped turn the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency into a party of philosophical free traders. The Gipper often decried trade warriors who worship high tariffs. In fact, in a 1988 address, bear in mind this came out after Trump had published his 1987 book, The Art of the Deal, and had appeared on Oprah Winfrey talking about taxing other countries. The year after that, in a 1988 address, parts of which sound like it was written in direct response to the Trump misadministration's tariff follies, Ronald Reagan said, "Today, protectionism is being used by some American politicians as a cheap form of nationalism, a fig leaf for those unwilling to maintain America's military strength and who lack the resolve to stand up to real enemies, countries that would use violence against us and our allies. Our peaceful trading partners are not our enemies. They are our allies. We should beware of the demagogues who are ready to declare a trade war against our friends, weakening our economy, our national security, and the entire free world, all while cynically waving the American flag. The expansion of the international economy is not a foreign invasion. It is an American triumph, one we worked hard to achieve, and something central to our vision of a peaceful and prosperous world of freedom." Now, to mark Reagan's birthday on February 6th, which was literally just 10 days ago, the White House under Trump released a presidential message celebrating the common sense political vision of our nation's 40th president and noting that his vision ushered in a new era of prosperity and peace at home and abroad. That is indeed what Reaganism accomplished, if only Trump had some of the economic and political wisdom, even half of it, or even a quarter thereof, that made Reagan's achievements possible. Now today, as Trump targets our $100 billion deficit with Japan by eyeing an Alaska deal, consider the fact that Fortress Japan shaped Trump's perspective and sparked Trump's 40-year love affair with tariffs. So let me put a link betraying that into our text box first. We'll have Brendan Zogit and Mr. T-Tank Barry review that, and we'll ask our listeners to do so as well. So let's put this into the live stream and the chat thereof, and give me your own impression.
Yeah, what is this?
That. Oh, please, watch it and tell me what you think, what your impression is of this. It's take your time. Make certain, of course, we don't hear it. Go on mute while you review it. And and then we'll get the impression from Brendan Zogit, the kind of analysis of his own, or at least impression, like I said. But basically, Trump says, wow. I mean, basically, I'll leave it to what Brendan says, before I give any kind of response. But it shows that, how should I put this? The Japanese imperial superstate provided competition for U.S. manufacturing, particularly in consumer electronics and cars. As U.S. factories were shuttering and new Japanese brands entered the market, pundits were talking about Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, surpassing these United States as the world's leading economy. When Donald Trump's fortunes, well, I guess I'll discuss that when our man Brendan's back with us. Let me know when you're back, Brendan, when you're ready to provide your own analysis of what you've just reviewed.
Yeah, so dumb. He just gave a logical answer.
Thank you.
I'm not responding to hypotheticals.
Yes.
Fuck you guys.
So tell people what happened. Tell people what went down, and it's very bizarre. But tell people what went down between those two on stage.
I don't know exactly. Other than the reporter is asking the Japanese one of the representative of Japan.
The prime minister. It's actually the Japanese prime minister. Believe it or not.
Yeah. He's the new prime minister. That's right.
Yeah.
So they were asking him, what are you gonna do if Trump imposes tariffs? And he says, I'm not going to respond to hypothetical questions, basically in a polite, of course, Japanese way. Yeah. And then everyone was impressed, and then people were laughing and shit. And it's just like, that was the only answer. I don't know what
Trump acted like he was mind blown.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
He's like, wow, that was a good answer. Like, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
You're the only one that gives like freaking crazy answers.
Thank you. Yeah. Then Trump said, "The man knows what he's doing." Like, it's like, well,
you don't have to threaten everyone at every point.
Yes. Thank you. It's so bizarre that but bear in mind,
it's almost like he didn't think of that. He was just like,
it's almost like Trump couldn't think of that. It was like, I never would have thought of that. Like
I don't have to, strong arm people every fucking second.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to.
Yeah, imagine that. It was like, wow, that blew his
it would make him way cooler if he was just stoic, but he's just insane.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like, we would actually, be like, oh, maybe this guy knows what he's doing. No, he's just when he does shit like he does, it just seems unhinged.
Yeah, because he is unhinged. Yes, ultimately, yes.
Yeah.
So when Donald Trump's go on.
We're just saying, the Japanese don't play that game. They ain't gonna play that shit.
Thank you. No, or they're going to continue to be reserved, but to Trump, that's some form of professionalism he's never seen before. But I guess look at what happens when he's confronted by Trudeau. Comes to see him personally, and Trudeau breaks down in tears. So I guess this is what Trump is used to.
And that was before he was even president. That was like before he was president.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Trudeau's
that was before.
Literally crying. He's literally crying.
That's right. Quite
you don't
right.
understand. He's serious.
Yeah.
He's serious, man. And it's like, what the fuck?
Trump,
at least fake it.
Yeah, Trump psyched him out so bad. And this was before, like Brendan said, that was back when he was still at Mar-a-Lago. He wasn't even president yet.
Yeah.
And he psyched this guy out so bad.
And then he quit. He quit before
then he
even
quit.
got in. Yeah.
Then he quit before Trump became president. That's just fucking scary. Yeah, I mean,
I think it's like, how did they tolerate that guy for so long? Like, shit.
Yeah, I know. They need a real man in charge. Yeah, but not like Trump is not a real man. Okay, Elon Musk is not a real man. Okay, everybody get that through your heads.
No.
Well, I mean, think about how I just described Reagan, and compared to, and Reagan was practically senile, but he was like the mountain of sobriety compared to Trump.
But Reagan was like kind of wholesome. He would come on and say, I'm going to bomb everyone. World War III has begun.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And he said that multiple times.
Yeah.
While
and
the
then he
mic
would be
was
like,
on.
just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, but anyhow, when Donald Trump's own fortunes took a downturn in the 90s and he needed to raise cash fast, he sailed his 85-meter, well, that'd be about 282 feet, I think, super yacht, the Trump Princess. I mean, imagine that. It's like me naming a ship the Dietrich Princess. It would make more sense to me because I'm in drag half the time. Why did Trump... At any rate, he sailed it to Asia, hoping he could attract the Japanese corporocracy's wealth. It wasn't the first time that he, as a businessman, had sought out Japanese buyers or lenders for his projects. Now, in the cutthroat world of New York real estate, Trump had a front row seat from his Fifth Avenue skyscraper of Tokyo's buying spree in the 80s of all those iconic U.S. brands and properties, including Rockefeller Center. It was then that his, help me out here, Brendan, WkEND, his worldview on trade and America's relations with our allies was formed.
WkEND.
Thank you. It was then that his worldview on trade and America's relations with our allies was formed, and his fixation on tariffs. a tax on imports began. So let's take a look at what was entered here. Yes. Say it out loud, Brendan. Go ahead and say it out loud. Yes, it's true. Yes. Tell us.
Oh, I said they wouldn't buy his stupid super yacht.
Yes.
And then I said, I've never even seen a Japanese billionaire, like at least on TV.
Yeah.
They don't even flex that shit. It's not like they're going around showing off like all these other billionaires.
Thank you.
So, like Americans specifically.
Yes.
And the Brits, like, they're like multi-millionaires and they live in this like brick fucking. I met some of these people. They live in like these little brick hobbit houses with like mossy roofs, and these guys are like loaded with money. Only Americans are crazy to like buy a yacht and have it like Jeff Bezos, where they had to fucking deconstruct a fucking bridge to get it out of the repair shop.
Holy
it just
shit!
Doesn't make sense.
Holy shit!
This doesn't make sense.
It's mania. It's mania.
It's just mania.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
so these Japanese billionaires, I've never even heard of these people.
Thank you.
Tadashi Yanai, Masayoshi Son, Takamitsu Teiyazaki. Literally, I've never heard of these people.
No, they're all very quiet. They all keep to themselves. They're very quiet. Nobody in the world really identifies the majority of them.
And they're all just fast retailing. Uniqlo, that guy's actually a little well known because Uniqlo is a famous chain. Some investment people. Yeah, they're very subtle, let's say.
Thank you. Now, at any rate, emphasizing that Trump watched with jealousy as Japanese businessmen were viewed as geniuses, Barbara Ress, a former executrix vice presidentress at the Trump Organization, said he had a tremendous resentment for Japan. Now, Trump often complained that he had difficulties doing deals with large groups of Japanese businessmen. Well, Brendan, it's like you said, they wouldn't buy his shit. Yeah.
Of course.
And yeah, I mean, why would they deal with the orange clown? He felt America wasn't getting enough in return for assisting its ally Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, with military defense. Again, Trump was laboring under the delusion that America is quote-unquote defending Japan and that they somehow don't have a military all their own. Tell them about your teacher. That fucking teacher you had when you brought up, the counterpoint about Japan's military, and she just went into denial or wouldn't even acknowledge what you were saying.
Which one?
One of your teachers.
Context?
One of your teachers, when she was saying, after the war, Japan can't have a military, and you were pointing out Japan's got a fat military and a big fat military budget, second largest in the world, and all that shit. And she just kind of like, Japan doesn't have a military. Like she was just.
Oh, it was the same shit. They said, it's a self-defense force, and I'm like, okay, it's just like they have enough force projection.
Yeah.
To be a full-on attack force.
Well, tell her there's no goddamn Coast Guard that can cross the Pacific on its own power like the Japanese so-called maritime self-defense force does, okay?
Yeah, no, it's a full-on military.
Yeah.
Hopefully when America collapses, they'll just come out and straight up say, Japanese Empire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well,
they'll just bring it back,
Oh, fuck it. But they won't have a choice. They won't have a choice. It's what I've said about the British having to establish a third British Empire. They won't have a choice either. The Americans, the Russians, and the Chinese are just going to take us all down the hill to perdition. And, then we'll have to pick up the pieces. But at any rate, having himself headed negotiations with Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, during the Reagan administration as counselor to the Secretary of Commerce, Mr. Clyde Prestovitz believes that the real problem, then and now, is that the United States of America doesn't have any strategic manufacturing policy. Imagine that. The Japanese always had a strategic manufacturing policy on a national scale. The Americans all felt, well, so long as their companies are fighting each other, they're competing their way to success or some crazy shit. So there's no American strategic manufacturing policy because they feel that would be like communist China, with a command economy or a centralized capitalism. Despite complaining about unfair trade, the Americans never got their act together into a united industrial front. Isn't that bizarre? Now, a longtime critic of free trade policies himself, the Mr. Prestowitz, confirms that nobody who was intellectually serious was ever affiliated with Donald Trump or his simplistic approach at the time. He concludes that our current president has never offered any real solution to the problems he's always raised. So to quoteist Mr. Clyde Prestowitz, tariffs are a kind of showy thing that you can say, look what I did, I banged those guys. So you can be a tough guy. Whether or not they are effective in any way is really open to discussion. Of course, the fears of the Japanese commercial sphere's rise calmed over time, and now it's an ally. Instead, it's market Leninist China that is the American empire's fiercest corporate competitor. This week last, Trump welcomed the Empire of Japan's prime minister into the Oval Office as one of his foreign visitors. So this gives us another thing for you to review here, Brendan. I look forward to whatever impression you get of this. Again, review it so on mute, so that we don't hear the sound and get dinged for it or something. And I will, in the meantime, enter this into live stream so that, again, it can be reviewed by our listeners. And basically, Donald Trump wants to eliminate the $100 billion trade deficit with Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, and he has not ruled out imposing tariffs on the empire. Now, both our empires are also discussing the potential collaboration on a pipeline in Alaska, or what the Japanese call Arisaka. So, and what the Russians call Alyeska. At any rate, so I guess it's more of an article than anything else, so that might be too long, but you can scan that. Matter of fact, you can read parts of it out, Brendan. Give my voice a break. So that's our, if our man Brendan is still there, it's like he's not on mute, but I'm not hearing him.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay, yeah. Are you about ready to kind of check out for the night? You feeling sleepy? I mean,
yeah, I'm about to go, but that article said the Japanese are ready to invest $1 trillion in the U.S. economy. Talk about economic hegemony.
Yeah, hegemony. Well, look at the Japanese prime minister is holding up a calendar where on the cover of the calendar is Trump after the assassination attempt. Talk about buttering Trump up. No wonder Trump. Oh man, he's brilliant.
Oh, Trump loved him. Trump loved him.
Yeah.
He said he's a real guy. Or something.
Yeah. He's a bro. He's a bro.
Yeah, can you imagine a country that can invest $1 trillion in America?
Yeah, obviously they won the war. Obviously they won the fucking war, and now they're basically helping us reconstruct.
Yeah. And then even Trump said, "We're totally committed to Japan's security."
Oh, there you go.
To strengthen economic ties. Yeah.
Oh man, if they gave me $1 trillion, I'd be too. Yes, that's Oh man, yeah. What else could he say? Anyhow, you've really pulled your weight tonight, Brendan. We've gone on 7.5 hours. So do me a favor, hold the stage while I take a short leak. Okay, I'll be right back. What?
Shit. Yeah, I'm waiting for the paycheck in the mail. Yeah, he said he vowed to use the full strength of American deterrence to maintain security in the Indo-Pacific. This is Trump.
All right.
He and Ishiba agreed to, quote-unquote, cooperate even more closely to combat Chinese economic aggression, which is quite aggressive, according to Trump. No shit.
Yeah.
From Japanese for Japan's new prime minister, who worked feverishly to secure the White House meeting, the deliverables were not so tangible. Wins were marked not by new American commitments, but by the avoidance of new provocations. Trump is not threatening Tokyo with tariffs or floating the U.S. annexation of any of its territory, as he has with other allies. Yeah, because he can't.
Yeah, thank you.
He did not. Yeah, he did not appear eager to torpedo its developing trilateral relationships with South Korea. Commitments to maintain America's significant military presence in Japan remain in place. For a nation so dependent on the U.S. economically and militarily, this is the person writing the article with their ignorance.
It's their
The
American
status
spin.
quo-
Go on. The Yankee
the
spin. Yes, go on.
Well, that would imply that they knew the difference.
Yeah, good point. Good
The
point.
status quo might be enough for now, but Trump's unpredictability and desire to show dominance, well, that shit went out the door when the Japanese walked in the door.
Yeah, thank you.
All of a sudden, he's like, I love him. He's so nice.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing. Great
He knows
answer.
what he's doing. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
You know how to speak, man.
Yeah, imagine that. By the way, so I'm going to take a short piss. Do me a favor and just keep reading this. I'll be right back, okay? As soon as I'm back, then I'll go back in a monologue.
I thought you were, yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll be back. I'm going mute.
No worries. Yeah, after Ishiba demurred on whether he wanted to see Trump resume talks with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, the president made it clear he hoped to do just that. We will have relations with North Korea, with Kim Jong-un. I get along with him very well. Trump's unpredictability prompted Ishiba, the Japanese prime minister's handlers, to forego a pre-prepared statement of key talking points, just in case he would go rogue, Trump. According to Japanese foreign ministry officials, he was granted anonymity because they weren't authorized to speak on record about sensitive diplomatic issues. That would be the aide of the Japanese prime minister. Instead, Ishiba and his staff had special brainstorming meetings in order to prepare ourselves for any possible demands coming from the U.S. side. So when Doug gets back, we can go over that. That included preparing data for graphics to show Trump with maps that highlights Japan's role as a top foreign investor. They literally had to draw this guy pictures just in case he went rogue. The sides show that Japan's investment has grown since 2019 and that Japan is the #1 foreign investor in 11 states, including most of them Republican leaning, and the second highest in 14 other states, most of which voted for Trump, as well as the largest job creator in 10 states. So there is the Japanese contribution to the U.S. economy, the ownership thereof. It is on paper beyond, that thing, deniable. Ishiba is looking to build a personal relationship with Trump, is following the diplomatic template of former Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo, who he said during his initial remarks that it laid the foundation for such a robust relationship between our two countries. Abe, who was assassinated in 2022 after leaving office, built a strong rapport. The first foreign leader to visit Trump Tower after the 2016 election, he showered Trump with gifts and joined him on the golf course, as well as at a sumo wrestling tournament during 2019's visit to Japan. He even arranged for Trump a presidential trophy at the event, of course. Yeah, Abe's charm offensive, along with major defense commitments, enabled Japan to avert a trade war after Trump withdrew from a multilateral trade agreement with several countries in the Indo-Pacific region that had been negotiated by Obama's administration. After Trump said tariffs could still be on the table, Ishiba reacted calmly. If it is mutually beneficial, tariffs should be set, he said. When asked for a follow-up question about whether Japan would retaliate in the event of imposing tariffs, The Prime Minister demurred again. I am unable to respond to a theoretical question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a very good answer, said Trump. He knows what he's doing. But Doug, when you were gone, I read something that was just so telling about how much the Japanese run our economy. So let me see if I can find it. It says here, in case Trump went rogue, they prepared data graphics for Ishiba to show Trump with maps and graphs highlighting Japan's role as top foreign investor in the U.S. So they had to draw this fucker pictures just in case he went rogue. And then it says, the slides showed that Japan's investment has grown since 2019, and Japan is the #1 foreign investor in 11 states, most of them Republican-leaning, and second highest in 14 states, other states. Most of them also voted for Trump, as well as the largest job creator in 10 states.
Jesus Christ.
That's Japan's dip into our economy.
They may as well be our government. They may as well be
the skeleton of our fucking economy is Japan.
Yes. Oh my fucking God. Think about that.
So they were ready to show him all the graphs if he went rogue.
Yes.
Like, look,
yes.
idiot.
Yes. Yes. They had to put it into Sesame Street. Sesame Street pictures. Yes.
Yeah, but luckily he knows better. In this case, he knows better than to poke that bear.
Yes. Thank God. It was
and then the Japanese actually said if the tariffs benefit both of them, they don't care like who he does the tariffs to, really.
Yeah. Right.
Because they make enough money as it is, it seems like.
Yes, that's right. That there you go. There you go. It's
like, who cares if the steel, because that's the irony, is like, okay, what is he going to charge steel so they can build Toyotas in the US? They don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah,
they make money at all points. Yeah.
What they're saying is, like what you're saying, the way you said it is they're making money at all points. Another way of expressing it is because they're producing here in the United States, the tariffs won't impact their production in the United States and might even benefit or favor. In other words, it would, what do you call it, bias the success of their products in the United States because they would be protected by America's tariffs because they're essentially running these American industries. Right, yes.
It would be like a feedback loop.
Yes.
It's like, you know, it's just, what are you going to tax? Not
yourself?
Like,
yeah. Which is what Trump is doing to the consumer.
So Japan has a de facto immunity to these things because they run so much here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now you've said it. See? Thank God I took that trip to the restroom. Yes, and in that period of time, our man Brendan has explained
and
it.
And anyone who denies what you've said is so ignorant to the facts.
Thank you.
Japan runs America.
Yeah.
It's I mean, you can't get any clearer than that. I mean, it's just...
Thank you.
He went freaking rabid on every other leader.
Yeah.
Except Japan.
That's right. Wait, who said, smart guy. Wow. Knows what he's doing. Yeah. See,
because they probably told him. They said, look, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just know that the Japanese run everything.
You remember they visited him while he was still running for president. I told that to Peter Moon. I know that we try to forget everything when Vinnie Barbrick was on. You remember how I brought that up, though?
Well, and he was chums with Abe. I read that part when you were gone, too.
Yeah.
Abe gave him personal gifts with his, like, rotten, scam money.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
But he was giving Trump all kinds of stuff,
Yeah, he was trumping Trump. In other words, he was...
He was the Trump of Japan.
Yeah, he was the Trump of Japan. Yeah, and then he trumped with Trump.
Look what happened to him.
Yeah. Then they killed him. Yeah, there you go. Holy shit!
But he was a religious, scammer. So
yeah, that's right. And,
or at least helped them. He helped the religious scammers.
Well, in other words, the Koreans, basically a bunch of foreigners who were scamming Japanese old biddies all over Japan, widows and shit.
So terrible.
Yeah. And remember how when I talked about Reverend Moon doing that, then Peter Moon started saying, Reverend Moon was such a saint in jail. Remember he started saying, he helped people sweep the floors in jail and all that bullshit. Remember how Peter Moon started...
No way.
Do you don't remember that?
He glazed Reverend Moon.
Yeah. Yeah, Vinnie Barber started talking about when Reverend Moon was in jail, all he did was help people, and he was helping people volunteering to clean the toilet stalls.
Why did he feel the need to do that? Because he stole his name, or like what?
Maybe I thought of that, or maybe it was because they're both members of religious cults, like Scientologists and Moonies defending each other or some crazy shit. God knows, but yeah, it's damn, that episode was a keeper just for that, and it's still up there. Yeah, it's still up there. I wouldn't bear to like sort through all that shit to find that, but yeah, that's what he did, and it shows you how crazy Vinnie Barber truly was and the kind of mental world that he lived in. Yeah, during a press conference following the meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, the U.S. President Donald Trump announced his intention to very quickly reduce the U.S. trade deficit with Dainippon to zero. He stated that the same could be achieved easily through the sale of LNG, or liquefied natural gas, to the Japanese super archipelago. By the way, say goodnight to our listeners, please, personally, dear Brendan. That's best that you say goodnight that way.
Yes, gute Nacht, and yeah, good night. I can't think of the Japanese phrase, but yeah, good night.
Yes, no worries.
I have to go to sleep.
Konbanwa.
Yeah, konbanwa is one way.
Yeah, one way.
We can just use the informal. Yeah, konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. Yes. And
super informal, but it's okay. Yeah. All right.
Yes. All right. We love you dearly. Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. Okay. So that's Bren Zogit, and we couldn't have gone this far without him. We'll see how much longer I last. But at any rate, yes, there we are. Take a look at some more photos left by our dear friend Brendan. These are sigils and seals to help protect the rest of the transmission. And so we had a real good transmission so far. We have made it to almost 8 hours. And so let me take a little look at how much time we spent on the preceding transmission. And we'll try not to go beyond 12 hours total. And that will help us all. Let's see now here. Going to take a look at oh God, some poor fat woman did a short. But I guess they're trying to popularize the heavies now. And okay, so we're going to take a look at live, and we're going to look at the original thing that got cut tonight. So that was 1.5 hours. So we can do live stream if we're already at 8, 9.5. So 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 1.5 hours more at least. And so let's take a look at going back to call for a second. Further sigils or things put up by our okay, so these was a series of his images that he was sharing throughout the program tonight. Deeply appreciated that he does that for the sake of the record. And with that, okay, let's dive back into it for about an hour and a half longer. So we'll go to about 9.5 hours maybe. And so as I said, Trump spoke of selling liquefied natural gas to Japan to balance our trade deficit. And he added that both empires are discussing the pipeline in Alaska as, quote-unquote, some kind of joint venture, which refers to an entity, formed jointly by at least 2 independent enterprises to achieve a specific project or common objective. And, here we go, yes. The various eye shades or shapes in Naruto. Okay, and such having been qualified, we are now on the call only with our good man Aristides, our executive producer. And Trump also mentioned that while he aims to deepen economic cooperation with Oyashi Magia, or literally the 8 or many, more like 800 great continents of island Asia,
which is the ancient name for Japan, he made it clear that the United States will trade with all countries based on fairness and reciprocity. He added that he is considering imposing tariffs on the Japanese imperial superstate and many other countries to level the playing field regarding trade barriers. However, he noted that he does not expect any country to suffer from this. Trump said, "We'll charge them, they will charge us." By the way, that will be the cause of all too much suffering, but he'll find that out the hard way. One thing I can tell you is that Trump is giving the steel industry everything it wants via Japano-American imperial cooperation. Just don't call it a takeover. On Friday of Yester-Septimania, the American imperial president, Trump, announced that a Japanese steel giant will invest in the American company U.S. Steel instead of taking it over. The plan to take over the American company was blocked by President Joe Biden in January, although Trump was also opposed to foreign control of a company the United States considers strategic. Earlier in the week, the United Steelworkers boss submitted a motion to dismiss a lawsuit filed against him by both companies. On Monday, opening last work week, in a Washington federal appeals court, the Twa steelmakers accused former President Joe Biden of unfairly prejudging their merger and giving them no chance for feedback on a sham, their words, national security review before he blocked the deal. Trump himself had vociferously condemned the proposal repeatedly before the Friday before last's more tempered remarks, which he made alongside Prime Minister Ishiba. The president met with U.S. Steel boss David Birthyear a day earlier, and into that weekend, the weekend before last, said that he would also meet the head of Nippon Steel to mediate and arbitrate. Now, Nippon Steel's $14.9 billion bid for U.S. Steel will take the form of an investment instead of a purchase, even as sources confirm that the Japanese company has not withdrawn its bid. Takenly misnaming the Japanese company, I hope you appreciate that I intentionally, transversed those words. Rather than saying mistakenly naming, he takenly misnamed the Japanese company. Trump announced, "Next week, the head of Nissan, a very great company, will come here and we will work out the details. I will help. I will be there to mediate." President Donald Trump then said about announcing new tariffs of 25% on imported steel and aluminum, delivering a major win to the U.S. steel industry, as already articulated earlier this transmission, and that reciprocal tariffs against, among others, the European Union were coming early this week, all according to the industry's plan. Yet questions remain whether these tariffs will go into effect or if their announcement is being used as a bartering chip, as with the other tariffs threats the week before. The threat of tariffs reemerged after Trump met with the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba the week before last to discuss corporate Japanese investment in U.S. steel. This 25% tariff on imported steel and aluminum appears to be an attempt to protect shared Japanese and American imperial interests. This tariff is set to be placed on all nations equally, and is not a bargaining tool, unlike those with which Trump threatened Canada and Mexico the week before. The Guardian, however, reported that the Prime Minister of Australia plans to reach out to Trump to seek an exemption from these tariffs. At the time of my last transmission, which was the last time I had a chance to check into this, no such tariffs had yet been officially implemented. If they have since then, you let me know. Trump said reciprocal tariffs would be announced in more detail by, at this point, last week. Basically, I think Monday opening last week by now, before going into effect, his words, almost immediately. The president claimed that this will be great for everybody involved, including the other countries. Trump summarized the policy by saying, very simply, if they charge us, we charge them. And he later transversed that to, if we charge them, they charge us, all this, transactional shit. That, I'm sorry, it just, this guy's operating on 2 + 2 = 4, when the reality is everybody else is working with algebra and calculus. And he's not in anybody's league, and he's going to bring us all down with his simplicity. Now, during their conference, Ishiba emphasized the positive atmosphere of their talks and noted his intention to balance the trade balance with these United States through gas purchases. Encouraged by Trump, he criticized the previous U.S. administration for not allowing the export of raw materials to Japan. Ishiba also added that Trump seems scary on television in personal interactions. He was very sincere and very strong. However, the Japanese Prime Minister declined to answer whether he would impose retaliatory tariffs on these United States, which would be kind of redundant since the United States, as Brendan has articulated, the skeleton, the backbone of our economy is Japan. Then that's kind of like imposing tariffs on yourself. But Donald Trump's governing philosophy is still the same as when he was a young real estate developer. He still believes just as strongly in tariffs as a tool to pressure other countries to open their markets and reduce trade deficits. And observing that students often share Trump's diminutive, I would call it diminutive, this poor idiot, this poor professor calls it intuitive, and observing that students often share Trump's intuitive thinking about the economy, and that one of the big challenges is that professors face is convincing their students that their understanding is completely wrong, the Mr. Michael Strain, an economist with the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, emphasizes that despite Trump's hold on the party, with a stance that has upended decades of Republican embrace of free trade, he doesn't think Trump's convinced skeptical lawmakers, business leaders, and economists. Well, of course not, because it's like trying to convince them there's no such thing as gravity and you can fly whenever you want. Personally, without wings, like Superman. Now, Mr. Strain, having proven that threats to increase tariffs on American allies will only reduce business investment and weaken international alliances, the sticking point remains that his views about foreign imports are bad, that the size of the trade deficit is a useful measure of policy success, or that the ideal state for the U.S. economy is to only import goods that cannot physically be made in the good old USA. To quote us Mr. Strain himself, he just says this all the time to anybody who will listen whenever anybody asks, and that's been true for 40 years. And in fairness to him, you know that it is a very natural way to view international commerce. No, I don't view that way. I don't think it's fair to say that. I think he's an idiot. And that your average student is also an idiot, because none of my blood boys have ever intuitively thought that protectionism would lead to anything other than commercial disaster. At any rate, Joseph Livorna, the chief economist of the National Economic Council during Trump's first term, believes there's been too narrow a focus on tariffs and not enough of an attempt to understand the big picture of what Trump is trying to accomplish. Himself rationalizing that the misadministration feels they can encourage more corporations to come to the good old USA by abusing tariffs, combined with deregulation, cheaper energy, and lower corporate taxes, of course. If enacted by Congress, Livorna says the president wants to galvanize domestic industry, in particular high-tech manufacturing.
To quote his T, I think that President Trump understands something which is very important, being a businessman and being transactional, and that is free trade is great in theory, but in the real world, you need to have fair trade, and that's a level playing field. I always thought that was the stupidest fucking term, this bullshit, the level playing field. Really shows that people have no concept of anything. Anyhow, Joseph Lavorgna, the chief economist at the National Economic Council during Trump's first term, is betting Donald Trump is right. Few Republicans have publicly opposed the president as he demands complete and totally unquestioning subservience to his agenda. Still, some who have remained silent understand that their constituents will be impacted by all the rising prices and are hoping they can convince Trump not to follow through with his beloved tariffs. Okay, so we've been on 8 hours, and maybe it's Brendan was key. Maybe you're all friends of Brendan. The numbers have gone down a little bit. Maybe I should just end the show at this point, because, hey, we put in a day's work. Oh, we managed to get ourselves knocked off for national security reasons, which you only have to review the part 1 of this episode tonight to find out about. And then we carried 8 hours after that. I think we put in a full night's work. How about that? And with that, I can bid you all adieu and go back to enjoying my own holidays. And let's take another look at my calendars and find out if I'm enjoying them more tomorrow or whether we got a day I can fucking sleep in. I guess, hey, President's Day Monday. Oh, yeah, teaching at the estates. It's President's Day. Yeah, so, hey, barbecue. Boys' blood and barbecue. That might sound like a terrible combination to all of you, but hey, I have to watch you guys slap on ketchup, which I think is gross. But, to each their own. All right. And, oh, fuck, let me add this onto my calendar. Looks like I got a few more things to add on to the calendar here. And, all right. So, let me end transmission, turn towards that. And love you all who support myself. Join us on Wednesday. We'll be back before you know it. It'll be like no time has passed at all in between. And oh my God, it's incredible just how, considering all the ground we covered, there's still so much to cover. There's still so fucking bloody much. It's always just too much to talk about. There's simply always too much to talk about. All right. We'll be back Wednesday. Join us then. My love to everyone who supports me. You're all my extended electronic family. And I need your support, of course, each and every month to continue delivering to you the analyses that you won't get anywhere else. And with that, how about some votes? Are there people who still want me to continue? Or should I give myself a rest? Up to you. Let's have some votes in the chat. See if we can have somebody respond in the chat. Otherwise, going to do a countdown and going to prepare to ditch you all for, getting a bit of rest in before going back to the estates to working for food and drugs and sex. But, yeah, primarily the food. And, okay. Either enter your text in the chat or hold your peace till Wednesday. And with that, all right then, boys and girls, kisses to the girls and hugs to the men, and those who are on my side, of course. And with that, we're going to end stream. All right? Okay.